हेलो अनि सबैलाई स्वागत छ फर्स्ट एभर एपिसोड PUBG मोबाइल को एफ इन द च्याट शोमा। यो शो रहनेछ अल अबाउट रेस्पेक्ट। हामी कम्युनिटीबाट स्ट्रिमरहरू बोलाउँछौँ, उहाँहरूको इन्स्पिरेसन कहानी सुन्छौँ, केही इन्टरटेनमेन्ट वाला कहानी पनि सुन्छौँ अनि केही नयाँ कुरा चाहिँ यहाँबाट सिक्छौँ। हामी रेस्पेक्ट दिन्छौँ उहाँहरूलाई एन्ड देन उहाँहरूको कहानीलाई। यहाँ एफ इन द च्याटको मतलब पनि त्यही नै रहन्छ कि हामी ओपी मोमेन्ट पनि हेर्छौँ, उस मोमेन्ट पनि हेर्छौँ अनि त्यही हिसाबले एफ इन द च्याट भन्दै चाहिँ कमेन्टमा रियाक्ट पनि गर्छौँ। आशा छ तपाईँहरूले साथ दिनुहुन्छ यहाँ। अनि फर्स्ट एभर एपिसोड भएपछि, स्पेशल एपिसोड भएपछि स्पेशल गेस्ट त हुन नै पर्यो। एन्ड हाम्रो एक्सक्लुजिभ गेस्टलाई हामीले यहाँ ल्याएको छौँ। म कुरा गर्दैछु 4K गेमिङ नेपालको हाम्रो आज गेस्ट उहाँ हुनुहुन्छ।
धन्यवाद PUBG मोबाइल टिमलाई पनि यसरी बोलाइदिनु भएकोमा र निकै खुसी लागिरहेछ।
इन द च्याट हामी एकदमै एक्साइटेड छौँ 4K दाजुसँग हाम्रो कन्भर्सेसन अगाडि बढाउन। उहाँलाई हेर्नु पर्यो भने उहाँकै स्ट्रिममा गएर हेर्नु बाहेक अरू कुनै अप्सन हुन्थेन, बट आज हामीले चाहिँ मायाले बोलाएर लिएर आएको छौँ। अनि PUBG मोबाइल टिमबाट बोलाएपछि दाइ आउनु पनि भएको छ। अनि हामी जान्न चाहन्छौँ पहिला बाल्यकालबाट, दाइको बाल्यकाल कस्तो रह्यो?
बाल्यकालमा त एकदम सोझो, अलिक पढ्ने केटा टाइपको हुन्छ नि। अनि आफन्तहरू आउँदा नि कस्तो सोझो भन्ने क्या। अनि म चाहिँ अनि सोझो भनेको सिधा उभिने टाइपको हुन्छ नि, सिधा उभिन खोज्ने अनि अलिक पढेर देखाउने टाइप्सको, त्यस्तै भनौँ लगभग। तर त्यसो चकचक चाहिँ गरिन्थेन, लगभग सोझो भनेर तारिफ नि आउँथ्यो। अनि अलिक पढ्नतिर पनि अलि उनै हुन्थ्यो क्या, पढेरै बसिरह हुन्थ्यो। झन् आफन्तहरू पाहुनाहरू आयो भने झन् पढ्ने क्या सुनाएर ठुलो स्वरले।
मभन्दा ठ्याक्कै उल्टो हुनुहुँदो रहेछ। म एकदम चकचके थिएँ, गाउँमा काण्ड नगरेको ठाउँ थिएन। एनिवे नेक्स्ट कन्भर्सेसनलाई अगाडि बढाउने हो भने तपाईँ सानो उमेरमा लगभग 18 वर्षको उमेरमा देश छोडेर जानुभयो। के प्लान थियो जाने या केही बाध्यता भयो?
त्यस्तो प्लान त केही थिएन हौ। पहिला सुरुमा त झन् विदेश किन जान्छ टाइप्सको कुरा हुन्थ्यो क्या। अलि नबुझ्ने बेला हुन्छ नि, देशमै केही गर्नुपर्छ टाइप्सको कुरा गरिन्थ्यो पहिला। अनि पछि चाहिँ अनि अलि बुझ्ने र इभन आफै म पढाउँथेँ पनि। अब त्यस्तो पढाउँदा पनि अब हुन्छ नि त। अनि त्यही भएर अब एक्कासी अब बाहिर कोरियाको त्यति बेला अब बाहिर जानलाई पैसा अलि धेरै लाग्ने के, अरू कन्ट्री जान। अनि अरू कन्ट्री फेरि कुनै कन्ट्रीहरू जाँदाखेरि अलिक पैसा कम हुने फेरि स्यालेरीहरू हुन्छ नि त। अनि कोरिया जाँदाखेरि त्यसो पैसा नि बढी लाग्ने भएन नि त। इपिएसले पठाउने सरकार टु सरकार हुन्छ नि त, सेफ्टी पनि भयो, पैसा नि हुने। अनि त्यही भनौँ पछि चाहिँ अनि लगभग 81 टाइप्सको भयो। अनि पढेर अनि गएको।
ओके, इन्ट्रेस्टिङ कहानी रह्यो। बट कोरिया तपाईँ जाँदाखेरि एक्लै हुनुहुन्थ्यो या तपाईँको सर्कल गयो हुन्छ नि, 4-5 जना गएर पढ्ने अनि त्यसपछि सबैको नाम निस्किन्छ अथवा 1-2 जना छुट्छ अनि त्यसरी गइयो या एक्लै हुनुभयो टक्रक्कै काममा?
त्यस्तो होइन, भन्नाले सँगै पढेको भन्नाले इन्स्टिट्युटमा पढ्दाखेरि 2 जना अलिक मिल्ने साथी टाइप्सको होइन। अनि एकजना कल्याण राई भन्ने पूर्वको एकजना साथी हुनुहुन्थ्यो। अनि जान त सँगै एउटै कम्पनीमा त गएन, दुवैजना पास भयो, दुवैजना गयो नि। अनि उता गएर पनि भेट भयो। अनि भरे कस्तो हुन्छ भनेपछि जाँदाखेरि चाहिँ ग्रुपमै गएको टिम हुन्छ हाम्रो। त्यता जाँदाखेरि लगभग अराउन्ड 80-90 जनाको टिम हुन्छ क्या। एउटा फ्लाइट नै लगभग हुन्छ, सबैजना नै पठाइरहेको हुन्छ क्या कोरियाको लागि, त्यस्तो हुन्छ। अनि त्यति बेला मेरो कम्पनीमा जाने हाम्रो 2 जना दाइहरू हुनुहुन्थ्यो। तर डर चाहिँ लागेको थियो हौ सुरुमा। थियो अरू भन्नाले एयरपोर्टमा झरे सबै रङ्गी-चङ्गी छ क्या। पहिला त एकदम राम्रो लाग्यो, भरे त यार जाँदा राम्रो छ है। लास्टमा त जुन कम्पनी एरिया हुन्छ नि त त्योतिर जाँदा नि मान्छे नै देखिँदैन, कम्पनी मेसिनको आवाज मात्रै के। कस्तो डर लाग्यो आमा, कहाँ यो टाइपको हुन्छ नि त, हुन्छ नि कस्तो फिल हुने क्या। त्यो चाहिँ भएको थियो। त्यो चाहिँ
मिक्स रह्यो कि तपाईँले थोरै सपोर्ट पनि पाउनु दाइ भएर, बट काम गर्ने ठाउँ हेर्दा डर पनि लाग्यो।
डर भन्दा नि कस्तो भनेपछि मान्छे नै नभएको कि, एकजना नदेखेर सुनसान गल्लीमा छिरेको जस्तो
मैले यो सोध्नुको रिजन चाहिँ के थियो भन्दा तपाईँले युट्युब एक तरिकाले स्टार्ट गर्नु अनि देन गएर सेटल चाहिँ एक तरिकाले हुनुभयो अनि त्यो पनि गेमिङ साइडमा। सो यहाँ कसरी ट्रान्जिसन आयो कि तपाईँ गेमिङमा कसरी घुस्नुभयो?
गेमिङमा घुस्नुको कारण कस्तो भनेपछि मैले अब त्यस्तै बिचमा फ्यामिली त्यस्तै घटनाहरू घट्यो अनि म नेपाल फर्किनु पर्दाखेरि अब घरमै बसेर केही गरौँ भन्ने हुन्छ नि त। अनि त्यो हुँदाखेरि अब मैले पहिला आफू पढेको होइन अनलाइन काम केही गरौँ भनेपछि यसो युट्युबतिर पनि यसो भिडियोहरू बनाएर यताउता गर्ने कुराहरू पनि याद भयो क्या। अनि म अलि म्याथ पनि पढाएको अनि यसो हल्का स्किलहरू पनि थियो अनि त्यो कारणले गर्दा म्याथको भिडियोजहरू बनाएँ पहिला। अनि त्यसले चाहिँ अनि यसो बुझ्दाखेरि अलि नहोला जस्तो लाग्यो क्या। अनि त्यस पछाडि यताउता बुझ्दाखेरि गेमिङ चाहिँ त्यति बेला नेपालमा एकजना पनि हुन्छ नि गेमिङ कोही पनि देखेन क्या। प्रोफेसनल स्ट्रिमर जस्तो लगभग हुनुहुन्थ्यो गेमर त मिलन ब्रो पनि
एक
हुनुहुन्थ्यो।
दुईजना मात्रै।
मिलन ब्रो उदय ब्रो हुनुहुन्थ्यो। एबभ 8-10 के हुनुहुन्थ्यो थियो होला सायद त्यति बेला सब्सक्राइबर मिलन ब्रो। पब्जी चाहिँ खेल्नुहुन्थेन सिओसी अरू खेल्नु हुन्थ्यो त्यति बेला मैले पनि हेर्थेँ। अनि के अरे पछि चाहिँ एज अ प्रोफेसनल तरिकाले हुन्छ नि वेबक्याम राखेर हुन्छ नि टक्क गेमर टाइप्सको देखेर गर्नुपर्छ है ल यसमा चाहिँ सकिन्छ भनेर पछि चाहिँ स्टार्ट गरेको नि त झ्याप्चुप पिसी बनाएर। अनि पहिला मोबाइलबाट स्ट्रिम गर्ने चलन थिएन क्या त्यति बेला।
ठिक छ हामी कन्भर्सेसन अगाडि बढाउँछौँ। एउटा सानो क्वेसन, तपाईँको मम ड्याड एक्ज्याक्टली कुनै फिल्डबाट हुनुहुन्थ्यो अथवा कुन साइडतिरबाट हुनुहुन्थ्यो कि तपाईँ गेम पर्स्यु गर्न उहाँहरूले अलाउ गर्नुभयो?
मेरो बुवा त पढे लेखेकै हुनुहुन्छ भन्नाले जमानाको टिचर पनि हुनुहुन्थ्यो। पछि चाहिँ टिचिङ छोडेर यता गाउँदेखि बजारतिर झर्नुभयो नि त होइन। व्यापार गर्नुहुन्थ्यो अनि व्यापार गर्दाखेरि उहाँ चाहिँ पढ्नु भएको होइन। अनि बुझाउन चाहिँ सकियो भनौँ। बुझाउन सकियो भन्दा नि गेम खेल्दै अब अर्निङ भएपछि आफै बुझिहालिन्छ क्या।
रिलेट गर्न सक्छु।
त्यही पैसाले बोल्दो रहेछ आफूले बोलेको हुँदो रहेन त। भन्नाले अब जसलाई नि अब आफ्नो बच्चा बच्चीको त ख्याल भइहाल्छ नि त। अब दिनभरि गेम खेल्दा सुरुमा त अर्निङ पनि हुन्थेन नि त। अनि सुरुमा तर कोरिया हुँदा चाहिँ सुरुमै हुन्थ्यो हौ हल्का फुल्का त लगभग हुन्थ्यो त्यति बेला नि दामी थियो। नेपाल आइसकेपछि पछि इन्टरनेटहरूको प्रब्लम भयो लोड सेडिङ यताउता गर्दाखेरि निकै गाह्रो भएको थियो क्या। अनि पछि स्टार्ट गरेपछि सबै सेटअप दामी भएपछि अन्त जेनेरेटर धरि किनेको हो।
मलाई याद छ त्यो तान्नेवाला जेनेरेटर होइन।
जेनेरेटर धरि किनेको सबै भन्नाले 100 दिन्थ्यो आफूले स्ट्रिम गर्नलाई अडियन्सहरूको लागि। अडियन्सहरूले पनि धेरै माया दिनुभयो खुसी लाग्छ। अझै नि
हामी त्यो कन्भर्सेसन हामी त्यतातिर जान्छौँ है। मैले रोकेँ हामी त्यतातिर जान्छौँ किन भन्दा मसँग केही क्वेसन त्यो रिलेटेड पनि रहेको छन्। म यो इन्सिडेन्ट जान्न चाहे ओपी मोमेन्ट त धेरै छन् मलाई थाहा छ त्यो माकाडक्सवाला मोमेन्टहरू। बट त्यो ड्याडलाई ल्याएर स्ट्रिममा खेलाउने प्लान कसको थियो अनि कसले भन्यो पहिला अनि मान्नु भयो आरामले यो म जान्न चाहे।
त्यो त खै त्यो त त्यति बेला सायद के स्पेसल थियो होला मेबी
एक्ज्याक्टली याद छैन बट ड्याड खेल्नु भएको चाहिँ।
तर एक दिन चाहिँ बोलाएर अनि खै के भयो त्यो मैले बिर्सेन चाहिँ होइन। बुवा आउनुभयो खेल्नुभयो।
यो क्लिप पनि एकदम भाइरल भएको थियो कि होइन। अरूका केटाकेटीले के अरे छोराछोरीलाई खेल्न दिन्नन् बाबाआमाले, यहाँ चाहिँ बाबाआमा आएर छोराछोरीको स्ट्रिममा खेलेछन् भन्ने तरिकाले लस अफ द कन्टेन्ट चाहिँ थियो। एनिवे हामी अर्कोतिर जान्छ। अब फ्यामिलीको कुरा त भइरहेछ होइन। 4K त रियल लाइफ रोमियो नै हो भन्ने चाहिँ हामीले सुन्न पाएको थियो हाम्रो सूत्रबाट। यसो कहानी टुच्च सेयर गर्न मिल्छ भने।
त्यस्तो रोमियो भन्नाले म एकदम लजाउने लजालु टाइप्सको त्यस्तो कहानी त केही छैन हो। हो त्यस्तो ओपनली टाइप्सको हुन्छ नि त। त्यस्तो खासै त्यस्तो केही छैन हौ त्यस्तो त भन्नलाई।
ओके फाइन छ। बट मैले जान्न चाहे अब तपाईँको बच्चा पनि छ होइन, छोरी पनि छ। छोरीले बुझ्छ ड्याडले के गर्नु भएको छ भने हुन त सानो उमेर छ यो क्वेसन नै डिफ्रेन्ट हुन जान्छ होला। बट डिस्टर्ब गर्ने हुन्छ नि कहिले आएर केही बिठाइ गरिदिएर जाने त्यस्तो फेस गर्नु भएको छ?
अहिले धेरै उमेर पनि भएको होइन 17-18 महिना। डिस्टर्ब भन्नाले नि कहिलेकाहीँ चाहिँ आउँछ रुममै थाहा छ। फेरि कहिले लिएर आउँथिनँ यत्तिकै क्या। म यहाँ अलि मुनि बस्छु मुनिको फ्लोरमा स्ट्रिम रुम छ। आउने अलि सिडीहरू छ क्या, सिडीमा झर्नुपर्छ। सानो बच्चालाई त्यो अलि गाह्रो नै हुन्छ क्या। अब सुरुमा आउँदा त म झसङ्ग भएको, यस्तो ढोका हान्दिरहेको क्या, ओपन हुन्छ डोर, झ्याममा साउन्ड आयो, यसरी हेर्छु छोरी आइरहेछ, कसरी आयो भनेर म त बाहिर गएर हेरेँ पनि म त होइन बुढीले ल्याएर छोडिदिएको हो कि जस्तो लाग्यो, कोही पनि छैन। अनि भरे त आफै आएको रहेछ। आउँछ अहिले, अघि पनि आएको थियो नि एकछिन।
हामीले देखिरहेको त्यही भएर मैले सोधेको थिएँ
अँ,
खासमा, किनभने
आउँछ
हाम्रो प्लानमा चाहिँ थिएन।
आउँछ।
ओके, हामी फ्यामिलीको कुरा गऱ्यौँ, छोरीको पनि कुरा गऱ्यौँ, हामीले केही मोमेन्ट अगाडि पनि देखेको थियौँ। आई विश हामी देखाउन पाउँछ, इफ नट स्क्रिनमा कहीँ देख्न पनि सक्नुहुन्छ। बट अब हामी जान्छौँ तपाईँले गर्ने च्यारिटी वर्कतिर। तपाईँ गेम खेल्नुभयो, पहिला स्थिति ठिक थिएन, पछि राम्रो भयो, एन्ड देन च्यारिटीमा पनि अचम्म कुरामा इन्भल्भ हुनुहुन्छ। यो प्लान कहाँबाट आयो कि च्यारिटी गर्नु राम्रो हो भन्ने कारण सोचाइ आयो, या मैले जस्तो गर्छु मैले त्यस्तै पाउँछु भन्ने सोच्नुहुन्छ, या के थियो?
अब सकेसम्म चाहिँ गरौँ नै भन्ने हुन्छ होइन। अनि त्यसमा पनि अब अडियन्सहरूकै कारण हुन्छ नि त, अडियन्सहरूको मायाले नै हामी यो ठाउँमा छौँ भनेपछि हामी पनि केही दिउँ न भन्ने हुन्छ नि त। अनि त्यसमा पनि भइहाल्यो। र इभन म नै कुनै समय त्यस्तै परिस्थितिबाट माथि आएको नि त अहिले भनौँ टाइप्सको। अब पहिला पनि स्थिति हाम्रो नि अब लेभलमै थियो नि त, त्यही भएर अब ठिकै लाग्छ, खुसी लाग्छ।
सकिन्छ भने किन नगर्ने भन्ने कुरा
सकिन्छ
रह्यो, होइन
भने
र?
किन नगर्ने।
ओके, यो अलिकति सिरियस क्वेसन भयो होला, बट म सानो एउटा सानो सर्ट क्वेसन सोध्न चाहिँ, 4K नाम राख्नुको कारण चाहिँ के थियो? तपाईँले भन्नुभयो होला, बट आज हामीसँग चाहिँ अलिकति वाइडर अडियन्स भएको हुँदा 4K नाम राख्नुको कारण भन्नु पर्यो क्या?
गेमिङ पिसी सेटअप के, गेमिङ पिसी मैले बनाएको फर्स्ट टाइम बनाउँदाखेरि 4K त्यति बेला एकदम ट्रेन्ड थियो। पिसी बिल्ड गर्दाखेरि प्रायः सबैले 4K सेटअप बनाउँथ्यो के। अनि मैले नि 4K सेटअप बनाएँ होइन। त्यसमा अनि लोगो 4K हेर्दाखेरि ट्याक्क त्यसको लोगोमा नेपालको झन्डाहरू यताउता राख्न सबै एकदम ओपी देखिने भयो क्या। अनि बाहिर बसिरहेको, अनि 4K गेमिङ त त्यो पिसी सेटअप भइहाल्यो। अनि बाहिर बसेपछि त्यसको त धेरै माया लाग्छ, त्यो त बाहिर बस्ने मान्छेलाई थाहा हुन्छ होइन। अनि त्यो कारणले गर्दा नेपाल चाहिँ थपेर नेपालको फ्ल्याग स्टिल त्यही छ सबै।
ओके, हामी तपाईँको स्ट्रिमिङ बारेमा चाहिँ जान्न चाहन्छु। तपाईँ एउटा इन्टरटेनरको रूपमा चाहिँ चिन्नुहुन्छ होइन, डल्ल लाइक तपाईँलाई हेर्ने अडियन्सहरू हुन्छ, हाँस्ने अडियन्सहरू पनि च्याटमा भर्चुअली हाँस्ने अडियन्सहरू पनि टन्नै हुन्छ भनौँ। तपाईँले त्यो पर्सनालिटी बनाउनु भयो जस्तो लाग्छ मलाई तपाईँको साइडबाट चाहिँ के, किन भन्दा तपाईँ थोरै लजालु हुनुहुन्थ्यो भन्दै अफ स्क्रिन कुरा गर्दै थियो हामी।
त्यही त पहिला त अनि छ नि मेरो म्याथ नेपाल भिडियोमा पनि छ, केटाले त्यो भिडियोहरू हेरेर हुन्छ नि त लजालु टाइप्सको। पहिला त भन्नाले सानैदेखि त्यस्तै, अनि ठुलो उमेरसम्म पनि। अब स्ट्रिम गर्दा गर्दा पछि चाहिँ अलि हुन्छ नि अलिक बानी पर्यो भन्दा अनि अब च्याटहरू पनि त्यस्तै ध्वस्त हुन्छ कहिलेकाहीँ। कहिलेकाहीँ पुरा रेजमा आएर के भनिन्छ है। अनि त्यो हुँदा 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 बानी पर्यो क्या पछि। अनि त्यसपछि त लगभग लाज लाग्ने नै भएन के। अनि जे आएको छ मजाले मिलाएर ढक्क त्यही शैलीले।
थोरै टाइम लाग्यो भन्ने कुरा मात्रै।
तर सुरुमा म त्यो भन्नाले सुरुको स्ट्रिम हेर्दा म एकदम हुन्छ नि अहिले जसरी गर्थिनँ,
मैले पनि हेरेको छु तपाईँको सायद 390 सब्सक्राइबर स्पेशल भनेर म्याथ्स नेपाल च्यानलमा एउटा लाइभ Q&A के छ त्यो ओभर हेर्थेँ मैले हिजो अस्ति पनि हेरेको थिएँ फ्र्याङ्कली भन्ने भने। ओके, तपाईँ धेरै ट्रान्जिसन भएर आइसक्नु भएको छ, म पनि त्यो फिल गर्न सक्छु। ओके, मेरो अर्को क्वेसन रहेको छ, तपाईँले केही अरू गेमहरू पनि त खेल्नु होइन, बट एट द एन्डमा पब्जी मोबाइल नै एउटा सक्सेसको मन्त्र बन्यो होइन र कतिको इम्प्याक्ट पार्यो यो कुराले?
पब्जी मोबाइल भनेको कस्तो, यो गेम कस्तो भनेपछि खेल्न पनि मजा लाग्यो क्या। मैले नि मोबाइलमा नि खेलेँ सुरुमा, मजा लाग्यो। म काम सकेर पनि आएर खेल्थेँ। अनि बिलियर्ड्स पनि चलाउँथेँ म बाहिर बस्दाखेरि। अब बिलियर्ड्समा अब मजाले खेलेर बसिरह हुन्थेँ। जस यताउता पहिला जस्तो भिडियो हेर्ने यताउता युट्युबमा हुन्थ्यो, नत्र केही मुभीहरू हेरिन्थ्यो, भिडियोहरू हेरिन्थ्यो। पछि पब्जी खेल्ने भइसकेपछि पब्जी गेम मात्रै खेलिन्थ्यो कि। अनि त्यसपछि स्ट्रिमर पब्जीको नेपालमा लगभग कोही देखेन क्या सुरुमा। अनि त्यसपछि ल गोल्डन चान्स।
ओके, मेरो अर्को क्वेसन तपाईँको लागि रहेको छ कि तपाईँले एउटा काण्डा सिरिज भनेर बनाउनु भयो, मार्कर डक्स भन्ने वर्डहरू बनाउनु, यो कहाँबाट आयो कि एक्ज्याक्टली कहाँबाट आयो? किन भन्दा अझै पनि त्यो वर्ड त्यो टर्मिनोलोजीहरू ओभर पपुलर छ।
यस्तो त्यो हुनुको कारण चाहिँ एकलट अस्ट्रेलिया काट्न भन्ने अति चलिरहेको थियो कि त्यतिबेला।
डिटेलमा नजाऊ सरफेसमा ओके बाकी
त्यो हुँदाखेरि जसले नि अब च्याटमा ती काण्ड काण्ड लेख्छ है अनि त्यस पछाडि भिडियोको टाइटल नै अनि डट 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 काण्ड पछाडि चाहिँ काण्ड जे भए पनि जस्तो कि M249 काण्ड AWM काण्ड काण्ड चाहिँ ओड चाहिँ राख्दिनँ के पछि चाहिँ त्यसरी लगभग पहिला पहिला त खतरा खतरा मुभमेन्टहरू पनि भयो पनि होइन अनि त्यही कारणले गर्दा पनि भयो ल त्यही भनौँ।
एनिवे थोरै हामीले सिरियस पनि कुरा गऱ्यौँ रमाइलो पनि कुराकानी गऱ्यौँ। अब चाहिँ हामी एउटा TDM खेल्छौँ तपाईँ र म 1v1 आज पहिलोचोटि अन स्क्रिन हुन त अफ स्क्रिन पनि खेलेको छैन हामी फर्स्ट टाइम अन स्क्रिन मेरो साइडबाट च्यालेन्ज 1v1
ल ल हानौँ न त हानौँ
के छ र हैन पनिशमेन्ट नराखौ
हैन ठिकै छ यस्तो हो अरु भन्दा नि अब चिकन डिनर खुवाएर पठाउँला नि त
ओ ल ठिकै छ ठिकै छ।
बरु स्ट्रिम नगर्दा बोर लाग्छ हो बरु
अनि तपाईको एउटा फिक्स स्क्वाड नै छ हैन
स्ट्रिम नगर्दा बरु बोर लाग्छ बरु हजुर मुक्का पो
कसले देख्यो
के मुख्य पेब्याक हान्नुपर्छ कि हो
ल ट्राई चाहिँ गरे ल मुक्का हाने हो आयो बिचमा ल मुक्का हाने पाएन नि गन हान्नु पाएन ल मुक्का मात्रै हाने ल यो आउट अफ रुल भयो चलो पेब्याक चाहिँ भयो एटलिस्ट ओके हैन अब यो भन्दा बढी खायो भने त
ए मुक्का पो
ल रेडी ल आयो
मुक्कामा चाहिँ खबरै लाग्यो
यस
मेरो धेरै छ त किन बगिर
बराबर हुन्छ अब
कुकुरी हुनुपर्ने कि ल्याउने सिक्कल
लास्ट वन फाइनल ब्लो
कहाँ भागिरह रे बिल्ला
लुके गया दाइ यार त
किन ड्र गर्यो ड्र हुन्थ्यो त बे
6 सेकेन्ड 5 सेकेन्ड नै
ड्र हान्नुपर्छ त
रेड टिम भिक्टोरी।
ल सो TDM को च्यालेन्ज त म हारेँ ठिकै छ केही छैन राम्रो कोसिस त रहेको थियो मेरो साइडबाट एटलिस्ट ठिकै छ केही छैन। हामी अर्को फन सेगमेन्टतिर जान्छौँ जुन चाहिँ क्विज रहनेछ
रहेछ नि अनि दुखिरहेछ यार
ल हामी क्विजको लागि जान्छौँ मसँग 3टा क्वेसन छ 3टा मध्ये 2टामा अप्सन हुन्छ यदि अप्सन चाहियो भने सोध्न पाइयो चाहिएन भने सिधै आन्सर दियो अब इराङ्गलको डनले बट पहिलो क्वेसन है त लेभल 3 ब्यागको टोटल क्यापेसिटी कति हुन्छ
450
कति
450 डन न ती ध्यानै दिँदैन हो क्यापेसिटी को हेर्छ हो
कन्फिडेन्टले गलत जवाब दिन सिक्नुपर्छ कहिले मसँग सेकेन्ड क्वेसन छ यदि अप्सन चाहियो भने अप्सन माग्न सक्नुहुन्छ इफ नट तपाईले आन्सर दिन पर्नु भयो त
ओके
हामीसँग एउटा भेहिकलको नाम छ टुक्साई त्यो कुन म्यापमा अवेलेबल हुन्छ
टुक्साई भेहिकल
म्यापको त के अप्सन दिने र
टुक्साई त्यसो त लिभिकमा अहिले नयाँ गाडी आइरहेछ त्यही अभियसली लिभिक
गलत जवाब टुक्साई भनेको
कस्तो गाडी हो
टेम्पो
ए टेम्पो त सानोमा
ओके थर्ड वन फाइनल क्वेसन तपाईको लागि चाहिँ PUBG मोबाइलको थीम सङ कसले बनाएको रे क्वेसन
लौ यो त कसरी थाहा हुन्छ हो त्यो
एउटा आन्सर दियो
भन्ने चिट छोरा जस्तो हुने हो त
ओपर आन्सर दियो
ल एलन वर्कर यो त
यो 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 गलत चिट चोराइएको थियो एन्सर थियो टम साल्टा भनेर हुन त धेरैलाई थाहा छैन होला बट येट एउटा एउटा कम्प्लेक्स
थाहा
क्वेसन
हुँदैन हो
सोधेको
लगभग
एउटा कम्प्लेक्स क्वेसन सोधेको ताकि दुईटाको एन्सर त आउला भनेर ठिकै छ बुतिन्दन गेमतिर बिजी हुनुहुन्छ हामीले केही फन सेगमेन्ट टिडिएम पनि गरियो हामीले रमाइलो क्विज पनि गरियो बट फोर्के दाजुको लागि चाहिँ एउटा स्पेसियल भिडियो चाहिँ मैले लिएर आएको छु हामी सँगै
ल
हेर्छौँ
ल
अनि
हेरौँ
फोर्के
त
दाजुको रियाक्सन पनि क्याप्चर गर्छौँ
को सबसे मनपर्ने चिज भनेको नै हाउ honest and humble person he is, and how he treats everyone with respect.
फोइरो एकदमै
केटाहरू
लभिङ
के
पर्सन
हो
हुन्छ म फोइरोसँग खेलेकै 2-3 वर्ष भयो होइन फोइरो एकदमै काइन्डेड पर्सन हुनुहुन्छ मन पनि एकदम सफा हुनुहुन्छ सबैलाई हेल्प गर्नुहुन्छ हामी सबैलाई एकदम फ्यामिली जस्तै ट्रिट गर्नुहुन्छ त्यो चाहिँ एकदम हामीलाई एकदम खुसी लाग्छ है
दाजु एकदम बलर सपोर्टी हुनुहुन्छ अनि गेमिङ कम्युनिटी मात्र अगाडि नबढाएर गेमिङ कम्युनिटी बाहिर पनि एकदम सहयोग गर्नु भइरहेको छ
बल फोकी गेमिङ नेपाल भन्ने बित्तिकै मलाई चाहिँ त्यो पोचिङ्कीको ट्रिपल स्टोरी बिल्डिङको ब्याक टु ब्याक नक हुनुहुन्छ त्यो भिडियो चाहिँ साह्रै मनपर्छ त्यो हेरेर म उहाँको फ्यान भएको थिएँ लास्टमा भन्न चाहन्छु कि यस वी आर प्राउड टु बी फोकी गेमिङ नेपाल फ्यामिली अनि हजुरको माया सपोर्ट साथको लागि धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद
मैले त यो सोचेकै
के
थिइनँ
भन्न
यो
चाहनुहुन्छ
भिडियो
तपाईँको फर्स्ट
साथी केटाहरूलाई कहाँबाट पायो यो चाहिँ
हामीले कहाँबाट पायो होइन तपाईँलाई के भन्नु छ त्यो हामी जान्न
मैले त के
चाहन्छौँ
भन्नु हो केटाहरू त यो दिरन खतरा त्यहाँ त सोचेकै थिइनँ म त क्रेकेनको केही थाहा छैन
कति टाइम लाग्यो होला भन्नु त
थाहा
तिनीहरूलाई
छैन
त्यति भन्न
तर हुन्छ नि म त क्रेकेनको केही यसो केही भिडियो होला भन्नु ठानेर हो भरे त पालै पालो आउँछ यार केटाहरू भाइहरू जस्तो लाग्छ दाजुभाइहरू जस्तो भाइहरू भन्दा नि दाजुभाइ सबै भाइहरू उमेर तलमाथि छ जस के भन्नु हो शब्दै छैन केटाहरूको तारिफको लागि
पहिलो कुरा त तपाईँले 1 मिलियनको एउटा बेन्चमार्क सेट गर्नुभयो तपाईँले सोच्नु भएको थियो कि 1 मिलियन पुगिन्छ नेपालमा त्यो पनि गेमिङमा भनेर
त्यो त अब 100K चाहिँ कुनै समयमा धेरै पहिला चाहिँ 100K त अभियसली पुग्छ त्यो चाहिँ मलाई कन्फिडेन्स थियो किनभने अब कोरियाबाट 3 महिनामा 21K फ्यामिली हुनुभएको थियो त्यति बेला र त्यो रेसियोमा जाने हो भएको भए धेरै पहिला नै पुग्ने थियो 100K पनि होइन पछि नेपाल आउँदाको कन्टिन्यू त्यसरी गर्न पाएन विभिन्न टेक्निकल कुराहरू पनि भयो अनि इभन म आफै पर्सनली पनि भ्याएन क्या अनि जस 1 मिलियन चाहिँ अलि त्यस्तो 100K चाहिँ पछि जुन रफ्तार लियो नि त्यसपछि 100K चाहिँ पुग्यो अनि झन् रफ्तार भयो के अनि पछि चाहिँ कन्फिडेन्स थियो पुग्छ है भन्ने चाहिँ
कुनै यस्तो क्रेजी फ्यान मोमेन्ट छ तपाईँ देखेर छक्क पर्नुभयो कि आमा के गरेको भाइले अथवा जो भेट भयो उसले
होइन त्यस्तो त लगभग भेट भएपछि प्राय भइ नै रह हुन्छ आफूलाई कस्तो भन्नाले मजा लाग्छ त्यो यति माया पाउँदा खुसी लाग्छ मजा भन्दा नि खुसी रमाइलो लाग्छ त्यो
ओके अन्तिममा म जान्न चाहेँ कि भनौँ न अहिले करेन्टली ट्रेन्डमा चाहिँ गेमिङलाई त्यो तरिकाले लिन बट तपाईँले एउटा बेन्चमार्क सेट गर्नुभयो लट्स अफ द अरू गेमर र स्ट्रिमरहरू पनि छन् जसले करियर जस्तो अप्सन बनाएको छन् यदि यसलाई करियर अप्सन सोच्ने भने केही कुरा छन् तपाईँले ध्यान दिनुपर्ने अथवा तपाईँले केही सजेसनको रूपमा कुराहरू राख्न चाहनुहुन्छ भने
त्यो हुनलाई त अब मेन त एकदम कन्टिन्यू हुनु पर्यो एकदम होइन कन्टिन्यू हुनु पर्यो अनि अरू के भन्नु त्यो त अब मलाई हेरौँ न म कसरी गरिरहेको छु त्यसरी गरौँ न होइन
सिम्पल सजेसन जे पनि गर्छौ कन्टिन्युटी थियो त्यसलाई चाहिँ बिचमा नछोडा भन्ने कुरा रह्यो एक लाइनमा भन्ने लास्टमा अब तपाईँको फ्यामिलीसँग तपाईँ एकदमै कनेक्टेड हुनुहुन्छ भर्चुअल फ्यामिलीसँग पनि एकदमै कनेक्टेड हुनुहुन्छ सो त्यो भर्चुअल फ्यामिली भनौँ 4K फ्यामिलीको लागि केही म्यासेज तपाईँ यहाँबाट पास गर्न चाहनुहुन्छ
पहिला त यति धेरै माया दिनुभएको छ त्यसमा एकदमै आभारी छौँ हामी होइन यो माया पछिसम्म पनि कायमै रहोस् र आगामी दिनहरूमा पनि यसरी नै अब अगाडि बढ्नुपर्छ सँगै सबैजना मिलेर र धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद यति धेरै माया सपोर्ट केयर गर्नुभएकोमा सम्पूर्ण साथीहरूमा र 4K फ्यामिलीमा यही म्यासेज छोड्न चाहन्छु म
हामी यहाँ अब अन्तिममा आइसकेको छौँ। म धन्यवाद भन्न चाहिँ हाम्रो 4K गेमिङ दाजुलाई एउटा समय निकालिदिएर एकदमै बिजी हुनुहुन्छ, उहाँको सेड्युल टाइट छ हामीलाई थाहा छ, आइदिनु भएकोमा धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद।
मलाई पनि यसरी बोलाएर सबैसम्म आफ्नो कुराहरू सेयर गर्ने मौका दिनुभएकोमा पब्जी मोबाइल टिम नेपाललाई धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद। र आगामी दिनहरूमा पनि हामी यसरी नै भेट्नेछौँ र सबैसम्म फेरि केही नयाँ कुराहरू सेयर गर्नेछौँ। धन्यवाद है सम्पूर्ण साथीहरूलाई र पब्जी मोबाइल टिमलाई पनि।
This is more than a competition. It is a war where the warriors risk it all. They fight like there's no tomorrow. This is the sound of South Asia, live on the PUBG Mobile eSports official YouTube channel.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Once again, welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia fall season of 2022, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. This is Burjani, joined by Necro once again, ladies and gentlemen. But we're going to be starting things off week 2, ladies and gentlemen. The standings will be reset, and teams will be starting from 0 again to get those bonus points to start in the finals with. But Necro, we saw a lot of interesting action in week 1. We saw the domination coming in from godlike Stalwart as we expected. We saw DRS in a very interesting position, finishing the second week in the top 2. But week number 2, do you think we're going to see the teams that were underperforming, teams like IHC, teams like Skylightz Gaming, now compete for the top position this week?
Would you really say IHC was underperforming though? I mean, they're still in top 3.
Yeah, yeah. All right, I'll give you that. IHC
yeah, it was
is in top 3. Skylightz was out.
Yeah, Skylightz was definitely underperforming because Skylightz was sitting on 7th spot. This is something none of us speculated coming in. But again, TDK started the week off on a fantastic note. They were just dominating the entire week 1 at the start, but then later on, it just seemed like the performance was on a downgrade. So if you ask me, are we going to see some sort of comeback stories inside the week 2? Are we going to see some new and uprising talent? I think so. Yes, we will. Probably we will. Because week 2 should give enough amount of time for the teams to get used to the lobby as well. And hopefully they've done a lot of research.
I mean, definitely. We are going to be hopeful that the play style, the sort of games that we witnessed, the mistakes that we witnessed, in fact, in week 1 aren't going to be in week number 2, ladies and gentlemen, because we just had the format on our screens a few moments ago. 3 weeks for the league stages, then there's the finals, and then top 10 teams get the opportunity to move to the SA Championship. We are already in week 2 now. The prize pool distribution on our screens as well, $150,000 in terms of the total prize pool of the PMPL South Asia fall season this time around. For playing the league stages, every single team will be receiving $5,000 each, and then there's a massive chunk of money that's going to be distributed amongst the 16 teams that make it to the finals.
Yeah, I mean, again, there's a lot of money on the line, and as Johnny mentioned, inside the week 2, the slates are going to be clean for you to qualify inside top 12. Again, that one extra living game is on the line, and this is what you have to do. The bonus points will be earned at the end of the league every single week. Now, if at the end of the week you are on the first spot, you will be getting 20 points. If you're on the second spot, you will be getting 19 points, and it's going to keep on descending downwards. Nothing special. The same sort of format that we've had inside this PMPL. Now, if you do take a look at the bonus ranking so far, godlike Stalwart are of course at the top because they won that game. On the second place is DRS. Again, I mean, we saw them. The top 3 is pretty much over here. It's pretty much the overall rankings, but they just have the bonus rankings of the week 1.
I mean, definitely. And as you mentioned, these bonus rankings are going to be very important because these are the points that the teams will be starting with in the finals. So if God like Stalwart right now have 20 and in week 2 and 3 also they perform in a similar manner, then they will be starting off the finals with 60 points. So that is going to be a massive, massive game changer for all of these teams. They have to make sure that they're performing week in and week out. Now, the concept of those league play days, the super weekends, it is out. You have to perform in all the 20 games, then play the bonus, get the extra points from that bonus, improve your overall ranking with the help of those points, and then you will be receiving the bonus points for your position basically on the overall ranking in the overall leaderboard for the finals. And those points, as I mentioned, week by week, they will be adding up as we move towards the finals. But since week 1 is over and the teams have also realized what is going to be on stake every single week, I believe this time around in week 2, we're going to see some interesting things. Probably some of the aggressive teams are going to try and quiet things down a little bit, just play on the back foot if they want to. But the point structure for the matches, it is still going to remain the same. The point structure for Livik that happens on Sunday again is different, but we'll talk about that when we get there. But for now, this is what the normal point structure is going to be.
Yeah, pretty much the basic point structure that we're going to have throughout this week. And then, again, as Johnny mentioned, that bonus game point structure will be a little different from this one, as we have the squad rosters as well in front of us. And, of course, all the teams inside this lobby will be divided into groups because we have a lot of teams which are going to be competing inside this one. 20 teams in total. And, of course, in one single lobby, only 16 teams will be playing. So that's why we have divided the teams in the group of 5 so that they can have the perfect amount of games to play with themselves. With that being said, we have the Group A in front of us, of course, which consists of the best team so far, Godlike Stalwart, then you have A1 Esports coming in as well, then you have Raw Officials and Elementrix.
Well, definitely. And moving on to Group B, we have DRS, T2K, Train to Kill. As you mentioned earlier, I think this is this will be one of those names where we will be focused in on, because they started the week quite nicely, but then there was a massive tumble and we didn't see them finish week 1 where we thought they would based on the first 2 days performance. In week 2, it's going to be an arc for redemption for Train to Kill. DRS on the other side, their momentum from week 1 is quite incredible, so they will look to continue that going on into week 2. MABETEX eSports, again, barely making it into that Livik game that happened. This time, they want to make sure that they are guaranteed a spot for those extra points. DAX as well. DAX was, well, in a very interesting position wherein I expected a lot from them, but failing to deliver at certain moments. I mean, that is something that was surprising from the lineup.
Yeah, they were definitely not able to deliver. Even A1 Esports, they're not able to deliver up to the mark. From what I've heard, A1 Esports' 2 players aren't actually playing inside the game and aren't actually inside the lobby because they're having some, I don't exactly know, but they're definitely having some personal issues that are going on. So that is the main reason why A1 Esports is on a big struggling phase. They're not really having their playing for the main lineup.
That has to be a troublesome situation for the team to deal with. I mean, 2 of your main players not getting along right there. I mean, we talk about lack of synergy. That takes it to a whole other level. But ladies and gentlemen, Group C, we have IHC Esports, G Warrior, Seal Esports. I mean, we, again, expect a lot from them. And in a few matches, they were looking really good. So maybe in week 2, since they have understood the rest of the competition, we will see a much better run from their end as well. Moving on to Group D, we have High Voltage, Skylightz Gaming, TRZ, VENOM Legends. TRZ is one of those teams from Group D that I would like to focus on, because TRZ, it's a hit or a miss situation with them. In certain games, they play like absolute gods, but in other matches, they are going to be the first ones to get eliminated. So they have to figure out what goes wrong for them, because if this team figures out how to control the momentum, when to slow things down, when to back off from fights, when to turn around and re-engage on the opposition that has been chasing you down out in the open. If they figure those parts out, I think TRZ is definitely a team that can compete for the top 5.
Oh, definitely they can. And considering as the competition progressed by, we saw some nice signs of improvements from the side of TRZ. So it makes a lot of sense, too, why you have that team just locked in your eyes. But on the other hand, you still have one more group to go, and that's going to be Group E. DEADEYES guys, 1952. A big name that has stepped up big times as well. At the start, dominated. In between, somewhere down line, it seemed like the performance are dropping off. And then later on the final day, they kicked things off on a great note once again, and they found find themselves in the top 6, and that is really impressive considering 1952 was one of those names that was not able to perform in the past PMPLs as well, but inside this PMPL, they've done a phenomenal job just making a comeback or just pretty much carving their names down in the history.
Yeah, definitely. And it was an impressive turnaround. We saw Entry play like what we wanted him to for the last, I believe, 2 seasons. Since he started to slow things down, started playing as a support instead of what he used to be, the entry fragger for the team. And now, again, the man on the front line is a big threat for everyone else inside of the lobby. He has insane mechanical prowess of the game. So it's going to be quite impressive, or in fact, important to see how the team will evolve around him and around his playstyle during the rest of the tournament. But so far, ladies and gentlemen, we do have the comparison of 2 teams that, again, did quite nicely, I have to say, deliver on the expectations that were set out. DRS Gaming and High Voltage. Quite a close competition between these 2.
Oh, definitely. High Voltage, they made a comeback inside this entire run. High Voltage at the start, they were not consistent at all. But then later on in the final moments, High Voltage, they just had the pedal to the metal. They just made a nice comeback in the overall rankings, and this is what we expected from a team like High Voltage. And if I'm not wrong, in the overall rankings so far, High Voltage are sitting on top 4 with 204 points, and that is really impressive. A team that was not able to perform, a team that was on the bottom side of the overall rankings, they just stepped things up in the final few days, and they just absolutely kick everyone. And this is what I love to see, right? A comeback story, a astonishing moment, an astonishing play. And this is what the players of High Voltage really just brought inside the lobby.
Yeah, definitely. And look at this, the high voltage action from the individuals as well. A big fan of Deadpool, I assume, the superhero landing right there, destroying the opposition, and also an impressive chicken dinner win. In the last 2 days is where I have to say High Voltage came into their own play style. We saw them improve so much, secure so many points in the final 2 days of the league stages, Saturday and Sunday, and that was the reason where the momentum sort of started to build for them. Now the question is, everything is reset. The groups have been reshuffled. You are going to be starting on the overall leaderboard again from square one. It's going to be reset to 0. And based off of that, a few of the teams that do not know how to control the momentum, or in fact do not play based on how their previous matches have been going, or how their day started, how their previous day ended. I think this is going to be an advantage situation for them. On the other side, the teams that do like to steamroll everyone after that one good game are going to be the ones who will be a little bit upset. But hey, if you do know how to beat the rest of the competition, then it should be a difficult task for you to climb up the rankings again, especially since everyone is going to be on the same point.
I mean, hey, again, that's a big advantage, right? We know inside the week 2, the slates are cleaned. So it is a chance for you to just, you know, as you like to say, Johnny, if the iron's hot, make sure to strike it with the hammer. And this is what they really need to do.
Yeah.
T2K, as I mentioned, the drop-off was there big time. They were not able to stay consistent on the upcoming days. While on the other hand, Skylightz Gaming, there were some signs of improvements. There were some signs of downhill. There were some signs of improvement. There were some signs of downhill. It was just up and down. The performance wasn't consistent. So again, Skylightz Gaming too, they will need to try and figure some stuff out, because sometimes the executions were really faulty in my opinion.
Yeah, I completely agree with that, because Skylightz Gaming, I mean, the kind of performance that we expect from this name and the kind of players that they have were not met again. We saw them, as you mentioned, the inconsistencies that were there were clearly visible, even in situations where we thought, all right, this is going to be an advantageous fight for them. Same goes for T2K. They started off so well. At a certain point, I mean, I remember after day number 2, we were done with day 2. We thought, all right, Train to Kill is going to beat Godlike Stalwart for sure. They were so close to doing it as well. But then, I don't know how, but they lost it all of a sudden. Being on the first position, the first position, in fact, finishing the first week on the 9th spot, that was a massive draw for the players of Train to Kill. But hopefully, as we have been mentioning, this week, again, it's all reset. So hopefully Train to Kill will make a comeback and they can finish this week on the first position. Because again, they were playing pretty damn well.
Yeah, exactly. But again, the problem arises here, Johnny, is that if you're already going to be struggling inside the league days, then what's going to happen when you're going to be entering inside the grand finals? Because I'm pretty sure all these teams will have that sort of a MasterCard that they're waiting to pull out when they qualify inside the grand finals. And it is understandable. It is known. It's a fact. Inside grand finals, the lobby's heated up even more. The skill level is even more difficult. So how are the teams going to try to adapt who are struggling already inside the league stage?
Well, I mean, it is going to be quite interesting to see how they, in fact, manage to pull it off. But DE. Now, so Deadeye's guys is very interesting because looking at their numbers, I mean, they were sort of consistent as well, finishing on the fifth position with 185 points. But what I want to see from Deadeye's guys is what is going to happen if they are consistent throughout the week, because they started very slow. DE started extremely late. I think it was the third day of the week when they actually started to perform. Before that, they were doing quite decent for themselves.
Yeah, but again, as Johnny was speaking about Deadeye's guys, I'm going to try to continue his words. Deadeye's guys, definitely. I mean, they are a solid team. We have seen them in the past as well. Unfortunately, there's always that curse on them. That second place curse. They're never able to step things up and get that first spot in their hands because it's usually always Godlike Stalwart who are able to steal away from the players of Deadeye's guys. They're just a level ahead. They're just miles ahead of any single team inside this lobby.
But talking about the first position, all right, Necro, who do you think? Are we again going to see the domination from Godlike Stalwart, or will it be some other team?
And as you can see, the elimination points as well, they're equally divided pretty nicely, but then you have some pop-off players, of course, who like to play in the front lines, and it is quite understandable. They need to have the most amount of elimination points inside a squad. With that being said, the schedule off the day one of week 2 is in front of you guys, and pretty much the standard schedule that we've been taking a look at, as we would like to start the day off with Erangel. The second game will be played on Miramar. Third game, of course, Sanhok, Miramar, Erangel again. The cycle will continue as we're going to have Group E sitting it out from the first game.
Yeah.
Again, Group E does have some solid teams as well.
Yeah, Group E does have some very good names in it. We have the lineup of Deadeye's guys, as we just saw them, 1952, Jan Mara, and Gremlin Storm is going to be there as well. Gremlin Storm, again, started off quite nicely. First game, extremely good, finish in the top 4 in week 1. Game number 2 was, well, it was where things sort of slowed down for them, and they never picked up again after that. They missed out on that Live game, so no extra points to them as well. And because of which, I think Gremlin Storm this week, again, the arc of redemption, the story of redemption that we keep talking about, I mean, it is going to be true for them as well. They are in a similar shoes, so quite similar to what Jan Mara is going to be. Not Jan Mara, in fact, but quite similar to what the lads of A1 eSports are going to be in. But first game, what is going to be your expectation? And as I was asking earlier, do you think we will see the domination of Godlike Stalwart in week 2 again, or will we see a different team rise up to the challenge and take the first position away?
I don't think so. Look, Johnny, we all know that's not going to happen, all right? Godlike Stalwart, they're just, I mean, if a team was doing good, then it's okay. But if a team is having a monstrosity of a performance, then it's just, if you try to say that, okay, maybe another team will steal the first spot away from them, then you're on some high type of copium, buddy. There's no way. There's no way. No one's going to be stealing that first spot away from Godlike Stalwart because they're just miles ahead. They're just, I don't know. Whatever I want to say, at this point, I've said it already about this team. No matter how much I try to elaborate on this team, it's always less. But, Johnny, you know what we need to elaborate on is the prediction points, buddy, because we're tied up. And this time, I'm going to let you go first.
I know who you're going to pick. Since the way you have been talking about Godlike Stalwart, I think that is going to be a prediction for the first game. But guess what, buddy? It's going to be my prediction as well now.
Well, you messed up big time. That was not my prediction. That was absolutely not my prediction. But you know which team I'm going to go with, though?
Yeah.
If you ask me, I'm going to go with Deadeye's guys. I think so. It's a solid lineup because, again, as I mentioned, Group E sitting it out. That means Giant Mara, Skylightz Gaming, MABETEX eSports, and VENOM Legends are not going to be playing inside this one. Deadeye's guys, a solid team to kick things off. We've seen them in the past as well. They would not back out from starting things off on a great note inside Week 2, considering the fact that the Week 2 slates are completely clean. And as I mentioned, strike the iron when it's hot, and this is what the players of Deadeye's guys really need to do.
Exactly, and as you were mentioning about Godlike Stalwart and them being miles ahead of the rest of the competition, I mean, yeah, they are extremely good, but that's the most interesting part, that this week everyone is going to be starting from scratch. And we saw Godlike Stalwart also make a few mistakes here and there. If you remember, DRS catching up to them, just keeping the difference of 1 point for at least like 2 to 3 games, and then DRS, they slipped up, and because of which Godlike Stalwart was again able to expand upon their lead. This week, if they are not careful, if Godlike Stalwart are not careful, then that is going to happen again and again, and maybe at one point or the other, they're going to be pushed down to the second. And if it happens a little bit later during the week, it's going to be very difficult for them to catch up again to the first position. And let's not forget, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys do remember the format of this tournament, every single team plays 20 matches during the week, after which the top 12 teams get to play one extra game, which is played on Livik. That adds the points of that game to the overall rankings that were there based on the 20 matches that the teams have played. And then we see how the teams have finished. We look at the overall leaderboard. A point is assigned to every position that you're going to be on. Example, the teams in the first position are going to 20 points. Teams in the second will be getting 19, 18, 17, 16, and so on. And, well, those points are the points that you will start with in the final. So you have to be extremely consistent for 3 weeks. And since the points don't carry forward, every single week, it's like dealing with the same pressures, same sort of panic situation again and again on day one. So if a team fails to perform right now, if a team fails to have a strong start, then they're going to be in a troublesome situation from day 2 onwards, wherein they're going to be thinking about the fact, oh, we need to catch up. Oh, we are playing from behind. We don't have any time to lose. You will be playing against time itself, basically.
And you'll really need to find a beat on the timing. And we've seen so many times, again, the time will be running out, the days will be running out, the games will be running out. So you got to make every single moment, every single game count. And this is what some of the teams, they haven't really been able to do, especially teams that are in the latter half of the board. We spoke about DAX as well. DAX are currently in the second last spot in the overall rankings, and this is something we really did not expect from a team like DAX, right? Considering how they played in the previous PMPL, they were looking pretty decent. We thought that in the upcoming PMPLs, we'll see a little bit of upgrade, we'll see a little bit of better DAX, but that's not the case so far.
Yeah, definitely, I agree with that, because DAX last time around in the previous PMPL were looking so good. They had one of the best debuts you could ask for, but ladies and gentlemen, that's the conversation for, well, that's us talking about history, basically. We have to talk about the present as well, because the game number 1 of week 2 is on our screens, and the trajectory of the plane on the first map of Erangel is going to be starting on the center island from the western edge, the western side of Katka, and going all the way towards the south of Lipovka, basically between Lipovka and Milta Power. So it's a trajectory smack in the center of the map, and this is going to allow the teams to drop wherever they want. But look at that, Necro. Right off the bat, we have something very interesting happening. High Voltage going for a 2-2 wide split start.
Ooh. Interesting, right? I mean, A1 Esports like to do that. They always just split with each other. But I think so High Voltage, maybe they're here to counter the players of A1 Esports, because we've always had this conversation, Johnny, saying how irresponsible A1 Esports look with that sort of a split they have. And we always kept on mentioning it. If any other teams do make a research on that, and they can easily just try to take out those solo players, because even if they do have a 2-2 split, those other 2 players who drop near farm area, they're not that close to each other. So it's really easy to isolate those fights.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be easy pickings for the lads of DAX and A1 Esports if they actually manage to make it happen. But on the other side, a similar sort of split by the players of Skylightz Gaming, but that the key difference between how the 2 teams are going to be forced to play is going to come down in the fact that Skylightz Gaming, they don't have anyone near them. There's the players from Seal Esports right up top towards Yasnaya Poliana, but then the players can easily regroup as well with each other and manage to stay alive, manage to survive, move to the mid-game stages and so on. But on our screens right now, it's going to be Liquid from the side of Raw. We did see WIZZES Club in the distance, but it is going to be a manageable situation. There's quite a decent distance between the 2 individuals, between the 2 teams. So I'm not really expecting an early fight in this position, at least.
Me neither. And again, the playing flat path was pretty perfect for all the teams. They should be able to drop inside their designated drop spot. So it makes a lot of sense. We're probably not going to be seeing any sort of clashes just yet. Should be pretty fine. Raw Officials, one of those teams, Johnny, again, if we talk about teams on the struggling faces, Raw Official as well was one of those teams that was really struggling at the start. Later on, as the competition progressed on, Raw Official slowly and steadily started getting the grip back on the overall rankings.
Well, but let's see. Another opportunity, as we keep on mentioning, in fact, for all the teams that did not really perform in week 1, were middle of the table, or in fact missed out on even being part of the top 12. This week, they have the option of just giving it another shot, and it is going to impact how they begin the finals, how much pressure is going to be upon them for the grand finals. Now, WIZZES Club Octopus having exited, well, not exited exactly, but having come down from the Georgia Pole Hill, is going to look to see if he can, in fact, make a push for the vehicles that are going to be spawning out in the open and see if he can pick up a buggy over here. See, he's going to have to be extremely careful. There's... All right. Just lucky for him that the lads of IHC are not paying attention, so he is not going to be bothered for now. Otherwise, I was just waiting to see if maybe a few shots were going to be fired in his direction, but that's not happening.
Oh, not a good position to be in. He has been welcomed this time. And there you go. The man shut off completely as Leo is going to be taken out from the game. Definitely not a way you want to be dealt with, huh?
Yeah.
And unfortunately, that has been the case so far. It really does kind of strike me of what the performance was looking like inside week 1 of MABETEX eSports.
Well, even in week 1, they weren't doing too well, so I was just being hopeful that at least in week 2, they won't be as unlucky as we just saw them be. And it looks like even in week 2, we're going to see them struggle. There is not going to be any easy games this time around for MABETEX. On the other side, the A1 eSport towards the side of Farms have to be extremely careful now because teams are going to be pushing in their direction quite relentlessly. And that is going to mean you will have to take a lot of fights to protect your cover, to protect your houses. And also, just make sure that if you can pin down the opposition out in the open, that's going to mean they will have to deal with some additional pressure if the fight goes beyond 2 or 3 minutes. But let's see, DRS rules, it looks like is going to try and nade Slipknot from the side of Raw. It does connect, drops him down to around 60 HP. But the knock won't be secured now. Rules will have to take a head-on fight against Liquid. Damage traded by both the lads, and the backups have arrived from both the teams as well.
It indeed has, as Raw official. It's rush hour, and they're getting rushed on definitely by the players of DRS. Raw official, the guns are being fired from both the sides, but unfortunately DRS, they're on the receiving end. As Raw official, they're doing a great job of countering this push. DRS, the rest 2 players are all the way in the back lines. Not really a territory they wanted to step in, but they've already did so. Killer YT is knocked out. Now the rest of the players do want to get away from this one. The welcome has been pretty good, as Sus does not want to stop firing those shots onto those players. One goes down, the second one might just be on his way, barely surviving on a sliver of health.
Well, DRS not really sure of how they want to approach this, and also kind of underestimating what Raw were capable of. Is going to result in DRS almost getting wiped out. Gyanthe is going to be the last player left standing for his team, as Killer, Delta, and Rules are going to be finished off. And well, Raw, they're going to be quite happy about it. There's 3 points within the first 7 minutes of the game. That means up until the mid-game stages, all they have to do from now on is just find the loot and protect their position. That's it. Make it to the late game, you already have those extra finish points that you need.
Indeed. As we do take a look at the circle, Godlike Stalwart still scouting out the bridge lines, actions all the way in the front, as always. While the rest 3 players still in the back, TRZ still in the blue, taking a lot of damage. IHC and WIZZES Club as well. These 3 teams are still outside the circle, tanking a decent amount of damage, burning through a decent amount of meds, trying to make it inside the circle. The fights are going to continue to happen. Of course, it's not going to be stopped, but DRS, Johnny, a big team that we were looking out for, is now being cut off to only one last man alive.
Yeah. And again, it's the same team that finished second in the first week, not off to a great start in week number 2. So it's going to be quite interesting to see how the rest of the matches are going to go for them. Again, ladies and gentlemen, Just the first game of the second week, so things are just getting started. Even the teams will not be, well, they won't feel as much pressure as they would if this was day number 2, day number 3. DRS, they're going to be quite chill about this. Right, one game, one bad game in the early days, it's fine. We can deal with this later. We can make up for points that you lost in this match later, hopefully during today itself. But now Dax Assault, it looks like, is going to get an upgrade from the airdrop that drops right next to him. Has an MK14, the quick draw mag for the snipers is going to be there in this airdrop, along with the level 3 kit as well.
Ooh, the airdrop though. Again, I mean, he has got his hands on it. Hopefully he makes it count as well. Does have a nice upgrade to play with. MK14 is not just a normal weapon. It's just an absolute devastating of a weapon. So you got to make sure you're making every single bullet count. But at the same time, as you do take a look at the mid phase of the game, every single team outside the circle, now it's a rush hour for them. They will need to try and make it in as quick as possible. TRZ and Deadeye's Warriors, definitely these two teams do not want to cross each other's eyes. TRZ especially, because week 1 has been pretty rough for them, as high voltage. Unfortunate stuff out here. IC in the front lines. Y'all's knocked out. They found their trade, as Prabeen's going to be a complete casualty onto themselves. Malik will try to flip things around, but he's all by himself right in the front. This is an unfortunate situation for the players of high voltage. Assassin closing into IC. Is IC aware of what's going on around him? IC catching some fire. Position compromise, getting charged down by Assassin. That should not be that difficult. IC taken down. The rest 2 players are in the back. And what a spray! It will shut down rest 2 players as well. IC in a big world of trouble. They're down to just that one last man alive.
Yeah, ISC not really hoping or not really thinking that this is how this fight would go. High voltage making sure that they get punished for taking an aggressive decision out in the open. Now 3 players down, 1 last man will be left standing. And I don't think it's going to be long before we see IHC getting eliminated from this match as well. All the big names that we talked about are the first ones to go down. Ooh, look at this, the DE Warriors. It looks like have spotted out the players from TRZ. They are quite split apart from each other. Mad Cat has been surrounded from every single direction. The spray from Snakes is going to be there, but he whiffs it completely.
Deadeye's Warriors.
Connects a few shots, but not enough damage to secure the knock right there.
None of those bullets connecting.
The Warriors a failed opportunity
Not
to gain
really
an
inside a
advantage
circle.
against the players of TRZ.
Try and
This
get
might
in a better
come back
spot.
to bite them, but let's see.
That's for sure. Finding that one this late in the game should be definitely quite troublesome, considering you have teams like High Voltage approaching from the edge lines. And TRZ themselves, they did meet each other a while ago, but there's a chance they might just clash into each other once again. Deadeye's Warriors, for now, they're going to stop right on the edge. I don't know if this is a great call, but this is how the team likes to play. This team likes to play on the edges, and so far it's been working out for them. They've been doing pretty decent in the overall rankings. But again, if you speak of AJ, seems like my friend Johnny's having a little bit of technical difficulties. But AJ, from the side of Skylightz Gaming, we spoke about Skylightz Gaming as well. Even Skylightz Gaming needs to step things up, because expectations from this team, the fans, they're expecting a little bit more. And this team so far, sometimes there are some occasions they're able to deliver. But at the end of the day, week 1 overall rankings is not somewhere you want to see the players of Skylightz Gaming in. Raw, really close to the players of Godlike Stalwart. Skylightz Gaming, even closer. I don't think so we're going to see any sort of critical damage being dealt, because both these teams will try to play things as safe as possible.
But I still think, Necro, this has to be the most hypey fight of the first game. It's three very strong teams that just like to play based on their firepower and how aggressive they can be. And if all three of them decide to fight it out at the same time, then it's going to be super fun for us to witness. Look at that. Pika getting shot in the face by Slipknot. But again, no knock secured. Wonderful. Koenigsegg showroom right there with the beautiful cars. Incus with the mini, trying to see if he can take down the players. Well, at least take one of the players from the side of Skylightz Gaming down. As Mr. Bora is just going to try and protect his vehicles. Multiple mini objectives that you have to focus on while you try to save your lives.
Raw official. Not sure about the position if this is good or not. But this position is definitely not going to be great as the circle starts to close in even more. Nice shots from Boro. Did catch his hair. Is here to hand out some haircuts to the players. Skylightz Gaming still tapping around. They do spot some individuals, but not able to find a sweet spot. Not able to find that sweet target. But still, so far, as I mentioned, we aren't really seeing any sort of critical stuff happening. Everything is just chill. We're just hearing a couple of gunshots as teams are getting comfortable or suitable inside their compounds.
Right, Mafia Ninja now. Did you realize that now T2K is going to close in on their position as well? 15 minutes in, all 16 teams still remaining, but individual bodies have been lost by a few of those teams, and a few big names, in fact, down to the last surviving players. And the circle just still continues to play with all of these desperate teams, desperate to win the first game. Look at that. The late rotation working out quite nicely for the side of WIZZES Club, as now they can enter the zone quite safely, but this is going to be the triangle of death at this point. Godlike, Stalwart, Raw, and Skylightz Gaming. We do see them moving around out in the open on the map. But will they go down, or will they take someone down? We will find out soon. B-Shawl, it looked like, had spotted out one of the last few surviving players from the side of IHC, but they did manage to rotate.
Feel the calm before the storm. The next circle has taken a big curveball shift. Teams are starting to close in as well. As soon as some big mammoths make an entry inside that circle, we're going to see an all-out war. As you mentioned, WIZZES Club, they might have found themselves in lucky shoes, but they don't have a lot of cover to play with. And now they've just met against the players of Seal, and Seal are doing some light work onto them. As Spooky, he found the opening. Domain goes down. The second player's quite low as well. Red cannot afford to play in the front anymore. Octopus in the black, trying to stay safe. But again, for how long? That barrel is going to be really easy to chuck those nades in. This is why I never love places that has dips in it. It's just so easy to chuck those nades in it, because the nade is always going to be just traveling to the center of that dip, and there's usually where the players are. You don't really have a lot of hiding space in those type of situations. Domain's back on his feet. For now, there's two players alive, but the nade parade is never going to stop. Spooky with another nade. This might just seal it. Lands pretty close, but not able to find that sweet target.
As you were talking about it again, I completely agree with it. It's like being stuck in a bowl, and then it's very easy for the opposition to take you down. Seal eSport, yeah, to finish off whatever's left from the side of WIZZES Club. But in the distance, we do see the lads from Elementrix going down to the players of the Warriors. Godlike, Stalwart taking a fight against Raw, and it looks like they are doing quite well for themselves in that particular situation. Spooky and Lucifer, one nade after the other, being lobbed towards the lads of WIZZES Club, but still no finishes. In fact, only one finish has been secured. Domain was knocked out, but Red is going to be right next to him as well. It's going to be quite difficult, not a little too difficult for the lads of Seal eSport to finish it off as they come charging in. It's a 2v1 situation. The knock is going to be secured, but it's not going to be enough. Spooky trading his teammate out. And WIZZES Club, they're going to be down to their last surviving player.
The amount of utilities, though, the players of Seal used in that fight It's insane. I don't think
Yeah.
that was worth it at all. As soon as Seal they found the first 2 knockouts, the push should have been made right then and there. With all the 4 players coordinating perfectly, that push could have been executed without a problem. But Seal, maybe just second-guessing themselves, maybe not confident within themselves of winning that fight. They were not able to make that push happen, but finally somehow made the courage to make the push happen. But the next circle is going to shift on the left side even more, centering up on the players of Avon NB and MABETEX eSports. IT Godless is all by himself on the edge there. And he's all by, as I mentioned, he's all by himself. So he wants to keep his position anonymous. Somehow he's made it alive from that fight. So he does not want to let the identity just go away like that. Jane in the front, catching a lot of fire. Skylightz Gaming looking to put a full stop to Jane's story.
Ooh, this is going to be quite interesting to see how these 2 lads decide to fight it out. Jane, again, as you mentioned, is stuck behind that US. The nade is going to be lobbed quite close to him by Nima, and we did see AJ with one in his hand as well as he was trying to push forward, but Nima alone is going to be enough. And Jane, and not just him, it's the entirety of T2K that end up being finished off. And Skylightz Gaming, the squad wipe, is going to make them quite happy as now they have 4 points secured in the blue zone still though. So it's a bittersweet moment for them. The fight worked out quite nicely, but now their rotation has been delayed. But on the other side, Godlike Stalwart still stuck between a rock and a hard place. TRZ on one and Raw on the other, and they do not like backing off, so they're just going to push through this.
They indeed are. Scry on the other side of the circle, or on the other side of the smoke. He was catching a lot of hurt. VENOM Legends, one of those teams that really does need a nice head start inside this week. Getting approached by AJ. Susan being pushed back. Cannot afford this one. Susan had a big advantage inside the fight as well. Now might be flushed out of the utilities. Nate should be tossed in. And yes, it is. Susan has no other option left. Will need to step outside, and the Molotov is on fire. Drop and roll. Susan safe for now. But for how long? He's getting charged on by the entire team now, and he will eventually crumble down under a lot of pressure, and he exactly does. Skylightz Gaming taking over this shack.
Ooh, this is theirs now, as you mentioned. And Raw running from right in front of them. Shots are going to be fired, but Skylightz Gaming, they don't care. They have their crosshairs set on the opposition, and they're going to try and take them down. But from the distance, Pika is not making things any bit easier for them. Oh, the timing of that knock right before the buggy went over him. But from the distance, the backup coming in right in the nick of time, allowing Skylightz Gaming to live for a few extra seconds. But Godlike Stalwart, the first game, Necro. Ooh, not really a finish that we expected. Or I expected.
Yeah, I mean, we all know that is the similar sort of circumstance all the time that happens, yeah? Inside the first game, they're never able to play that well. But hopefully in the upcoming games, I mean, they probably will. It's not even hopeful at this point. We're just really sure about that team. Raw officials on our screens. Liquid, the last man alive. Deadeye's Warriors on top of the hill, getting just mowed down by the players of DAX. DAX so far having a nice position for themselves, a nice sweet spot to play with. Look at Avon eSports inside the circle, looking so comfortable. They also have a solid cover to play with. It does seem like this should be their game.
Jiggle does see Gangster. In fact, knows Gangster is going to be there behind the tree, but forgets that even he has no cover. He has nothing to protect himself out in the open, because of which MABETEX ends up finding an easy knock, and now they know where to push to secure that point. Although, on the other side, we do have the players from DAX. They have A1 eSports pinned down in front of them, but they are worried about the players from the side of the Warriors in the distance. Quite an interesting situation for the players, but the slam is going to be there on these compounds. Utility lobbed in though. Spike is going to be knocked out in the process. Assault pushing forward. In fact, wrapping around the entire building is going to come up against Gajor. Both the players looking to see if they can knock out the opposition, and Assault does find the opening, but it's going to be a little too late, as A1 eSports already have the numbers turned around in their favor. Struggled and... Whoa! What is that? High voltage, where did you come from?
Everyone wants a piece of this prime compound, but the nade is gonna shut down the players. Assassin falls down as well. You blink it and you miss it. High voltage already losing out on two of the crucial players, and now third one might just be on his way as well. And yes, he is. But look at Struggle, still inside the smoke, waiting for the right moment to strike. But the problem is the smoke. And because of the smoke, he cannot see anything. As soon as the smoke fades away, there's a big chance A1 Esports' lifeline as well might just fade away. But Struggled, still playing this one as patient as possible. Will now finally spot out the player in the front. They're so unaware of the fact that there might be someone there, and finally strikes in and stings like a scorpion.
Oh,
this
boy.
is it. This is it.
Yeah, this is it. It's done. Oh, it goes outside! How could you miss that? How could you miss that? That was a very easy nade lob right there. Struggle doing so well. The trigger discipline hiding inside the smoke, even though he knew the lads from A1 Esports were going for a revive. But had that nade gone in, he would have gotten all those picks. A1 Esports, they survived, and they're going to be quite lucky that they did. They're going to be feeling very lucky that they came out of that fight alive. But Necro, with all this chaos happening inside of the match, look at this. We are down to the top two teams, and DE Warriors or A1 Esports are going to have an amazing start to this week, because A1 Esports is down to 5 eliminations, and DE Warriors are already at 8.
Oh, boy. A1 Esports really needs this one in the bag for the confidence. The circle has been their friend, but not this time. They're finally in a big challenge to step outside that compound and find a better spot inside the circle. They are tossing in as many as utilities possible. The smoke grenades are there in the front to provide the visual blockage and a visual cover against the players of Deadeye's Warriors. And now finally they're going to decide to move out with the vehicles as well. But for how long are the smokes going to keep them shrouded? Deadeye's Warriors, they have the prime positioning right now inside the fight. They also have a little high ground to play with, and the only trees inside this area. With the prime positioning, it seems like this is a chicken dinner set for the players of Deadeye's, or for the Deadeye's Warriors.
It seems like it for now, but it's not over until it is actually over. And now it's going to be soon, because Hitman is there. 1v3 situation. We've seen him pull his team out of this multiple times before in week 1, but this time the Warriors aren't going to let it happen. And ladies and gentlemen, the first winner chicken dinner going into the hands of DE Warriors. 10 eliminations, 25 points in total, almost 2,000 damage dished out. So it was an impressive performance, but again, the highlight Necro for me from this first game has to be A1 Esports' fight against High Voltage, and also the team that pushed before. It was so interesting because two teams back to back pushing towards your compound, and instead of just holding on to their position, A1 Esports counter pushed towards High Voltage. Even though they were numbers down, they did not care. They were like, all right, let's just go YOLO. And that sort of surprise that High Voltage did not expect was the reason that they got taken out so quickly. Otherwise, I'm pretty sure had A1 Esports just stayed in and tried to back off, they would have been destroyed in seconds. But now I'm happy with the fact that we are getting to witness the sort of match, the sort of fights that we were hoping for from A1 Esports in this week, at least for now.
I mean, hey, the group of rookies shine through once again. And this is something we all wanted to see. Deadeye's Warriors doing so incredible inside that previous game, able to start things off on a great note. Hopefully this sort of a rocket start, this sort of a rocket jump is just continued forward in the games as well. Because, again, you will have a lot of games today as well. 4 more games to go in the front. I mean, which, of course, one of them you guys will not be playing because your group was standing out.
Yeah, but for now, we'll take a very short break. So you guys stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be back after this.
I know you
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Fall Season 2022. This is Super Johnny, joined by Necro alongside with me, and this event is brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. Now, game number 1 of the day is done. We're going to be moving on to game number 2, but before we do that, we have to talk about the numbers, the stats from the previous matchup. We saw an impressive win from the side of DE Warriors. A1 eSports having a pretty nice game for themselves, dealing with 2 amazing teams back-to-back and coming out on top as well. But Necro, let's talk about the big names. We saw godlike Stalwart get eliminated super early. We saw IHC make a massive blunder, taking a fight out in the open, being spread out. What do you think? Are we going to see the recoveries from these names happen tomorrow or today, or do we have to wait till tomorrow?
Oh, well, we'll probably see it today, without a doubt. I think so. The big factor behind their unsuccessful story in that game was the circle. The circle was just taking hard shift after hard shifts. Again, as you mentioned, IT as well getting caught out in the open. High Voltage having a big advantage in that fight itself. That gave a big sort of advantage to the players of High Voltage, considering they had a better cover, they had the most advantage, they had the high ground to play with. On the other hand, IHC were just completely scattered out, and they lost their first player instantly. But as you do take a look at the MVP, it's going to be Nirzed. Of course, Nirzed has been the pop-off man a lot of times from the side of DEADEYES Warriors. Then you have the player focus in front of us too, as it's going to be Assassin from the side of High Voltage. Then again, another player from DE Warriors, it's going to be Doc922. How can we forget Doc? I mean, again, keep this in mind, ladies and gentlemen. This is a group of rookies in the team of DE Warriors who are standing tall against the pros.
Yeah. I mean, I completely agree with it. They are standing up against the pros and they're taking them on at every single time head on. No fear at all, just because they lack a little bit of experience. That's what they are here to do. They are here to gain the experience, just garner the experience and that use it for their betterment in the future. But as you mentioned, I mean, DE Warriors, I have to talk about this. Doc is a man who's just absolutely built different from everyone else. We see him be quite consistent for his team, and he's going to be, I think he has to be the player, as we talk about entry for 1952, he's going to be that man for DE Warriors, someone who the team can rely on no matter what the situation. Just like Pika and godlike Stalwart as well. Even in this match, we saw him, the last player surviving for his team, tried his level best to take down the players of Skylightz Gaming, but wasn't really able to do so since he was also quite exposed. But we do have the match summary in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. Highest eliminations, we know it is going to be Assassin sitting on the first position with 5 being the number. Then we have Nirzed on the second in terms of highest damage. Sorry, on the first in the list of highest damage. Highest assist going to Doc with number being 4 assists. And highest healing done, it is going to be Nima from the side of Skylightz Gaming with 397 healing done.
Skylightz Gaming, unfortunately, them getting caught outside the circle. As soon as they try to make the entry inside the circle, they were really not able to play that well. Again, this is something I've really noticed about Skylightz Gaming inside this PMPL. I feel like they're sometimes really shy to challenge a fight. They're sometimes shy to be confident in the firepower they have. And I've been noticing this sort of a scenario with a lot of teams inside this PMPL. They're second-guessing themselves. They're doubting their own skills.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, I mean, 1952, that's one of the teams that even we know they have the skills. They have the firepower among them. There's no need to be afraid. Just need to make sure that you have that decision that you made. It is set in stone, and you're not, as you mentioned, Necro, second-guessing it. You're not backing away from it. But, ladies and gentlemen, the match rankings on our screens. The Warriors walking away with 25 points from the first game of the day. On the second, we have A1 eSport, who got 17 points, High Voltage with 13. MABETEX also having a decent run in the first game, 12 points to them. But then on the bottom of the rankings, we have teams like Elementrix getting nothing from this. DRS walking away with 0 points. TRZ just 1 point from this match. Even that was a placement point. So they did make it at least within the top 8, but from there on out, no eliminations were secured, because of which it is just that one placement point that they will have to settle with. But the good news is the fact that this was the first game. There is no overall ranking as such, at least for now. So these are the points that you get. These are the rankings that you have for now. And moving on from game number 2 onwards, that is when the teams will have to, well, at least play to be a little bit consistent. Hopefully we get to see that happen soon. But another thing that is going to happen, in fact, is that we will get to see the Oppo F21 moments.
Oh, yeah, we will. And this is the exact fight I was trying to explain. IHC out in the open, they already lost a player early off, and then they were left with 3 players alive, in which IC was so close to danger he couldn't avoid it anymore. One nade chipped down IC way too low, and then instantly assassin aggressed on. And this is what I'm loving about High Voltage. As soon as they see an opportunity, as soon as they see a moment, they will just instantly capture on it. They will just capitalize on it. And this is what I'm loving about some of the teams, right? And this is what teams like Godlike Stalwart are doing. This is what teams like Deadeye's Warriors are doing. If they make a decision, they will stick to it, not back off, neither second guess themselves, neither try to figure out some sort of new strategy around it. No, you've made a decision, you try to execute it no matter what.
Well, definitely. And moving forward, I think that is something that they will have to be extremely careful about, because IHC, as you were talking about their early fight, even I could not understand why the decision was made to just have that one reg as cover and then approach the team fight with one of the lads overextending already and getting knocked out. One player already having been finished off. You know you're at a massive, massive disadvantage in that situation. It wasn't a wise choice. But hey, they do like to take those risks, especially if they do make these mistakes early in the day. They are just, I believe, just testing the waters, testing what the other teams, the mindsets that the other teams, the other squads are going to be coming into week number 2 with. And maybe we're going to see a switch in playstyle based off of that. But at least for now, it was just game 1. Everything is going to change in the upcoming matches. The map is going to be different. Group E is going to be back, and Group D is going to be going out for a break. So that is another thing that does allow the teams a little bit of flexibility, considering there are few empty spots on the map. But for now, let's have a look at the schedule of the day.
Exactly, the schedule of the day. And here we go. The second game is going to be played on the map of Miramar, where Group E is going to be sitting it out. Now, Johnny, we have looked at the schedule. We don't need to talk about it anymore. What we need to talk about is A1 eSports, A1NB. In week 1, a lot of hatred was spread on this name. In week 2, they have been able to start things off on a great note. But just for the audience that are sitting and that are really not satisfied with the performance that the players of A1 eSports have showcased, it's understandable. I feel you guys as well. Even me, as a commentator, I expected a lot much more from the side of A1 eSports. But once I figured out that A1 eSports aren't really playing with their main lineup with Sketch and Nightwing in it, then I was like, okay, it's understandable why we're not seeing A1 eSports that great. Because trust me when I say this, I heard a lot of good things about this team's entering inside this PMPL. I heard a lot of people saying that this team has improved miles than what we saw last time. But unfortunately, Sketch and Nightwing, if I'm not wrong, these 2 players are included inside the main lineup, and they're not able to play inside this one.
Yeah, so this was an unpleasant surprise that was not welcomed by us at all. We did not want this to happen. In fact, everyone was quite hopeful to see what A1 eSports will be bringing in, as you mentioned, to this PMPL South Asia. But I have to focus on the positive as well, because there are teams from the same region that have been doing quite well. TRZ, as we keep talking about their moments of brilliance, the few games that they played in week 1 where they played like absolute gods, and of course, can't forget 1952, because that is one team that I think will be holding on to the mantle from this tournament, from this particular PMPL moving forward. They're going to be considered as the next light bearers for their own region, and hopefully we see them be consistent this week as well. This first game worked out quite nicely. They got quite a decent well, they weren't here. They're going to be stepping up, but hopefully in the first game that they play now, which is going to be the next one, we're going to see them walk away at least in the top 4 with 4 to 5 eliminations. They have to. The 1952, the only problem is they try to play like IHC does, wherein they are going to take the early games a little bit slower. They're going to be feeling, they're just going to get themselves warmed up, and from day 2 onwards is when we see them just try hard, go absolute try hard in every single game and secure all of those points. But IHC, the level of the difference in the level of aggression is quite different between the 2 teams.
It is. Again, these 2 teams are, I would like to say, every single team inside the lobby, they have their own playing pattern. They have their own play style, right? And there might be some teams that admire some other teams. For example, the teams that are just coming inside the lobby and they're admiring a team like Godlike Stalwart. And I would do not want to just directly say it, but I do feel like the players of Deadeye's Warriors, somewhat, they're kind of similar to the players of Godlike Stalwart, but they're not really able to execute the strategy exactly as well as the players of Godlike Stalwart, because of course it is their masterpiece. They have came up with it, so they're of course going to be the masters of the playstyle that they have found. But Deadeye's Warriors, so far, they're doing a great job of trying to replicate the similar sort of a playstyle.
Yeah, they look quite good, in fact. And I think it along with the fact that, as you mentioned, Godlike Stalwart have mastered their own sort of, in fact, have created their own unique playstyle over the years that they've been together. I think it is also the lack of experience that DE Warriors have of playing in a lobby like this, where teams from 4 different regions come together, and it's 4 completely different tempos of playing the game. We know Mongolian teams, they like to be very quick about how they approach those fights, how quickly the fights go, how quickly the teams get taken out. The games are a little bit more aggressive. Over in South Asia, there used to be a time where we were all about just playing for the late game, play for survival, make it to the late game, and then you would have just unadulterated chaos at that point. But now the level of aggression has picked up its pace. But combine that with the survival of instincts that teams like Skylightz Gaming have, teams like DRS have, teams like Train to Kill have. It becomes very interesting to see how sort of these two teams, these two different completely different regions collide against each other. But Necro, what is going to be your pick for this game? Who do you think is going to win?
Really tough for me to say, but I'm going to go with Godlike Stalwart. Game 2.
Yeah, it is the second game of the day, and usually it seems like it's a ritual for them at this point. It's not even a tradition, it's just a ritual thing. It gives them good luck, and because of which they do end up winning quite a lot, in fact. So Necro is going to be Godlike Stalwart, and that means I will go with Godlike Stalwart.
Dude, come on. Stop, man. Stop making it
Would you not like to make
us.
the competition a little bit more interesting? If we stay as close as possible, if we stay on 4, 5, we also move together up until the last day of the tournament, Necro.
What are you talking about, man? Listen, all right? This is my comeback story, okay? This is my comeback story. I've made a comeback in my predictions, and you were really making a lot of fun of me at the start, right? And then as soon as I started making a comeback, now you're like, now you remember the Brotherhood?
Yeah.
Now you want to stay with me? Is this how it is? But yeah, the upcoming game should be lined up soon, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, as we know, it's going to be played on the map of Miramar, where a lot of teams are pretty good. IHC, Stalwart themselves, of course, are phenomenal on this map. But we'll need to figure out, we'll need to see how this one's going to looking like, because the first game was taken away by the players of Deadeye's Warriors, and now considering Deadeye's guys as well is back inside the competition, so this is going to be quite interesting.
Yeah, it's going to be fun, I have to say. None the least, even if the teams just played by the textbook with how Godlike Stalwart and IHC, how much freedom they have gotten in the last few days, I think they will not be stopped at all. IHC as well, as you said, it is one of their stronger map. Godlike Stalwart also have a lot of success on this particular map, but same can be said for teams like Deadeye's guys. They do have on top with them who is considered one of the best snipers in his region. We all know once the man does in fact literally have an height advantage in this game, he becomes a monster. He knows how to take fights in the long distance, and that is what he excels at. So it is going to be his particular map as well, DE. Hopefully we're going to see them perform as well on Miramar today. But for now, the game has started. The trajectory of the plane starting from the northeastern edge of the map and going all the way towards Monte Nuevo. So this is leaning towards the northern side. Anyone heading towards Puerto Palacio, which is where usually Steel eSports like to start the game from, they're going to have to second guess how they're going to get there.
Ooh, okay. So speaking of second guessing, TDK inside this one. Now, hopefully they're not going to second guess themselves.
Yeah.
Because later in the week 1, we saw a lot of second guesses even from their side. So keep this in mind, ladies and gentlemen. No matter how experienced of a player you are, no matter how experienced of a team you are, when you're in that zone, when you're in that playing field, when you're playing a big tournament as a PMPL, you start doing things that you really do not want to do as well. You start doing things unknowingly. And it really does happen. It's the nerves getting to you at that moment. It's the heat of the moment that you'll need to try and counter. That's why it's sometimes really tough to keep yourself calm. Again, we keep on saying just keep yourself calm, but it's really tough to keep yourself calm sometimes when that situation actually occurs in front of you.
But look at this. Already Miramar off to a fun start. We know what to expect on El Pozo, but now Steel Esport heading towards La Cabrera, a switch up in the drop. As we did discuss, the trajectory of the plane not allowing them to go all the way towards Puerto Paracio, so their comfort spot, their comfort zone has been taken away from them, but it works out quite nicely, this drop up not for them, because now they will be inside the circle. They don't have to risk moving out in the early game, and they can manage to be safe, just take as much time as possible to loot around, find those better weapons. But again, towards El Pozo, Raw versus Dax, this fight is going to happen every single time these two teams are going to play this map together.
Spike X in the close. As you brought up, yeah, this drop clash in El Pozo has always been happening, but both these teams are staying in their own limits, in their own territory, not really overextending themselves somewhere else. But if you speak of the map, we pretty much know we're accustomed to all the drop spots over here. Godlike Stalwart likes to drop inside San Martin, DRS near Hacienda del Patron, Deadeyes guys in Picado, A1 Esports near Los Leones, Gremlin Storm all the way on the right side in Impala. Gremlin Storm is another really mysterious topic to talk about, right? The way they've been playing Gremlin Storm, there are some signs of improvement, but the signs of improvements, the pace they're improving is really slow.
Well, then they are going to have to pick up the speed with that. Otherwise, once you get to the finals and you start competing to make, well, to secure the spot, in fact, for the SA Championship, things are going to be very difficult for you, because with their godlike Stalwart teams, like godlike Stalwart team like DRS, T2K, IHC, all these others, like hyper aggressive teams, which you always see fighting in every single game, they slow things down. They start holding angles. They start holding positions. And they get even more deadlier than before.
Mm-hmm.
But
speaking
Dax,
of,
yeah.
Again, I just wanted to bring up a team over here. Speaking of holding angles, Elementrix, a really good team when it comes to the defensive style.
Yep.
Defensive side. But sometimes do stumble across when it comes down to the aggression, when it comes down to breaching other teams' defense. But if it comes down to holding a compound, if it comes down to defense themselves, they're really good at positioning themselves in a really good defensive stance and actually come out on top in those fights as well. So that's why we've seen majority of the times, as soon as the circle is favoring the players of Elementrix somewhere in the final moments, there's a big chance they're probably going to win the game as well.
Yeah, there is. But again, Miramar, it seems like it's going to be quite a standard Miramar that we're going to witness this time around. Not a lot of action in the early stages. Even on the map, the teams have figured out a way to avoid each other. The only fight we expect in this particular game that happens early is the Dax versus Raw, and Dax deciding that they don't want any part of that in this particular game, have backed off, have exited El Pozo, in fact, even, just to stay away and avoid the players from Raw. It does give them a slight advantage in the fact that they will have the opportunity to find some different cover position inside of the zone, since they were playing right on the edge of the first circle. But they have to be extremely careful. You push too far in, you're going to come across godlike Stalwart.
Godlike Stalwart right now just getting looted up, getting comfortable. They're not going to try to break through, or they're not going to try to at least aggress outside San Martin. Yet they're going to try to play things safe. And look at this, right, Johnny? These little things really does separate Godlike Stalwart from all the other teams. His rest of the team is in the front inside San Martin, while Pika is on top of the hill, scouting it out. Even though they know no one's around them, even though they know no one dares to enter inside their territory, they still have a Boy Scout all the way up at the top, right?
Oh, but let's see what is going to happen over here. DRS rules. It looks like for a split second could spot out one of the players from the side of Godlike Stalwart in the distance, but the collision not really happening right now at this point of the match. Although talking about the other teams, so all of these teams, DRS, Godlike Stalwart, Elementrix, T2KD, all of them are in the center of the zone. No incentive for them to get out in the open and fight against each other. Because if they end up losing their losing their players, if they end up getting wiped out even, it's going to be for no gain at all. You get a few extra points, but you risk making it to the late game stages with a man advantage for nothing. You could have just stayed down in your compound and made it either way. Although on the other side, we do have Gremlin Storm, A1 eSports, E-Warriors playing from outside the zone. Once these teams start moving in, towards the center of the zone, it's going to be very difficult for them to find those cover positions. On our screens right now, ladies and gentlemen, are going to be the players of IHC, and it seems like they have been made aware of the presence of Janmara near them.
The presence is known, but are they going to decide to react on it? As always, we see MABETEX eSports all the way up north. And speaking of Miramar, that one fight between MABETEX eSports, and I don't exactly remember which team was that. It was all the way out in the blue, and they were still fighting each other. And then in the end, both of them just lost their chances. Both of them just could not get a lot of points secured. They just griefed each other games. But for now, let's focus on this one. T2K, kind of close to the players of A1 eSports, can be a little problematic as soon as A1 eSports start to close in. DEADEYES Warriors' ball looking comfortable for now. Elementrix, pretty close. Godlike Stalwart have spotted out the presence of Dax, and they are taking a couple of shots, a couple of engagements on their own side, but nothing critical happening just yet inside the lobby. The next circle is going to shift up north, making teams even more uncomfortable. Every single team now will again start to hustle once more, because Godlike Stalwart is one of those teams that will really like to have a nice prime spot in their hands. They like to play off centers. They don't like to exactly play in the center spot. They like to play somewhere outskirt in the center. And this is what really does help Godlike Stalwart get those elimination points from the teams that are trying to rotate inside in the center, or either they can deal a lot of damage from that position to the teams that are playing the center.
But they do have Elementrix in the red, Dax up north. It's going to be quite interesting to see how Scry and his teammate Top are going to push up north, join action and Pika. But IHC, oh look at this. They have spotted out and in fact knocked down two of the players from the side of Janmara. No Fear is going to be on his knees. Snipe does in retaliation find a trade as he snipes down IC. And it has been a running joke for now that IC does in fact melt on this particular map, not really being able to convert the advantage into anything. And from the distance, Godless is going to be taken down as well as the third party comes in from Gremlin Storm. IHC 2 games back-to-back losing squad fights. This is not something that this is something that does not usually happen. It's quite uncommon.
Yeah, we're not accustomed to seeing this. Gremlin Storm, just always, they're somehow landing more bullets than the players of IHC, just keeping them on their knees, making sure IHC are not going to overextend themselves. But for now, this sort of Cold War, the players of Gremlin Storm have definitely won this one. Gremlin Storm, now the targets are going to be switched on top of the players of map. Oh, that could have been a really close knockout. Second player spotted too. Dictator, nice precise shooting. Did catch a little head there. He's out here to give some haircuts to the players that are standing in the front. So you got to make sure you're not standing in the opposition of the players of Gremlin Storm, because right now they're definitely out for blood, and they're also playing in the off center somewhere. Stalwart eSports, on the other hand, they're having a nice 2-2 split going on. Two players are somewhere in the off center. The rest two are still in San Martin, being as comfortable as possible to make it in. But yeah, as you mentioned, Godless has been the casualty in that previous fight. IHC are stumbling.
Yeah, and it could have been much worse. They just lost one player for now. They could have lost two more potentially, so good recovery on the part of IHC, but still, they could have instead just pushed on Janmara straight up and gotten a squad wipe right there. No need to go for a wide flank when the fight is a head-on fight out in the open on Miramar, and you have a two-player advantage. But let's see, Gremlin Storm Memo is trying to see. They did spot out one of the players from the side of DRS, I believe, a few seconds earlier. And now they're still trying to see if they can have vision of him again. Have him in his line of fire, but Elementrix again, 1952, where Orange is going to be the first man knocked out. 1952 having the advantage of being on the high ground in the numbers against Orange. Well, they were clearly against him. It was a literal 1v4 situation, an uphill battle. And he had no backup as well, so he was knocked out. And now he's going to be finished off in the distance. DAX losing their players to the side of DE Warriors.
1952 still just moving around in that exact vicinity. Not doing anything harmful. At least for yet, as they've found one knockout. They haven't converted that into an elimination point yet. The rest of the players of Elementrix are really far away. That split is still making me confused. What were they exactly thinking with that split? But yeah, Elementrix in big trouble now as they've lost out on a player. Now the rest three will need to try and make it inside the circle because the next circle is shifted away from them and it's quite far away as well. If you're going to waste a lot of time inside this fight, then you're going to miss out on an opportunity to get a good spot inside the circle. Already a lot of teams are in vehicles and already making it inside the circle, so it's a big wave of vehicle moving inside the zone. So you got to be the one to be quick as well.
Yeah, definitely. When, and especially when the zone is right over water treatment, because it is going to be a king of the hill situation over there. DRS Gyante, it looks like he's the sole occupant of this compound at this point. The players from the side of Raw moving around him. And he knows how to stay calm in a situation like this when there's a lot of noise around you. All he has to do is just gather all of this information and relay it to his teammates. In fact, they can figure out where to go to provide cover fire. Dax on the other side, almost being able to secure a knock from the side of the Warriors. But Nizet, he will feel so lucky about that Spike backed off right in the nick of time. Assault, Struggle, and Spike X, all that remain. And it looks like it's a 4v3 situation in which Dax, they do stand tall with the numbers advantage. The shot's not connecting, and Struggle, he's going to keep on struggling. And as he gets knocked out, Spike 6, he's going to be put on his knees as well. Spike goes down, Assault last player. AKM comes in action, and he is in a 1v2 on the high ground. I don't think he's going to survive. Oh, he does! Brings it down to a 1v1. How does the second not happen right there?
Oh, he falls down as well. How is Assault just taking down these players one after another? How did he not realize that he's getting pushed on by Nirzed and still kept on going for that first hit? There could have been a chance if we whipped out that AK once more and went for that fight head on. There could have been a chance he might have, or he could have came out on top. We know AK in close range sometimes can be really devastating if you do land that first blow on the head. But oh boy. Unfortunately, he was not able to survive that. DE Warriors outside the play zone. Now they're going to start to take a lot of damage. They're going to start burning a lot of meds. It's going to be next to impossible to stay alive as well. And yeah, all those three players have already been taken outside the zone. They have fallen to the play zone. That means Nirzed is going to be the only glimmer of hope alive. East goes down as well. And Deadeye's Warriors on a cusp of getting eliminated.
But Assault, that situation right there, he took down 3 players, Necro. Do you reckon? So I have a question for you now. He was still at, I believe, 40% HP when Nirzed pushed forward, and an AKM at close range can be extremely deadly. Do you think had he kept on fighting, he could have just clutched out the situation and not Like,
I mean-
had he not gone for the first aid.
I mean, the odds are more than just staying stale and going for a first aid while the man is pushing you, right?
Yeah.
The
yeah.
odds are better, so I would say take the fight. You know you're already getting pushed on. You don't have any other option. If you do decide to just med in the open like that while you know you're getting pushed on, then you're pretty much just a sitting target. You're sitting duck. So you'd rather take the fight because the odds of winning that fight is way much more better if you do take a fight. So, yeah. But again, the props should be given. He has done a fantastic job. He almost single-handedly took out 3 players. That could have been a squad wipe as well, but unfortunately, HP was a factor he needed to take care of at 30% HP. But for now, 15 teams alive, 51 players in total. Stalwart Esports, they're getting picked off as well. What's going on? The big mammoths are getting picked off quite easily, and the teams are not even struggling. Now Elementrix, they want a piece of that, but unfortunately Gremlin Storm, they've found a line of sight on the players of Elementrix, and unknown help from the players of Gremlin Storm for the players of Stalwart Esports.
Well, they held them out for a few seconds, but now they're starting to shoot at them as well, as a few DMR shots were fired on that vehicle out in the open. Now Memo, he is going to refocus on the lads of Elementrix. The smoke was popped up on the other side, on the other exit of the compound, just as a distraction. But, ladies and gentlemen, MABETEX against the players of Raw with Seal coming in for a third party, Wally Leo. They're going to have to be extremely careful along with Baron, because they have to take both these teams on at the same time. Incus, oh, what a nade right there from Incus. 2 players drop down. MABETEX in a world of hurt. And now Wally's going to be the last player remaining. He can get pushed upon, but Seal Esports, they will look to capitalize on this situation as well. Starts from the distance, is going to secure 1 point after the other. He is dropping bodies and securing all of those points for his team. Falls back to go for a revive, switches over to the Tommy gun as well. While he does that, in fact, the revive was given by his teammate, so Raw, they're going to be back to 3 players now.
3 players. Still a big chance. Wally in the front, all by himself. Raw getting shot at from somewhere else as the players of John Mara. The nade's going to connect as Wally goes down. But Raw officials need to move inside the circle as well. They're really close, so he should not be that trouble. Just going to walk in. John Mara on the other hand, 4 players still, 3 players up. As Raw was in the front, and yeah, they're now in a big trouble themselves. Seal in the right lines, John Mara, they're having a decent spot to play with over here. They can hold off a lot of teams at bay if they want. And these are free elimination points. All they need to do is just connect their sprays when they will try to make it in. Nice shot. Zake will be flushed back inside the cover.
Nowhere left to go. Smoke popped up, no fear. Now he has a lot of information on him, and he does have the fact that Raw are coming in from the back lines. That option that's going to help him out, because Seal, they will be forced to move out in the open, and No Fear and his teammates from the side of Jan Mara can secure a few extra points because of that. Incus once again finds himself as the last player surviving for his team, last player left standing. Will definitely have to deal with a lot of pressure to walk on the other, to be able to walk on the other side of this ridge. The damage from the blue, it's going to be quite brutal as well. It's the 5th blue zone. Oh, Zeke, this is not good. That is an easy finish right there, and there it is.
Yeah, Zeke was just prone in the front. Nowhere to go. As I mentioned, John Mara, these are free elimination points. They should be able to deliver on those and accumulate those. John Mara is just holding so many teams off at bay, Raw included. Incus is trying to go for the heals, but it's going to be so tough to find the beating on that zone, especially inside the map of Miramar. A1 Esports, all 4 players up, 1952 in the front. This is the time to flip the story. 1952 has always been winning the fight against the players of A1, but this is the time to flip the tables. This is the time to flip the odds. A1 Esports, they have been looking good. The confidence should be high as well. 1952, on the other hand, they should be confident in this fight, but it's up to the players of A1 Esports if they want to slap him down or not, and they definitely will. Kajor finds the opening. The nade's going to land on the mark. The second player's damaged as well. And entry goes down.
Ooh, this is going to be quite tough upon these players. Entry finished off. Devil Boy knocked out. A1 eSports. It looks like it is their time for revenge. But no, Jax, he's not going to let this happen. As Koa is going to be dropped down to his knees. Dante is going to try and see if he can climb the ridge. Knob a nade towards the lads of A1 eSports and finish them off as well. With Gajor pushing forward, it has to be quick. It has to be done quickly by the players of 1952, but they've decided to back off in the distance. Though Janmara is going to be knocked out. And well, this fight, it still continues. Sinister is going to be dropped quite low in terms of how much HP he has. And two players just barely surviving with slivers of HP. The nade, if it's close enough, is going to be able to secure 2 knocks. But no, it was overcooked. Just blows up in the air. No damage right there. And A1 eSports, they're still going to be 3-man strong.
Yeah, but at least they neutralized the threat that was near them. And 1952 got pushed back. They got suppressed. All the confidence down the road. As A1 eSports now, they're catching a bit of hurt from the side of T2K. T2K looking to keep the pressure on. But indeed, it's going to be tough, especially when you're going to be that split apart. Unless if it's going to be the heroics of a complete solo player. DRS inside the edge. IC looking to breach through. Zol found. Nice spot out from the side of Gante. And that's a great opening too. As Zol goes down, the nade's going to crawl quite close. Zol might just catch it. No. Not close enough. Not on the mark yet. DRS still not making the go call. They do realize if they do, there's a big chance they might get shot at from the back lines as well. 1952 as Dante has just shut him down. But so far, even DRS are taking things a little slow and cautious. IC, one player was knocked out, but he's back up on his feet. IC, quick on that recovery.
Oh boy. Somehow, one way or the other, IHC, they have managed to wiggle their way into these final moments of the game. 3 players still left standing, 5 eliminations secure. DRS, they better be prepared for the assault that is headed in their direction. But there, from the distance, Gyante is going to be able to protect his teammates as he drops one of the lads from the side of IHC, bringing the numbers basically to an equal point. It is going to be a 2v2 situation. IC, with the nade being cooked, has to be careful. Gets a little too eager to take the fight. And well, IHC, they are done. One small mistake and they will pay a heavy price for that, getting eliminated at the hands of Gyante and his teammate. Not really how they expect that fight to go, and well, there's that as well.
Well, that's what you call a prime example of inting. Just wanted to push, just wanted to take him down. A big lack of communication, team synergy missing as well. No info conveyed that there's a man separated away who's providing the cover fire. That could have been an easy task. He was prone out in the open as well. If both those players try to make an angle on that player who was prone out in the open, this could have been an easy execute. But no, IHC, they wanted an easy way out of that fight, and that did not pan out well. As now TDK, they've lost out on Rake. Sandesh is close, going for the res. DRS on the other hand, 2 players that are doing a great job of survival so far. Delta, Gante, next to each other. Finally, they've decided to reunite. As unfortunately, we did see quite a lot of eliminations. Even A1 eSports themselves got taken care of. 1952, they still have that solo survivor available. And keep this in mind, the solos are always the one to go YOLO.
Yeah. And finally, we're down to the top 4 as well. 9 players still alive. I was just thinking that if Gremlin Storm don't win this, I'm going to be very upset. They have a very good position on the southern edge of the zone. All the other 3 teams do have the ridges up on the northern side, but that's going to mean when the circle shrinks, they're going to be forced to fight against each other. And Gremlin Storm can use the extra time to their advantage. Just move a little bit further towards your right. Stay away from the lads of DRS who know your exact position. And Train to Kill is, well, in a few short moments, I believe they are going to collide with DRS. And there it is, in fact. So Gremlin Storm waiting for the opportunity. Still trying to find the knock. Rig is extremely low at this point, but Jane does in fact get the finish on the lads of 1952. Now Sandesh does take a few shots as well. So Gremlin Storm in a perfect position to close this game out. But will they be able to do this? They have the numbers. They have 3 players remaining. They have the position as well. The nade is going to be lobbed towards Jane. And well, they do have a knock secured as well from the side of T2K. So it's 3v2v1 now.
In order to win this fight, Gremlin Storm needs to find the knockout, needs to find an opening against Jane, but unfortunately they've been picked off from both the sides. A sandwich, and unfortunately the cycle is going to complete as well. DRS out the fray. Nice cleanup from the side of Memo. 2 players knocked out. Jane's going to be the only man saving the story, keeping the fairy tale alive for the side of T2K. And there's no one nearby. It's a 1-on-1 situation. Memo, keep your heads tucked down. Don't be too greedy. I'm pretty sure you've heard the story of that greedy goblin. Do not be one of those. Greed is bad, especially in these moments. Those elimination points will be secured easily, and that is a bait right there. Sandesh out in the open, crossing right like that. It's a bait. Do not fall for it. Peeks out once more. Jane not able to react in time.
No utility on either of them. Otherwise, this game would have been over. But, Necro, I completely agree with what you said. It was about the greed, and the mistake has been made. Now, Jane knows where Memo will peek from. Jane, he also needs to reposition himself, but he has nowhere left to go. Even with being prone down, even while being prone down, Memo can still use that free look mode to his advantage to scout where Jane is headed. But the blue zone is here. Memo is going to take a little bit of extra damage, and that does, ladies and gentlemen, change the game entirely. It is going to be Train to Kill walking away with a win in Miramar. And even though it was a little anticlimactic with how the game ended, it was still a fun game. Gremlin Storm. Now, I am a man who is upset right now with them because this was supposed to be their one, but Train to Kill, that was an impressive run.
Oh, but Train to Kill is one of those teams that we know what they're capable of, but Gremlin Storm, a nice step up from their side. T2K clearly has played that game really safe, and they played for the win as well here because you can see only 5 elimination points wrapped up, not a lot of damage numbers as well to back it up. 20 points in total secured, but T2K, in the end, they played that really nice. Some big brain moves were being seen from the side of T2K, and this is what you expect from a big banner.
Well, as you said, this is what you expect. This is what we expect from a big banner, and Train to Kill have delivered every single time. But again, the question does come up about their consistency, because day 1, even in week number 1, they were playing pretty phenomenally well. Day number 2 as well, they did really well for themselves, but it was the last 3 days of the week where they tumbled, and that is something that needs to be stopped. So today and tomorrow, I'm not even worried about Train to Kill. I think they will finish both days within the top 5. But ladies and gentlemen, we will take a very short break for now. You guys stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be back after this. Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Fall Season of 2022, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. This is Super Johnny, joined by Necro alongside with me. And ladies and gentlemen, what an amazing finish on Miramar. For a second, we thought it is going to be Gremlin Storm walking away with the win, but one misplay and they lost all their players. The last lad getting taken out by the blue zone, and the win being handed over to the lads of Train to Kill. Now, a lot to discuss over there, Necro, because we saw a lot of teams doing really well. Then there were the mistakes that we have to talk about. One of the biggest ones that was there was the IHC's push on the players of DRS.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I would say that is a known mistake. They knew that could have been the outcome. There's no way IHC has not known that could not have been the outcome right there. Yeah. Because one player tried to push at the start. He got taken out by the player who was far away from the side of DRS, right? Who was providing the cover fire. So they had already learned the lesson of over-aggression. Then later on, the rest 2 players close up and they do the same thing, even though they know there's one player who's providing the cover fire. So I think so. They knew what the outcome could have been, or either the communication was poorly done. It's either one of those.
Yep. I don't think it. I think it was a little bit of communication because they committed on the push a little too early. As soon as Godless charged and he was taken down by Gyante, and then the rest of the players, they did not have an opportunity to back off as well. I don't think it was communicated quite clearly. Like, all right, guys, there's one more that we did not see, and that player is going to cause a lot of trouble for us. But, ladies and gentlemen, we do have,
Or there's another possibility. Maybe they just wanted to wipe them out quickly, and that's why they just made the push. They hoped that they will be able to sneak inside the shack as quickly as possible. They hope that they will be so quick that the player he won't be able to react in time, but that's not the case.
Yeah, I agree
that
with
is
that.
a possibility as well.
That was the intention. I think that was the intention, but they did not take into account, as we said, where Gyante was hiding. And this man just changed things completely, changed the fate for his team in that situation. 3 eliminations and 3 of the most important eliminations DR has got in this game. But, ladies and gentlemen, moving forward to the match summary, we're going to see all of the different stats for the individuals and, in fact, who is going to be leading in what side of the table. Well, it is Memo leading in everything. He has highest elimination, highest damage, highest assist.
Wow.
It is just entry with highest healing done. And look at how perfect that number is. It's 444. The person sitting right after him is sitting on 443. 1 heal difference for being the most healing person in the game.
That's pretty...
It's interesting.
Yeah, it is definitely interesting. 1952, though. Again, we need to touch up on that. The way they defended themselves from the push of A1 Esports. And again, even A1 Esports, they realized the threat is in the front. The only way is to win a fight against them. If they could not win a fight against the players in 1952, it was donezo game for A1 Esports. So A1 Esports realized that fact. They tossed a nade in. The nade found the opening. Instantly, the pedal to the metal. And I loved that approach. I love the amount of confidence the players of A1 Esports are showing. And please, keep this carrying forward. Don't second guess yourself. You guys have the firepower. You guys are really good at the game too. All you need to do is be mentally prepared for all the circumstances, all the situations that are being thrown in front of you.
Yeah, we talked about this during the first week itself, where in A1 Esports, the only problem we could see was the fact that they would push towards a fight and then just stop in the middle of nowhere for no reason and then just hold that position, get bombarded with nades and get eliminated super early. If they keep on pushing, as you mentioned, Necro, they do have the firepower, they do have the skill sets to go for 4v4s and come out on top most of the times. But in order to make it, in order to pull that off, you have to engage those fights with full confidence. And in this game, that is exactly what we saw from them. Plus, this has to be the highlight of the day. Assault, this was a beautiful, beautiful moment showcasing what, and in fact, how important it is to isolate your fights, ladies and gentlemen. If you are outnumbered, try to take individual 1v1s instead of just wide peeking a position and just getting taken out by 2 players that are shooting towards you at the same time.
Yeah, we did see our Nepali counterparts as well on the screen for a while, and I'm pretty sure this is what Ansh is exactly explaining to. I wish there was a chance, or there was a way that we're like playing a little bit of that Nepal desk, and we will try to lip sync, you know, with them. And we'll be like, oh, I'll play as Ansh, you be as the other 2 guys, and we'll try to have a talk.
How am I supposed to play 2 people at the same time?
Well, maybe we'll keep on juggling it.
Yeah.
You know, can be cool. Can be cool. It's a cool concept, but again, it's not going to work anyway. So the damage graph in front of us, as we did see the damage stats damage stats. On the other hand, as you do move on over to the overall rankings, the post-match 2, we have Deadeye's Warriors, of course, on the first spot. Then you have A1 and B Esports on the second. Again, consistency is there from the side of A1 Esports and E1 Deadeye's Warriors. Deadeye's Warriors, they went big in that first game.
Yeah.
That's why they have a lot of points already accumulated. But if you speak of Kremlin Storm, in that one single game, they have made a big leap and already in top 4.
Yeah, definitely. And the difference since the week is just getting started, 2 games done right now, there is an opportunity for Gremlin Storm to be sitting on the first position at the end of the day. But look at this, Skylightz Gaming on the 13th. Godlike Stalwart, the first 2 matches not really working out for them, and they have 2 more remaining in the day. So if they walk away with top 3, top 2 finishes both those matches, then maybe we will see them where they usually like to be within the top 3. Otherwise, for the first time, I guess, in this particular PMPL, we are going to see Godlike Stalwart finish the day outside of the top 3.
Speaking of the top 3, the third map as well is going to be on the board soon. And Group C is going to be sitting it out this time. Sanhok, much more smaller map compared to all the other maps inside the current pool over here that we're going to be playing today. And yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting. Sanhok, I want to see what sort of a changes we're going to be seeing, because so far it has been the comeback story for a lot of teams. The teams that did not perform at the week 1, they're doing a phenomenal job inside week 2. And you asked me, and I told you, I was saying this inside week 1 as well. We are going to be seeing those teams who are not doing that great. We might witness the comeback stories, and that's what is exactly happening. Hopefully, though, consistency has always been the problem. Hopefully they're able to keep the consistency flowing, because just performing in day 1 and then later on just going down slope is not a good idea.
And I feel like it's a question that everyone is looking to the answer for, but no one seems to be able to know what it is. It's like the question, what is the answer to everything that was asked in the book, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy? And over there, the answer was 42. Over here, no one knows what the number is going to be.
What?
Yeah.
What did you
not
say?
seen that book or the movie?
No.
So it's a pop culture reference where they build a supercomputer just to ask it what is the answer to everything, and the computer replies 42.
Huh?
Yeah, that's the answer to everything, Necro.
With that being said, move on to the predictions, ladies and gentlemen. For now, we are tied up with 4-4.
Yeah.
Let us know who you guys want to win in the chat as well. Who you guys want to win? Vote Johnny or Necro. It's just a fun thing. But yeah, again, let me know what army you guys are on. You know.
I think we can have a poll about that as well in the chat, but maybe not today, maybe tomorrow, or maybe.
Johnny, you need to go first.
All right, for prediction right now, it is going to be a game on Sanhok. We have A+C+D+E, WIZZES Club, and eSPORTS are not going to be playing this. I will go with Train to Kill, because they had a massive jump in the last game, and the momentum that they are trying to build, in fact, does come down to that Sanhok match, because that is where they outshine. This is one of their stronger picks. So it is going to be quite important that they perform on this, because there is only one Sanhok a day. And if they miss out on this one, then the next one, they won't be playing the Miramar. They will be coming back on Erangel. And the last game, it's going to be very difficult to compete on, because it is the last game of the day. Everyone is just going all out YOLO on that. So my pick is going to be Train to Kill.
Okay, I'm going to go with Stalwart Esports once again. I'm going to go with Godlike Stalwart once again. I'm counting up on you guys, man. You guys will need it.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure if I go Godlike Stalwart all 5 games, there has to be at least one
They will
time.
win one. Yeah.
They will win one. There is a chance they will win one. So
right.
I will have to overtake you no matter what. So yeah, Godlike Stalwart.
So not today, but because 2 matches are already done. But for tomorrow, let's do this. We just pick the same team again and again for all 5 games. And it can't be the teams in the top 3.
Tomorrow, right?
Yes, tomorrow.
But what if the top 3 team? Oh yeah, actually, I'm down for that. Yeah.
Yeah, because
I don't think so. Yeah.
Yeah. So now the reality of Necro has been displayed, because tactically he's thinking that Godlike Stalwart is not going to be finishing in the top 3 today. Is that what you're thinking, my friend?
Yes.
Is that what you're counting on?
Yes, I think so. They will get a chicken dinner, but they won't be in top 3. Maybe they will be in like top 6, top 7, somewhere on the first page, but it'll be really tough to breach inside, the top 3 in general, because right now the base is being built by a lot of teams in the top 3, especially A1 NV. They're looking phenomenal. But with that being said, we have the plane flight path for Sanhok in front of us, starting all the way from Sami towards Kyle, as the teams are going to start eject outside their plane. Johnny, what are your expectations from teams that have always been struggling on this map?
Try to take it a little bit slow, and it is going to be... It will work out for you, because on Sanhok, if you manage to avoid the early game collisions, the early game action, where that is where almost every single team struggles. If you manage to avoid those situations in the early game within the first 7 to 10 minutes, then in the mid game, the pathways do become quite clear because the map is so small. You know where the compounds are, you know the terrain. It becomes quite easy to predict where majority of the clusters are going to be, and you're going to try to avoid that as well. You have to just play to survive in this game. It is like being in the movie Predator, but instead of an alien hunting you down, it's just other players. But look at that. Dax again coming in with a 3-1 split across the river as well. And Raw this time have decided to be quite cheeky, go for a 2-1-1 split of their own. And I think they might be able to get a few early picks because of that. Or maybe get picked off.
They might be able to. But, right, yeah, as you mentioned, A1 Esports, they always just drop off at a split. And there has to be at least one time where that split's not going to work out. And Johnny, if you remember, right, A1 Esports was a team that used to at least drop inside Paradise Resort, right? Then later on, they just changed their drop location all the way down to Camp Charlie. I don't know what the mentality, or I don't know why they did that. Maybe it's just because it got invaded by other teams as the time passed by. A1 Esports were not really able to fight for themselves that well, so they needed to give it away. But I feel like it's time to take it back. It's time to fight for it. A1, if you guys are listening to me, do a hot drop and Paradise Resort on the next Sanhok game and take it away from the players of Giant Mara.
Yeah.
I want to see an all-out war. I want to see it. I don't want it to be Paradise.
I don't want to see this.
Yeah.
Sinister knocked out.
Guys, I swear I did not curse them. I was speaking in their favor, okay? I swear to God, I was not cursing them. I love every single team in the lobby. I do not want this to happen to them. Please do not hit on me, okay? Buddy. I beg you guys, please. Please, I'm sorry, man. I didn't do it.
Well, it's not just them, though. Gremlin Storm losing their players as well. And 1952 is the team that's going to get the first blood of the game because MABETEX a little too slow to finish off a player that they knocked out in the open. That is an easy point right there, lying out in the open. But switching over to the other side, Gremlin Storm, they have retaliated as well. They have secured 2 knocks from the side of 1952, but unable to secure those points. Rowdy and Memo are going to be forced to fall back now.
F's in the chat for 1952 and A1 Esports.
Oh,
because
F in the chat, the new series.
Yeah, we all know, Johnny.
Have you seen it?
I got a little busy, you know, because I was going to the gym, man.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, you forgot? Yeah, by the way, guys, I've started going to gym. You guys are going to be seeing six-packs soon on me, you know? What?
When did you start?
Like, just today. But yeah, jokes aside though, Johnny, again, a fact that we need to state over here is that A1 Esports, we've been talking about this team and how they like to drop right at the bat, and we've been criticizing their spread with the spread they drop. This time again, they spread MABETEX Esports and easy countered, easy isolation on that player, easily just took him down. And this sort of a spread isn't really good. If you really want to spread, do a 2-2 split where 2 players drop right next to each other. Even if one player gets caught off guard, the second player will be close enough to provide a cover fire. But this is not being the case with A1 Esports. They're really far apart from each other.
Yeah. And as you explained, that is one of the reasons why the early stages in Sanhok do not really work out for them, because this is how they drop every single time, because of which they do become quite predictable for the opposition to read and sort of set up traps, bait them out, finish off a few extra players, gain the man advantage and win the team fight in the distance. But look at that. That's the most deadliest man from the side of the A1 Esports lineup, Hitman. And now he is focused in on the individuals of MABETEX. 1 player knocked out, but the revive has been initiated and it is going to be quite a success. Hitman using that opportunity to close in on the distance. Does manage to get behind the rock, picks up a buggy, tries to get away, run away as far away as possible from the players of MABETEX Esports, and succeeds as well in doing so.
And A1 Esports still not out the trouble. Hershey has been taken down, though. But MABETEX Esports really do want some more smoke against the players of A1 Esports. Some more blood on their hands, that team. They've tasted it. They have loved it. They want a little bit more. But at the same time, we did see another fight going down as between the players of 1952 and GSM. So far, Gremlin Storm has retreated away from Kampong, and they're going to let the players of 1952 have it. But GSM, they got away with a decent amount of points. They got away with, if I'm not wrong, they at least took out 2 players. But both of those players were back up on their feet, so they got no points from that fight. Instead, it was the players of 1952 who got 2 elimination points on their names. So GSM now are only down to a 2-man squad, a team that had a fantastic game in the previous one. They're not having a great start inside the Sanhok. So there is a big chance you can go for those small compounds and try to wrap up as many meds as possible and go for a med strat. Those are free points inside Sanhok. But with that being said, AMR, the strongest weapon, but not a lot of players are a big fan of that weapon, Johnny.
Yeah, and I don't think not a lot of players will be able to reach this position as well. It's right on top of this house. No one's getting there. It's unattainable right now, this weapon. 8x scope as well, level 3 kit. What about you though? Do you like this? You like the AMR?
I would just say the bullets are too less, you know? It's not exactly a bolt action. It's kind of like a DMR.
Yep.
Considering it's a DMR, you end up taking a lot of shots, even though you don't need it, but you still keep on tapping that trigger button. And eventually you'll run out of bullets pretty quickly.
Yeah.
I feel like that is the only problem with the AMR. They'll need to try and increase the bullets a little bit more. Maybe like, I would say 10 more bullets, just like the AWM. Have 15 extra. That can definitely increase the love for that weapon in the player's eyes. But again, that's just me, my personal opinion. Let me know in the chat what you guys think, or what you guys think would make the players love that weapon, because it is a pretty solid weapon. It's just, I personally feel like the bullets is the main problem.
For me, I think I think it's perfect, right? Because with the AMR, doesn't matter where the opposition is, you connect the shot, he's gone. There's no coming back from that. So it does come down to the fact as to how good you are with the snipers, with your DMRs. I'm not really a sniper man myself. My aim is just like when I'm at max zoom, I find it very difficult to just hold that position, and I'm too eager to just run forward and just start fighting at close ranges. So I would say like to assault though. Yeah.
I would say AMR is a really good counter for rotations. Now, if you have an AMR and if you're playing on the edge of the circle and you know there's a team outside or there's a decent amount of teams outside, if you have an AMR in the hand, you can blow up the vehicle so quickly if you land your shots. So that can be a really good counter.
It's a perfect gatekeeping weapon.
Yeah, it is. It is. And again, as I said, the bullets is the main issue. If you do have a lot of vehicles in the front, you keep on firing the shots. Of course, you're not going to instantly 2-tap a vehicle. You will miss at least 1 or 2 shots from that. So, yeah, the bullets is a big issue. You got to be really precise. Or it can be used for griefing a team as well. If you know there's a team in the front in the compound, and if you see the vehicle, you can be that one little, you know, annoying man and just blow up those vehicles.
How do you figure out a way to use anything to grief someone, man?
Because
why?
It's Necro. Why not?
Why not?
Why not, man?
Why not?
Why not? I mean, it's a mechanic in the game, so I'll do it.
Let's see though. With the first weapon out of reach, the second airdrop, it's going to be quite fair. Right on the floor, right on the ground. The Groza is going to be there with the extended quick draw mag for the snipers and the level 3 kit. And Necro, we do have the map in front of us, you and I. Gremlin Storm. So, ladies and gentlemen, Gremlin Storm still playing super slow. Have just made their way towards Bantai and are going to move up north towards Painan from there on out. So, Necro, what are your thoughts on their rotation? Because it is going to be quite interesting to see. I don't think they're going to be able to get too far. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. Right towards Camp Charlie, that purple spot is GSM.
They're going for a med strat. That's for sure. I mean, it's clearly indicated right here, Johnny. Because they're looting the outskirts of the map. They're still looting, actually, ladies and gentlemen. They're still in that looting phase. And it is clearly known that they're trying to wrap up as many meds as possible because they know they don't have the manpower anymore. Only 2 players alive. So both these players will try to wrap up as many meds as possible and then maybe try to make it inside the circle. And once they feel like it's next to impossible to win the game, one player will just run outside the circle and start med stratting himself. 1952 as well is making quite a late rotation, but I don't think so it's going to be that big of a deal if they do make a good rotation inside the circle. DRS and A1 Esports can be a big problem, but for now, these 2 teams are fighting against each other, so I think so the threat should be neutralized.
Well, it needs to be neutralized, and it needs to happen right now. Let's see. A1 Esports, just 2 players surviving. 2 different compounds being held at the same time on the edge of the circle. Need to be extremely careful, not reveal anything at all. Not a single sound, not a single shot needs to go away towards the opposition, while the players of DRS are also extremely close to their spot, and 1952 are also approaching this position. So A1 Esports, one thing that can work out quite nicely for them is, if they are lucky, DRS and 1952 are going to fight amongst each other, fight with each other, and A1 Esports will have a few seconds to plan their escape and get away from those compounds. But in the distance, DRZ against the players of Raw. It looks like Atomic, almost getting taken out.
Nice, nice. That was a really good spray, or I would say a good burst onto Atomic. Atomic now is definitely going to be a little scared. That should be more than enough to just instill fear on the opposition. TRZ still, they have a solid compound, but now it's the players of Raw and TRZ up against each other as they finally found an opening. For some reason, Raw and TRZ's logo has always been confusing me over the years. It's the color, and they sort of kind of look alike, you know? Kind of. They don't, but when you look at it from far away, they kind of look alike.
Yeah. I mean, I think you might understand. If you take off your glasses, they look the same.
Okay, man. You gotta... That's a low blow, buddy. But anyways...
Why do you take offense in everything, Necro? Generally saying.
Because why not? With that being said, the fight continues, as now it's going to be the players of Godlike Stalwart who are looking to steal this compound away. It's Action all by himself, breaching in like a one-man army. He's found the opening, he's tasted it, now he wants to shut down the rest 2 players in the front on either side. Crossing on over will be quite tough, so Godlike Stalwart is waiting for that one single mistake those 2 players will eventually make. And now they're also getting engaged in another fight against the players of Deadeye's guys. Not a good way to go down like that. That's a 2-2 split. The rest 2 players are in big trouble as now 1952 against the players of DRS, and they've found a casualty onto themselves. Dante's went down. DRS on the other hand as well, they're down to a 3-man squad. 1952 now, short 2 men. It's a 2-on-3 situation. Delta is all the way in the back lines as Rules is in the close. And he's looking to close things off as well. The nade's going to be tossed in perfectly. Rules catches a lot of damage. We'll need a flush back, and that's what exactly he does. That suppressing net works fine. Buys off a lot of time for the players in 1952 to get the rest back on the fallen players. And now it's RX Jackson, the clotheslines. M249 in the hand with a big magazine. He's not going to stop pulling up that trigger. But again, Rules falls down. A nice initial engagement, but there is the backup fire available. Gante will push on up as well, but the position's compromised as Gante goes down a little bit. Still has decent amount of HP to back him up. Wants to save the day for his teammate. Wants to make this fight as quick as possible. But at this point, it's next to impossible to survive. And he will go down too. Unfortunately, the distance these players had, it's a little bit too much.
Yeah. Everyone was too over-eager to go for the fight, to go for the finishes, has been taken down and finished off. DRS, they were made to bleed in that collision in 1952. What a nice way to protect their position, to defend their position. But on the other side, DE against the players of Godlike Stalwart now. True Love with the high ground is going to look to see if he can take Scry out of position. In fact, he does just have that 3-4 cover. His own teammate just proned out right in front of him in the middle of nowhere. No cover at all for Pika, apart from the terrain itself. That's keeping the vision blocked. And the lads of DE do not know that there are 2 players from the side of Godlike Stalwart in front of them. On the other side, Top trying to see if he can survive this weird sort of contact that they have made against the players of Dax. The Molotov, it needs to go in. If it does, then maybe Top will be able to flush out Paragon from that shack and finish him off. Otherwise, the other two lads from the side of Godlike Stalwart are just going to be in a world of hurt. And if they don't get back up soon, if Pika and Scry do not get back up soon, then Godlike Stalwart, they will be in a massive, massive world of trouble.
Speaking of teams in massive world of trouble, for now, it was definitely the players of Godlike Stalwart, and still the pressure hasn't subsided yet. But it's the players of High Voltage unknowingly helping out the players of Godlike Stalwart. Scry is being the casualty, but even DRS, or Deadeye's guys, my bad, has found themselves on a man deficit. But it's harder for the players of Godlike Stalwart to go for the res on the fallen player because he's quite exposed. Pika hoping, just praying to his god that no one's going to be spotting him inside this bush. He wants to be an unharmed. He wants to stay an innocent, cute little man who is with the bush. But his innocence is not that innocent. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A little.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Maybe. Let's see. Fight lasting longer than the players of DE anticipated it would. But on the other side, Dax Paragon has been knocked out. Top in action. Finally starting to engage and put some pressure upon the players of Dax. Struggle and Soul, they have to be extremely careful with how they deal with these two players in front of them. Look at this. Even while they are engaging with two different teams at the same time, they don't care. They're going to take on everyone that's headed their way. Top knocking down Action in the distance, and High Voltage are going to lose one of their own. In the meanwhile, Action does switch compounds, and now is going to be right against Paragon. So that is a finish that's going to be secured quite easily. Dax down to 2 players. Shots being fired through the smoke to take Action down, but it's not going to work out for them. And Praveen is there to give a revive to his teammate Jiggle. But Top with the tap shots on the same tree is still trying to make an effort to go for the finishes. In the meanwhile, Action trying to wrap things up with the players of Dax is going to take damage from Struggle, but he runs indoors, and Struggle still holding the trigger on what could have been an easy knock.
Oh, boy. Struggled. Maybe he just didn't have enough amount of time to react. I don't know. I don't know what was the case there, but that could have been an easy knockout.
Yeah.
That's for sure. The next circle is going to shift down south. That means big teams like Godlike Stalwart are now going to be in trouble. Pika might just be freed because even Deadeye's guys will need to start moving now. A lot of teams will need to be quick with that rotation. You already do see the players of High Voltage as well. May going for a quick one too. Top in the close, Dax in the front. Godlike Stalwart realize the amount of pressure. It's quite big. It's do or die. You either try to flush the team out in the front, or you get taken out yourself. If you're not going to be able to win what? Someone noted the fact that he was getting pushed as well. Top goes down. Unfortunately, Top getting caught off guard. Cover fire as well is quite strong from the side of Assault. Struggles down. Dax up against 2 players of Godlike Stalwart, and both of them are quite hurt too. Pika is still getting chipped off even more. Action decides to take an exit from that fray, but at the same time, Struggle is getting ticked off. The zone's going to start to close in. I'm not sure if this res is going to be worth it because now the circle is going to start to deal a lot of damage. Dax, if they have the vehicle available, then they can try to send it straight inside the circle. 1952 in a tricky spot themselves. RX Jax has been taken down. Elementrix is in the front. Elementrix looking to clean up.
They are trying to clean this up as quickly as possible, as Bishal is going to be knocked out, so Orange is going to be the last player surviving for his team. Either you clean this up or get cleaned up yourself. Does see the opposition out in the open, goes for the spray and entry. He's shooting somewhere else. Orange does manage to secure the point, but at what cost? He's the last player surviving for his team. Elementrix, they get to move forward in the game. They will have to be extremely careful because there is not a lot of opportunity for them to close this one out. At least with a win.
For now, we are definitely hearing a lot of gunshots. Some quick wipes too. DRZ as well. They're in a fight against Gremlin Storm. I mean, we're just seeing a lot of eliminations, a lot of teams just going away, but not a lot happening on the screen here. Giant Mara moving around, as there is another team who are fighting up against each other. It's going to be quite tough to get out of that spot as well. It's the players of TDK. They have a nice field set up for themselves, so they're not going to let anyone breach through that one. Giant Mara is in the front. Now again, if TDK does want to make it inside the circle, they will have to wipe out Raw and maybe potentially suppress the players of Giant Mara, just instill some sort of fear into them. Giant Mara right now, they're distracted on the players of VENOM Legends. This is the exact right time to make a move on them, and this is what Raw are going to realize. Zeus finds the opportunity, shuts down the player. Snipe YT's knocked out as well. Giant Mara hurt big time. TDK on a move too, as they had all the 4 players alive. Sandeshi's being caught outside the zone, but he needs to move inside. Now the problem here is that the main cover are already being taken by a couple of teams, and there's a big chance the players of Raw as well might just get charged on, because they only have 2 players to hold it off. Nice nade to open the fray up as TRZ up against the players of TDK. TDK in a big world of trouble. 2 players go down. It might just be a full man push coming up against them. DBS in the close range is one of the most deadliest weapons, and you do not want to close up on that one. The rest 2 players in the back, and they are grouped up as well. Jane is trying to separate himself, and he barely makes it behind the rock as well. No, Mama is so unaware of the fact that there's a player in the back, but it's okay. It's the one pump man striking in once again.
Well, pummeling down the opposition as he goes. No one can stand in front of him. Well, and he does not stand in front of the snakes that are the VENOM Legends. The squad of the side of VENOM Legends, they do manage to take him down in the distance as well, because if you get quite close to the DBS, it does turn into an absolute nuisance. 8 teams remaining, 17 players still alive though. And Raw in a perfect position to go for a win in this game. I feel bad for Sus, Necro. I swear I feel so bad for him. He sprayed down, in fact mowed down 2 of the individuals from the side of Giant Mara, and he got nothing from that because those points were stolen from his hands. But on the other side, Stalwart eSport, they're going to be done in this game, at least, as Action, the last player, is going to be blown to pieces inside the water. The nade from Jiggle doing tricks and wonders for this team. High voltage in a world of hurt, though, as VENOM Legends is moving in on that position. Malik is going to be sprayed down, and Gangsta misses the opportunity to secure a knock for his team, and now has to deal with Jiggle. Down the cliff he goes, and goes for a dive before he gets knocked out. And now Malik is going to be the last player left standing, but Gangsta takes him down as well. Wait, who got Malik right there? I want to see who got that pick. All right, it was Laser.
Yeah, it's a rare NB. Oh, the back definitely caught bullets. Instantly just went behind the tree. Didn't realize his back's exposed. Rare slowly and steadily patching himself up. Has no meds available. Oh, he's down bad. How is he going to try to breach in? Especially the compound's being held perfectly by the players at Raw, and a nice angle being made. The separation working out fine in those 2 different buildings, and now they've pretty much cleared their front lines. The only team they need to take care of is VENOM Legends. VENOM able to strike in when they were least expected to. The nades, the trades are there. Knockouts being traded, but that unfortunately leaves the players of Raw with just a 1-man up. DBS out. Oh, you do not want to push inside the house when someone has a DBS. He's just going to try to take you out with a 1 single shot. What? That is crazy. Another shot. Another man goes down. Patching himself up. Might just be it out in the open too. But Slipknot might just, or he's looking to slip away. He just hops outside the house. It's a 1-on-1 situation. DBS against the UMP in the close. Susan is on the other side of the building, knows if he closes up, that's going to be it for him. And there's a big chance Slipknot might just go for the res on the fallen player too. And he is exactly. Both of them are doing the same thing. Going for the res on their fellow teammates. But Slipknot, oh boy, he strikes in at the right moment.
Yeah. If he wins this, I guess, Necro, we have to sing the One Pop Man anthem.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Oh, the nade a bit short. Had to throw it behind the rock, but Gangster managing to avoid any sort of damage. It's the 2v2 situation between VENOM Legends and Raw. Slipknot still holding on to that DBS while the lads from the side of VENOM Legends out with the UMP, and 1-on-1 it goes. Susan does find the trade, but will it be enough? Now the last player from the side of Raw is extremely low. Sus, he needs to heal up, otherwise it's not going to work out. He's going to be there just for one bullet. The jump shots do not connect. Both of them, they're trying to fight it out, but Susan on the M4 now and scopes in on point blank range. What is happening with these two players? Just first aids on Sus. He puts one on and steps out to go down. And well, ladies and gentlemen, the winner chicken dinner being handed over to the players of Raw on Sanhok, VENOM Legends. And 10 eliminations secured, 25 points in total. It was stolen from the players of Raw, had the 2 shots on the DBS connected. Oh, yeah.
Oh my god, that fight had me just standing off my chair.
You know what?
It was one of the most interesting 1v1s I've had.
Yeah, true, but only because none of them managed to hit each other through the window.
Oh boy, and considering the fact that the player of Raw was just on 1 HP. How was he able to survive with that much amount of HP for that long? That was so interesting, dude.
He just went Neo from Matrix, man, over there. Just
that was cool.
We couldn't see it because he was moving too fast for our perceivement of time, but you know, from his perspective, he was just wiggling in and out of the way of wherever the bullet's coming from. Like, how was he not getting shot? How did he not go down for so long? Even 4 attempts. He emptied out his entire UMP. He tried to do it with the M4, but the problem was he was scoped in, and even that was at the maxed out setting. I think it was on the 6x. So he had to be extremely careful about it. Then he decides, all right, I'm going to reload and I'm just going to go for it. It was a fun fight, but for now, we'll take a very short break, ladies and gentlemen. Do be right back, because so will we. Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Fall Season of 2022, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. This is Super Johnny, joined by Necro alongside with me. And what an interesting and intense game of Sanhok we have just witnessed, which was match number 3. We have 2 more matches remaining. But Necro, like, who did you expect to win that final 2v2? Just be honest about that.
I thought
you were rooting for the one pump man.
Yeah, I was. I definitely was, because I thought he has the DBS in the hand. But let me tell you what. That gun has made so many people's jobs easy, right? For example, if you have a team coach, he's just going to be like, yo, just take a DBS and push up, man. You don't need to plan out a lot. Just take a DBS and push up. Why do we need to sit here and draw on the drawing board? Just take a DBS, push up, easy clap. All 4 players with DBS, no one stands a chance in a close quarter. No one. I'm just kidding, ladies and gentlemen, of course.
Yeah.
It's just something to show how good of a gun DBS is. But yeah, all jokes aside, DBS is definitely busting open some skulls, and I want to see that happen even more in the future lines, and I'm pretty sure we will be seeing. But let me tell you what, one team that is really incredible with DBS is IT, and so far we haven't seen them in their prime yet with that gun.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I think One of the reasons for that is the fact that literally every single time IHC decide to take a fight or are forced into a fight, it is out in the open. I don't know why that's happening, but they are being forced out in the open. Mid-rotation team fights is where they are struggling. But we do have the MVP of the game, Slipknot, on our screens. 3 eliminations secured, 912 damage dished out with 25 minutes of survival time. It was an impressive game from Raw. They did really well for themselves, even in that final situation. Had the lad had one fair state on him, he could have. There was a possibility he could have, in fact, won that 1v1 duel against a player from VENOM Legends. But unfortunately, just a sliver of HP left. You can't really do a lot in a situation like that. No utility as well. So it was an unfortunate loss of 3 points, but I think they've more than made it up for the amount of finishes that they have.
Exactly. I mean, still Slipknot, he's done a phenomenal job with the amount of number he's been able to put up. 912 damage is a decent amount of damage dealt. Player focus in front of us, Susan from the side of VENOM Legends, and then you have A1NB once again in those sort of good stats. And A1NB, we're finally seeing some consistency on this day here, and I'm loving it. Hopefully this keeps them going. Hopefully we're not going to be seeing a stop in this sort of performance, but VENOM Legends, Johnny, I'm telling you, this day is the day off the teams that were not doing that great in week 1, and they've finally made their research, or they're finally a little bit more comfortable. They've shaked off their jitters. The week 1 was pretty much like a week where they just needed to shake off their jitters, but now we're seeing them in full force and full action.
I would say it's a day of the underperformers of week 1, because all of these teams are the teams that were struggling so badly during the first week. And now we are seeing them step up. We are seeing their true forms. Player focus on our screens as well. We are seeing action there on the 5th position with 500 damage and just 2 eliminations secured. But majority of the players, Raw is here. VENOM Legends, they have 2 players. Gangsta and Susan are here in this list. Gajor from the side of A1 eSports with 3 eliminations, 532 damage. So all of these players and few of these teams we saw struggle, stay in the bottom 3, stay in the bottom for the entire time of the overall leaderboard. And in week 2, they have started to turn things around. So I'm happy about that. That's going to mean the weekly competition is going to get a little bit more intense. And if this goes on to the last day of this week, then that's going to mean that week 3, anything can happen. Anyone can be in the top 16 and anyone can be out of it.
Yeah, and then you have the highest healing done from the side of Skylightz Gaming. Oh boy, 1,600 from the side of Mr. Boro. I mean, he gave it a shot. He tried his best, but unfortunately, he was not able to succeed that well. But at least he got his name on the highest healing done right there. And Skylightz Gaming has been doing this throughout the Sanhok. So we've been seeing at least one player from the side of Skylightz Gaming who's always going for that mid strat, who's always trying to put his name upon the board. But why are Skylightz Gaming not relying on their firepower even more? That's something I am really confused about, because these 4 players have been playing with each other for a long time. Team synergy is definitely not a question within them. I don't know. Maybe it's just something personal that we have no clue about. But again, we're here to talk about what's happening on the screen.
Yeah. And I mean, it is quite interesting, as you mentioned, like, why are they not relying on their firepower? Maybe just realizing that these are the league stages and they are confident enough to make it to the finals. They're just trying out new things. Maybe just trying to take things a little bit slow. Because they have done that before.
Yeah, that's a good theory. That's a really good theory. It's understandable. A lot of teams do that. They don't take the league days or league stages that serious, as long as they qualify inside the grand finals. But again, if you do want those bonus points, though, Johnny, in the grand finals, then you got to take the league days serious. And that's why I love this new format. You cannot mess around in league days anymore. You cannot just take them light. If you do want a nice head start inside the grand finals, you got to take the league day serious too. That's why I'm in love with this format.
Yeah, I mean, and you have to take it seriously every single week. That is something that makes it even more fun. Plus, I mean, it will be the first time we're going to witness teams moving to the finals and us not being able to say it's a fresh start. Everyone is starting from scratch, because points for the finals are being earned right now. Every single game that you play, every position that you gain in the overall ranking every week will result in you either gaining or losing points for the grand finals already. And then on top of that, you have to perform in the grand finals after this. So it's going to be quite interesting. But it is like, after the tournament is done, after we are done with the finals as well, we can only just like, all right, this is what the format made happen. This is what happened because of the format. It does give a fighting chance to the teams. In fact, not a fighting chance, but it does give an added bonus to the teams that do really well during the league stages. Because you brought this up, I think, last week, and you brought it up today as well, off camera, of course, with me today, that there have been teams that did really well during the league stages, but they do fall off during the finals. And there have been teams that, for some reason, struggle during the league stages, and then during the final, we see them in the top 3.
There's always going to be like that X factor, but as I said, this new format doesn't allow you to do that anymore. If you're going to be good at league days, you will have a nice head start. If you're not going to be good at league days, then you will be missing out on leagues on that head start, and that'll be a big thing to be counted on, because if you don't have those points already in your pockets, and if you're not going to have that head start, you're starting off with a big disadvantage inside the lobby, and I don't think so you want to be one of those, right? Because, again, we know the top 10 are going to move on inside the South Asia Championship. In the grand finals, you got to be in the top 10. So these points, these bonus points, matter a lot. They are being counted every single week, so you got to take the league day serious as well.
Yeah, exactly. You have to be extremely serious about the league days. But it is quite surprising, again, to see the biggest names of them all struggling today. And in the next match, Necro, I think the calculated decision that you made for tomorrow, I think it is going to work out quite nicely, because Godlike Stalwart, look at them on the 13th position. 3 matches done, only 16 points secured. And ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be having a look at the schedule for the day. Stalwart about to play their last game. It is going to be on Miramar, their strongest map. So there is an opportunity for them to just go big, go ham in this particular game and get as many points as possible. Group B is not going to be playing, by the way. So DRS is not going to be there. Train to Kill is not going to be there. MABETEX and DAX is not going to be playing in this match as well. They're going to be there in the next Erangel, though.
They definitely will be. And again, as you mentioned, in the next Erangel, they definitely will be there. But considering even DAX are showing themselves pretty decently. And I'm really happy with the fact that Gremlin Storm are going to be back inside the competition, because if I'm not wrong, they didn't play the previous game. No, they actually did play the previous game. So, again, Gremlin Storm, they're having a nice start for themselves. So I want to see how they're going to be doing in the upcoming games as well. Because unfortunately, in the game of Sanhok, they got picked off quite easily, right? At the start, they faced against the players of 1952, had a rough start. And then later on, we're only left with 2 players who try to accumulate as much as loot as possible. But in the end, when they try to make the rotation inside the circle, they got picked off like easy piece of cake. So hopefully, that's not going to be the case in the upcoming games,
Yeah, hopefully that's not going to be the case. But as you mentioned about teams stepping back into the game this time around, it is going to be Group C. So IHC is going to be playing this Miramar DEADEYES guys. WIZZES clubs and eSPORTS is going to be here in this particular match. But Necro, considering it is Miramar, we know how strong few of these teams are. Train to Kill is one of the stronger teams in this map. They won the previous Miramar of the day. They're not going to be. Who do you think is going to win this one?
I'm really tempted to say Godlike Stalwart, but I'm not gonna do that. You know, I'm not gonna be that one guy. You know, so I'm gonna go with IHC. Yeah, I think so. Solid pick here from my side. So maybe.
Why are you saying it like you doubt yourself now?
I do, man.
You're trying to convince yourself. It's a solid pick. It's good. I'm okay.
It's a good pick. It's okay. I'll be fine. I know. I'd see you guys got this, man. Look, easy piece of cake. Just take it.
Alrighty. I'm gonna go with Godlike Stalwart though.
Not bad. Yeah, Godlike Stalwart.
Solid pick.
Solid pick. Yeah, but
this is not their day. Today is not really their day. We've never really seen them sit on 13 points, 16 points after 3 games. Usually they do that in the first game itself, and that's the amount of finishes that they get. And today they are struggling in those team fights. They're struggling in rotations. We are seeing very weird things. On Sanhok, I've never seen Godlike Stalwart play that 2-2 split on Sanhok like that. And that was something very weird for me as well. Plus, while playing split, they're taking 3 different fights at the same time. Kudos to them. They somehow figured out a way to make even that work. But because they were sort of delayed on their rotations because the players weren't together, they couldn't wrap up those fights as quickly as they normally would. Their rotation was delayed. They struggled in the blue. They were getting individuals got picked off mid-rotation as well. And then we saw Action being the last player just playing for survival inside of the water, just swimming it out. and just with a nade was blown to smithereens. So a very weird decision making process from godlike Stalwart today. They are not playing like their usual selves.
I would say it's more kind of like they've realized it's really easy for them. Now, I'm not even joking when I'm saying this.
Yeah.
I actually think godlike Stalwart have realized that it's not that big of a deal for them to make it in the first spot anyway. So even if one day is missed off, it's completely fine. They can try to do anything they want in the day one, because we've seen a lot of this times as well in the past too, John, if you remember, right? They always have like this up curve at the start, then later on they decide to fall down, then they always just uplift themselves in the final moment. So maybe this time they're going to start off from the downhill, and maybe then they'll decide to pick themselves up, because as you mentioned, this is not the godlike Stalwart that we're accustomed to seeing. Something different is definitely being done from their side, and it's not really working out. Maybe they're just trying to figure out some new stuff. They're just trying to test the waters, I guess, inside week 2, because so far it's the team that haven't been doing great in week 1, stepping things up.
Maybe. I mean, if they are experimenting, in fact, then we need to see those results as well. We need to see those switch-ups in those mini plays that they make during those team fights, with how the players push, what sort of utility is being committed to that. Use a stun nade for a change. I mean, that could be an interesting experiment. We've talked about it in the past, massive discussions on how viable it will be. But stuff like that can be called experiments, but for now, I think I agree with the first point that you made. Maybe they just feel a little too confident in their own skills. Not a little too confident, just confident in their skills to be on the first position, even though the first day, the 4 games, they missed out on the opportunity to secure even the top 5. I think they're just that confident in their own skills, and with the kind of performance and numbers they have put on the board time and time again in the past, I think no one is going to be doubting the fact that it can happen. In the next 2 days itself, godlike Stalwart is going to be on the number 1 position again.
And the funny part is that godlike Stalwart already having a big lead in the overall league standings. So at the end of the day, as long as you're able to stay on the top in the overall league standings, you're going to be getting those extra bonus points no matter what. So even if this entire week they're not able to play that great and still stay at the top, they're still going to get 20 bonus points anyways.
Yeah. So hard work has been put in during the first week, but ladies and gentlemen, Miramar starting right now, and the trajectory of the plane actually beginning from the oases from the for a change that is on the extreme northern part of the map, moving towards Porto Paracia. But let's see, this time Raw going for a switch up, starting the early game from Torre Amuda, and Janmara is going to be right next to them towards Cruz del Valle, going for a 3-1 split drop, where Snipe is going to be quite close to the players of Venom Legends. Hope he hasn't been spotted out there. And Seal eSports, they're going to be back on Porto Paracia with TRZ, Gremlin Storm, A1 eSports, and WIZZES Club quite close to them. DE Warriors also taking an exit towards the southern part of the map, and the circle, I have to say, is going to be quite centered around La Benedita. So not a difficult circle to play with. So we will have a very slow Miramar early game.
Speaking of slow Miramars, I mean, I think so. There's a chance we might just see a little bit of solo engagements, some solo dolo engagements when teams will try to make it to the left. Because keep this in mind, we know there are 2 teams like to drop off in Monte Nuevo. And if they have decided to just settle themselves at some other spots, and they have, we do see Raw and Torre Amuda, they realize the fact that it's going to be next to impossible to make it or extend yourself towards El Pozo unless if you decide to drop off midway and then collect some vehicles and then move forward El Pozo. So instead, they've just taken a shortcut and found themselves a new drop spot in Torre Amuda, where they will try to get some suitable loot and then make it inside the circle. As always, the drop clash is going to be there in Los Leones between the players of A1 eSports and WIZZES Club. You see DEADEYES Warriors all the way in the bottom, above the players of TRZ. Seal on the right side, pretty close to the players of GSM, but if I'm not wrong, Seal likes to go towards Puerto Paraiso, so this should not be that big of a deal.
Well, shouldn't be. As you said, there is quite a little bit of different distance between the teams. Plus, the map is quite enormous as well. So the players do tend to be a decent bit of distance away from each other, but the only problem being that Seal Esports, there is going to be a possibility that they're going to be quite exposed out in the open with only the terrain to protect them, the mountains themselves, the small little ridges that are going to be there. And if Gremlin Storm see them out in the open, they're going to try and attempt to the best of their abilities to take these sitting ducks out. I feel Godlike Stalwart do see yet from the side of Elementrix, because on the map again and again, I do see those bullet lines headed in that direction. But again, as I mentioned earlier, the map is massive. It's going to be quite difficult to connect those shots. In the meanwhile, A1 Esports next to WIZZES Club in the city of Los Leones, Sinister and Hitman playing together, while Domain is the player from the side of WIZZES Clubs who is isolated and quite close to the competition.
Speaking of teams or players being isolated, right now, High Voltage and Deadeye's guys really close to each other. And I think we might just witness a fight between them. High Voltage, they've taken over Picado. Deadeye's guys is definitely not a happy bunch after seeing that. Maybe they want to fight for the place, but High Voltage, they've already got the grip on that spot. It's going to be really tough to flush them out. Unless if someone decides to just go big and heroic on that entry. So far, nothing happening. Again, early phase of this zone. Every single team just going for the loot. This gives us enough amount of time to talk about some teams inside this competition. TRZ, you said you're going to be looking out for that team. And, I mean, so far, they're really in the outskirts. Still going for their drop spot. The amount of time they've bought just to loot inside the circle, it's insane. Now they're going to go towards Valle del Mar, towards their initial drop location, start looting. They're already taking so much time in the initial zone, initial phase. And we've talked about this. Initial zone or initial time is really important. You need to make it count. And it's all up to the timer. How quick you're going to be rotating inside the first circle, what sort of a place you're going to be finding yourself. Considering if you are TRZ, those type of numbers do really count for you. You need to find a beat on the timing.
Yeah, definitely. Timing is going to be quite critical if you want to make it to the top. Let's see, massive clusters on the northern side, on the northern edge of the circle. Janmara moving down south. Gremlin Storm, not a lot to worry about. They do have the high ground. Well, at least Rowdy has the high ground. His teammates are quite close to him. And Seal Esports, Zeke, seems to be the only man who has the information that there is someone lurking above him. It's going to be quite an interesting fight between these two teams, especially considering they're going to be fighting for the control of Impala City, which will turn out to be a high priority position in a few short moments if it stays in the zone. Ooh, information given away.
Yeah, accidentally.
Misclick right there.
I feel him. It has happened so many times with me. But look at these two players. There's just jump boosting right next to each other. And I think so Dictator will finally spot Zake. Zake has no clue that he's right above him. And he's about to meet his maker. Is Dictator going to peek on the other side or no? That's my question. Memo is in the front, getting approached, getting punch boosted. Now he spots him out. Zake finally gives the position away as well. The Tommy gun's going to strike in close range. Of course, it's quite devastating. Now it's going to take down the man way too low, but the cover fire from the side of GSM is pretty nice. The field is set up, and that's a great trap being set by the players. Zake out the fray. Seal already starting off with a casualty.
Well, not how they thought the fight was going to go, not how they thought they wanted their early game to go, but this is something they're going to have to deal with. Rowdy trying to spray down that vehicle in the distance. A little too much even for the bullets, I guess. But Gremlin Storm, they're going to be happy with the fact that they have deterred some of the pressure that was about to befall them with just one pick that they got. In the meanwhile, IHC Esports, we did see Zol and Alex now approaching this high ground. They're trying to hand down the players of 1952, Entry and Devil Boy down the cliff. Zol is just getting his teammates into position, but that was not enough. point blank range. Entry is gonna get pushed upon by Alex. IHC too over eager to go for this. This does not make any sense. Entry does find the opening, in fact, and gets away before he gets traded out.
Speak of getting traded out. I mean, right now, 1952 Entry, he has taken a lot of damage. But he's finally able to patch himself up with the med kit. That's going to bring him back to full HP. IHC, unfortunately, Alex likes to play in the front. But what is going on today with IHC? They're just always over-peaking those angles. They're so unaware of the surroundings. It's like the team synergy is completely missing. They are so hungry for the fight that they don't care about a world. They just want to go up against the players, and they're also losing their individual fights. They're not able to win those one-on-ones. I'd see not a team that we're seeing accustomed to. These 4 players are incredible. They have been incredible inside week 1 too. They were in the top 3. But inside second week start, it has been quite questionable from their side. We cannot even say that they're just messing around, but because they are losing their one-on-ones, they're losing their individual fights.
Well, and even the decision making is quite questionable. You had the high ground advantage. A little few utilities before you go in would have made the situation a little bit a whole lot easier. But IHC again too over eager. I would say a little bit of overconfidence as well. It has to make them realize that they can't take the rest of the competition lightly. But on our screens right now, eSPORTS trying to see if they can, well, trade out one of the players from the side of Gremlin Storm, considering they took one of theirs a few moments ago. Now, Godless with the Mini 14 has the entirety of 1952 in front of him. And since he is the last player surviving for his team, he has to do all of this all by himself. A 1v4, and not an easy one as well. 1952 in incredible form right now. Not an easy team to beat.
Indeed not. Godless is the only man alive. Oh, I picture you guys, man. Today has been rough even for us, man. Oh, boy. But yeah, MK14 on the board. First airdrop over here. Elementrix actually just entered inside this game with 3-man squad. Interesting. Maybe they want to make things a little bit more harder and tougher for them?
Maybe, but I don't understand what's wrong with having an easy journey. I would like to dominate. Why won't you?
I mean,
just stay on top of the leaderboard, man. Have a 50-point difference. Don't let anyone near your position. That's it. Easy wins.
I mean, I love challenges, you know? I've always been loving challenges. If something's easy for me, I will try to make it tough for myself.
Play the game only with pans then.
No, not like that, Johnny, okay? Like, I will play the game normally, but I will do something that 90% or 99% of the players won't do. I would do some dumbest stuff possible. And you know what I'm talking about. Just go aggressing in, you know? Just don't care about the world. Win your fights on reflexes.
Oh!
Speak of the reflexes. This is just a reaction test for Slipknot. What a shot. Ooh. Just cracks his skull open into 2 pieces. And that bullet's going to just go right through the head.
I would have broken my phone in half.
Oh, boy.
That was such a nasty shot right there. Incas, he's going to try and make his teammate proud as well with the Mini 14 in his hands. They do have the lads from Gremlin Storm right in front of them. They know the compound. And Raw, they're going to be quite wary of that position now. Just keep an eye on it. Make sure you always have information as to what is happening over there. So still 12 minutes into the game. 16 teams and 59 players still alive. The circle, not really a lot of hard shifts are happening in the zone. It's close to the center again and again and again and again. And that is how this game is going to go for up until the 3rd zone. That is when I want a hard shift. Not the third, sorry, fourth zone.
They showed
The
it.
one after this one. Yeah,
They
showed
showed
that.
that shot. Nice, man.
They left someone behind.
Okay, sometimes you gotta leave the players behind. Speaking of leaving the players behind, that was one player who was left all by himself and isolated, no fear. Just got pressed on by 4 players at the same time. Now it's the players of Raw again against the players of 1952. 2 players down. Giant Mara getting a help that they really needed. From the back lines, it's the players of Raw just putting insane amount of pressure. 1952 in a big world of trouble as they're getting sandwiched from both sides. From the front, it's the players of Giant Mara. From the back lines, it's the players of Raw. And these are free pickings for the players of Raw as well. Nothing much to worry about. Easy points accumulated. 1952, unknown of the fact that challenging a fight out in the open might just not be a good idea.
Well, it's definitely not going to be a great idea for them, but let's see. Jan Mara Gunner getting spotted out by Liquid from the side of Raw. Engaging over here, it's going to be quite tricky for either one of these squads. Raw in a 3-1 split of their own. Jan Mara not having numbers to deal with the fight if it comes their way. Just 2 players remaining. 15 teams in the lobby, 53 players alive. Gunner, he's going to fall back. Doesn't want any part of this. Doesn't want to be the center of the attention in this situation.
Johnny.
Yeah.
Look at Slipknot's hat. It's sick, dude. It says C on it.
Nice.
Means the captain, you know? The
Yeah.
cap. He ain't
Usually
capping
be-
inside the lobby today.
Well, he has to be. Ooh, look at this. Jan Mara. They have closed in. 2v4 situation. Could swing either way if the players from Jan Mara play their cards right, but on the other side, godlike
Ooh.
Stalwart taking a hit as VENOM Legends find an opening. Scry knocked out.
Yeah, big teams are definitely getting hurt quite big time. VENOM Legends, that was some nice shots from the side of Laser. He's out here to hand out some haircuts. And this time it's going to be the players of Stalwart eSports in the front. VENOM Legends, they have a nice spread for themselves as well. There is another player in the front, Fragboy. And we've known Fragboy too, Johnny. Over the years, we've seen what Fragboy is capable of. If I'm not wrong, back in the day or previously, he was playing with Raw. And now with VENOM Legends, this definitely is a big change for him. And he, so far, I mean, again, he is struggling, but he's trying his best to adapt. And VENOM Legends, I mean, they won the previous game, so no complaints from my side. Week 2, they have started things on a dominating note, but now Seal against the players of Deadeye's guys. Deadeye's guys have a big advantage inside this compound. They are already having a nice high ground to play with, so they're situated up for success. The positioning, they have the positional advantage. This is a big chance, or there's a big chance they might get approached by a third party in this fight. DE, they have all the 4 players up. It's 4 against 2. Seal with just 2 players looking to push themselves in a defensive stance and try and defend this compound. But I think so if all the 4 players just push inside the house at the same time, it's going to be next to impossible to hold it off.
Yeah, it's going to be quite difficult as well, as you said. Oh,
Yeah.
but right outside the window. Little bit slow on the reaction, otherwise could have taken the players from DE down, and our Lucifer is going to be the man left standing indoors, down to 20 HP, last player left standing in fact, and the players of DE are going for him. They are pushing him quite relentlessly, and now finally they do find the pick. Seal eSports getting eliminated from this game. Maybe Deadeye's guys are going to be next as Raw come in right in the nick of time for the third party. On top is going to be dropped out. True Love going for the spray. Is going to connect with the Scar. L finds the opening but needs to fall back now as the numbers are going to be equalized. True Love goes down as well. It's going to be down to Chari and his teammate Joker to make sure that DE do not get eliminated right after they have started to build the momentum with a squad wipe of their own.
Speaking of building the momentum, yeah, DE, but now they're down to a 3-man squad. The fallen player should be back upon his feet, but as they've been charged down by the players of Raw, The difficulty level is going to be amped up even more. IT, finally they take an exit. Godless was the last man alive from that squad, but not anymore. Raw back up with all the 4 players on their feet. Slipknot, he has been a pop-off man for this squad, and he wants to be the pop-off man even in the future lines. But is that going to be a possibility? Chari goes down, now it's opening from the side of Raw. Now it's time to keep the pedal to the metal and capitalize on it, and that's what the players of Raw are exactly starting to do. The confidence is looking all-time high. Turu Love is looking to put a full stop to the story of Raw. But Deadeye's guys, unfortunately, with the man deficit, they cannot make any sort of big moves happen. Incuss knocked out. It's a 2-on-2 situation. Chari on the other side's knocked out as well. Sus really low because he just got rest back up. And now finally going for the res on the fallen players is Deadeye's guys. Raw, though, they're not able to breach in. Deadeye's guys, they're doing a great job of just holding this compound.
Well, they are doing quite a brilliant job, in fact, as you said. But DE still not done over here. Sus, he's trying to go for a flank. Trula falling back, trying to go where Joker is. So they have a fighting position. They have a fighting plan. But from the distance, Godlike Stalwart are coming in as well. Necro, a third party after a third party is going to be down. Slipknot Liquid are down. DE, they are doing a wonderful job bringing the numbers of the side of Raw Official down to where they can deal with them, to where they can fight them and take them out as well. But now True Love and Joker will have to figure out a way to close this fight. Otherwise, Godlike Stalwart are just going to finish them and the players of Raw at the same time. But it does not really happen as DE are getting finished off, are getting picked apart one after the other. Joker is going to be the last player left standing for his team, and he's going to have to deal with Sus, runs into a crossfire and ends up giving his life. So 4 points. In fact, 3 points to the players of Raw. And I think that has to be the cue for Godlike Stalwart to go for their opportunity and secure those finishes. But no, they do prioritize their position. Godlike Stalwart just avoided this position, this entire situation that was there. And they have just taken control of the edge of the circle now.
I would say that's a mature option, definitely.
Yeah.
Positioning yourself in a better spot than to being greedy and going for those elimination points. I would always just say position yourself if you're playing for the victory. And Godlike Stalwart really do need that because today's day has been quite rough on him. High Voltage, on the other hand, up against the players of Deadeye's Warriors as they are now back inside the fray. They're definitely catching a bit of hurt. Gremlin Storm looking to keep it going. Looking to keep the aggression amped up. Looking to keep the pace amped up as well. A1 Esports now against the players of Gremlin Storm. Both these teams have been feeling themselves inside this week, and they want to put it to work up against each other. Finally, now from the back, it's going to be the player of A1 Esports. How do you miss that, Sinister? A lot of bullets whiffed, and that's going to give another lifeline to Memo. Memo somehow was able to dodge all those bullets like Neo from Matrix. But Sinister, that's not going to be a good news for the side of A1 Esports. That missed shot, oh, that might just lead to their demise, but unfortunately, both these teams now are getting backfired. Both these teams are now getting third-partied, and they're sandwiched from both the sides. It's the players of Gremlin Storm who are getting shot at by Godlike Stalwart, and Skylightz Gaming is taking shots on the players of A1 Esports. This is not a good news for any of these teams because they're now just being played around from other teams.
Yeah, they're just getting played, plain and simple. Ooh, but look at this, Skylightz Gaming. Yeah.
Yep.
Not how you want to go down, but can't really do much about that. The players were extremely low as well right there. So top 5 teams remaining, 14 players still alive. And Necro, Godlike Stalwart, they are back in this one.
The one time I don't pick them.
9 eliminations already. And they have all 4 players remaining.
Oh boy. The next circle's going to center on up too, Johnny. In no man's land. Not a lot of hard cover to play with. Just a little bit of ridges to play. VENOM Legends might just find themselves in the most prime spot possible.
Yeah.
But there can be a couple of spoilers if Giant Mara decide to strike and Elementrix decide to strike at the same time. But I think so. This should be it for the side of Elementrix as Gunner's looking to peek on either side. But no, Bishal is quite well hidden. He's just fit in that little cubby. Gunner somewhat realized that there might be a player around that. We did see him scope it out a little bit. Gunner cannot step up. He's barely one bullet away from death. Now we'll need to make it inside the circle. He exactly does. Patches himself up, and now he'll continue the march forward. Godlike Stalwart, all 4 players, as you mentioned, 9 elimination points already named on them. This has been one of the most dominating games from their side inside this week. And this is a great way to end things off as well, as this is their last game throughout the day. What? Brabine! One more bullet. That's all you need to connect, but no. Talk about a lot of whiffs. Another lifeline given away. But I wouldn't really call it exactly that a whiff. It's quite tough to land bullets from that far away. But all you needed to do was connect to one more bullet on that target. And that could have been it, but unfortunately he was not able to find that mark. Action! Spots out the rotation. That's quite a desperate 1-2, but unfortunately, while he's taking shots, he steps out a little bit, over peaks from that angle, and he instantly gets shut down from that cover fire of high voltage.
It's down to the top 3 teams, 12 players alive, Godlike Stalwart, which is, well, all 4 players, but with 3 left standing now. Scry is going to try and make his way into the zone, but the vehicle blows up, and along with it, Scry is going to go down as well. Pika in a very uncomfortable position, stuck between a rock and a hard place. He has nowhere left to go, so this is not going to be a win for Godlike Stalwart. It will either be VENOM Legends or it will be the players of High Voltage. But High Voltage, they are moving in together. VENOM Legends in a little bit of a pickle as they have to take the fight out in the open. They have to come down from the high ground in a few short moments. The blue zone is closing in and the zone is going to move towards, well, VENOM Legends.
Yeah, what is this VENOM Legends, man? It's a complete new VENOM Legends. They're reformed. And oh boy, VENOM Legends, talk about changing the tides, talk about changing the emotions. They've done this. Top goes down, Stalwart eSports with only that one last glimmer of hope. VENOM Legends, on the other hand, looking so dominating in the past 2 games, and they're looking to make their name in the back-to-back chicken dinners. Pika shuts down a man. High Voltage left with 3 players to work with. They've taken a big punch in the gut. Pika proven to be a big problem for the side of High Voltage. And now VENOM Legends as well. They're taking advantage of this fact as they're going to try to march on up. But no, High Voltage, they still want to fight for that one. They do not want to give it up just like that. What? Malik barely surviving. Somehow avoided those bullets. And now has a little cover to play with. The nade's going to be tossed in, but overcooked. So another lifeline gifted, but not anymore. Frackboy should be able to seal the deal, as now it's going to be 1v3. Pika versus the squad of VENOM Legends. Susan, Frackboy, and Laser to find out who is going to be able to win this one. Pika, can he clutch it out? He's found the opening. That should give him a lot of confidence, but now he will be flushed out of his cover because of the play zone, and Pika stands no chance. But he decides not to give away that elimination points and instead accepts his defeat with the zone.
Yeah.
VENOM Legends, a back-to-back chicken dinner.
Wow, what a day it is. What a start to week number 2. VENOM Legends looking completely different from how they did in the first week of the tournament. And quite smart for Pika right there, denying the point to the opposition. And also, again, as we were questioning the decision-making from the other teams, Godlike Stalwart as well, we have to question their decision-making process as well. Overcommitment when entering the zone in those final few situations. And they just lost 2 of the most important players that they had to win the final fight. Pika tried his level best, but in the end, VENOM Legends is just being patient, being quite smart with how they wanted to close out this game. Were able to walk away with 2. In fact, as you said, 2 wins back-to-back. Just 5 eliminations, but hey, it's about those 20 points, right? They got the points, and they are sitting on the first position in the overall rankings now.
Oh boy, VENOM Legends, man, this is the day of surprises, an astonishing week 2, and always it's number 2, which is quite surprising, right? As I keep on mentioning, day 2 is the day of comebacks. Week 2 might just be the week of comebacks as well. The mid pack is always where teams start to wake up and they realize how things are getting heated up and even more serious. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be right back after this short break. Go grab some water.
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Fall Season of 2022. Brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. This is Super Johnny, joined by Necro alongside with me. And ladies and gentlemen, 4 games done in the day. We just have the last match of the day remaining, in which the teams from Group A won't be really performing. But what a day it has been so far. A day full of surprises. We did talk about in the start, when we start off the day, when we start off the matches of this week, me and Necro, we were just having a conversation whether in this week, Necro, we could have the underperformers, the teams that did not show up big in the last week, well, them turning things around, and that is exactly what we are seeing. VENOM Legends, 2 games back-to-back chicken dinner.
Indeed, I mean, as you mentioned, back-to-back VENOM Legends. Oh boy, are we going to be seeing back-to-back 3 games? I would be interested.
Ooh, hat-trick.
Ooh, a hat-trick, yeah, who wouldn't love that? But with that being said, Incus from the side of Raw has found himself with the MVP of that previous game. 4 elimination points, 840 damage dealt, 3 knockouts. Again, Raw as well, they're having a nice day so far.
Yeah, they're having quite a wonderful day, in fact. They're doing quite well in terms of how aggressive they are and how good majority of the fights that they're taking are going for them. But we aren't really seeing those high finishes from their side. Even in this one, we do see Incus with just a 19-minute survival time right there. But overall, a very good day for them. Godlike Stalwart, though. This game, I guess this was one of those matches where they got serious for a second, and when they realized, all right, we are in top 3, we have pretty decent elimination numbers as well, they started to go YOLO and they got taken out. Pika in the very end, I believe instead of going for the finish again, as we mentioned, like sometimes it's just better to stay back. Pika, had he just gone for that first aid that he had, could have done a lot better. I believe he could have potentially taken down 1 more from the side of VENOM Legends and put in a little bit of additional pressure on them. But that wasn't really the case. He decided to just secure that finish and deny his point instead. Action is going to be there with 4 eliminations in this player focus list, sitting on the 3rd position, followed by Prabeen from the side of High Voltage, who has 4 eliminations as well. And then in the end, we did see top.
Match summary. Action with 4 elimination points. This time is with the highest eliminations. Then you have highest damage, of course, from the side of Incus. Then highest assist from the side of Malik, and Godless from the side of IHC, who was the only survivor from that entire team. Makes a lot of sense. He was able to, or he was at least taking a lot of damage in those late phases of the game. But IHC, again, if you speak of one of those days that where IHC is not able to shine through, today is definitely one of those days. IHC is having a rough day, without a doubt. Stalwart Esports, finally, we saw some semblance of life in them. But again, we're never going to doubt them, right? It's the players of Godlike Stalwart. Why would we ever doubt them? Even if they're not playing, even if they're not able to shine through this entire week too, I'm still going to be so faithful in them no matter what. Match rankings in front of us, as you have, of course, top 3 in front of you, VENOM Legends. Unfortunately, even though they won that game, they did not have enough amount of elimination points to back it up. So that's why Godlike Stalwart are in the first spot with 23 points.
Hey man, it's simple. Points are points. Doesn't matter where you get them from. And Godlike Stalwart, I mean, they do like to keep a pretty decent average when you look at the bigger picture and compare the points that they got in every single game. Today wasn't really there. This was their last game that they played, and they won't be there in the next one. So they had to make sure that this one mattered. 23 points, quite a decent amount, big chunk from this particular game. VENOM Legends is just sitting on 20 right there along with High Voltage. But Janmara on 9 points, 8 placement points, just a single elimination right there. Raw, the exact opposite of their predecessors, sitting there with 7 eliminations and just a single placement points. They were being very aggressive. No wonder we saw Incus there as the MVP of this particular match. The man was just an absolute monster the entire time he was present.
No, I mean, without a doubt, Raw has been one of those teams that is not really shying away from the fights inside this week too, and I'm loving this new type of phase from the side of Raw. And I would say all the teams that were doing really bad in the first week, they've finally realized how to play around with the teams, right? I think so they have gotten more accustomed. As I mentioned, the jitters as well, it seems like they've been shaken away. They're now way much more known of the fact of how to play inside the lobbies, and this shot, oh my god, speaking of Raw, it was Slipknot just doing Slipknot things, I guess.
Slipknot just being Slipknot. But I love the early aggression from the players of Gremlin Storm as well. Gremlin Storm was looking very solid. I was very impressed with how they were playing. But then all of a sudden, in the middle of nowhere, even they go down. VENOM Legends, I think they're going to be upset about the fact that it was an anti-climatic finish for them. They really wanted to pick off that last player from the side of godlike Stalwart, but they did not really get the opportunity to do so. Pika just being cheeky about it. But we do have the damage histogram in front of us. VENOM Legends, they obviously won the game. 1400 damage dished out, just 5 eliminations. But godlike Stalwart, they dominated their fights. High Voltage dominated their fight. Gremlin Storm, look at that, 515 damage, 1 elimination secured. Even though they had an opportunity to get a few more when they were pushed upon. Seal eSports now in an interesting position. Dished out 400 damage, but no elimination. IHC as well. IHC, they have to stop and analyze the fights that they are running in today. But as we discussed a little bit earlier, one of the reasons it is happening is because, I don't know, they played like this the first week, then they made it into the top 3 by the end of the week. Maybe they are just trying to do the same thing, seeing how far they can go.
Exactly. And finally, the overall rankings of the post-match four are in front of us. VENOM Legends, as we know, that's a decent big leap taken from their side all the way on the first spot. High Voltage climbing 4 spot ahead, taking over the A1NB's position. Then you have godlike Stalwart with that one single good game. They've just boosted themselves up on 9th spot. And this is exactly what we're saying when we speak about godlike Stalwart. It doesn't matter how they're doing in the overall rankings. All it will take is that one single good game to just change the entire look of the overall rankings. Latter half of the board in front of us, I'd see definitely a big surprise to see them on the latter half. WIZZES Club all the way in the bottom. DEADEYES guys as well, having a really grim day.
Yeah, not really a day that they wanted. And it's quite difficult to understand as to why it's going like this, because week 1 they were looking very solid. Week 1 they were doing a phenomenal job, had a great start to the first week, first day, doing really well in the first few games as well. But this time around, week number 2, not really what they wanted, but hey, there's always going to be tomorrow, and then there are the 3 days that are going to come after that. But for now at least, I feel with the kind of push that we have seen from godlike Stalwart, even tomorrow there's going to be possibility that with every single good performance that you have, your ranking is just going to take a massive jump. You win 1 game right now. Seal eSports, DEADEYES guys, WIZZES Club, they win just 1 game starting tomorrow, get 1 good chicken dinner with over like 10 eliminations. They are going to have a leap into the top 10. But let's move forward, have a look at the schedule of the day. Last game of the day, ladies and gentlemen, about to be played on the map of Erangel. Group A is not going to be here, so that's going to mean godlike Stalwart is going to sit this one out. Raw eSports will be sitting it out. Elementrix and A1 eSports will also be sitting this out. But that means DRS Gaming, Train to Kill, MABETEX, and DAX are going to be returning. So Necro, what is your prediction for the last game? Who do you think is going to win?
I think so. We should let the screen roll first, and then I'll try to make... that'll also give me enough amount of time to think about which team I'm going to go with.
Are you going to make that face? You raise one eyebrow?
Can you make it? I want to see... I want to see you do it. You cannot.
I can't.
I
was a big Dwayne Johnson fan, but I still can't do it. I don't know.
You cannot raise the eyebrow like this?
No.
Really? It's not that hard, man.
Yeah, I don't know. I just look weird. Looks like I've forgotten something.
Wait, so you're saying I don't look weird?
No.
Ooh, thank you, man. Thanks for the compliment. With that being said, yeah, finally, we're not going to be moving on towards predictions. And Johnny, what's your prediction?
Why? Do you do it now?
Okay, I'm going to go with DEADEYES guys.
DE. DE is going to be an interesting pick because maybe just like godlike Stalwart did in the previous game, DEADEYES guys can have a good jump in this particular match as well. But I think I'll go with VENOM Legends. It's a hat-trick opportunity. Why not?
It is. There's a big chance, yeah. I mean, actually, if they do, that's going to be a record inside this PMPL.
Yeah.
So, why not? It is up for grabs. There is a big chance VENOM Legends can try to make it. But considering it's the last game of Erangel, and there's going to be a lot of teams who are good at the map Erangel in general, so it's going to be really tough to squeeze one out.
Yeah, it is going to be quite tough because it's the last game of the day. It is on Erangel. Plus, I mean, all of the bottom teams are some of the biggest names that you can have in a tournament like this, and none of them want to finish a game with a loss, finish a day with a loss. So all of them are going to be try-harding in this one. It's going to be a really, really tough situation to be in. A lot of pressure during the mid-game stages. But that also sort of depends that, well, mostly depends on what the flight path is going to look like and what where the circle is going to be. Now, in a situation like this, considering we have, again, as I mentioned, some of the biggest names right now stuck in the bottom of the rankings, I want to see a military circle now.
Ooh.
And with Godlike Stalwart also out of the picture for this game.
Military circle. I mean, I'm always in love with that circle. You know, I would never say no for that circle. Considering it'll give a big advantage for some teams like Deadeye's Warriors and even Godlike Stalwart, but unfortunately, Godlike Stalwart is not playing inside this one. So if it's a military circle, I'm pretty sure they're just going to be so disappointed because that is a type of circle that they really love to dominate, but that's going to give another team a big chance to maybe potentially take over that Nova Rupnoy spot, which hasn't happened until yet. No one has even dared to walk into the Godlike Stalwart territory because it's just carved on the walls of Nova Rupnoy that it's Godlike Stalwarts. If you ever walk in here, we will hunt you down.
There's a massive skull outside with weapons that they have salvaged from all the teams that they wiped out. It happened once. Someone tried to challenge them once. It was a team called Zeus eSports. They were destroyed in that fight.
It was, PMPL Season 3, man. Good days.
Yeah. That's the incident everyone brings up because that was the debut season for what was Astra Academy back then. Later on turned into Stalwart and now is Godlike Stalwart. It was their debut season. And you have to think the entire story that happened back then was the fact that Godlike eSports qualified through a different qualifier. They made it to the finals through a different qualifier, and Astra Academy, they came in through a different qualifier series entirely. So both the teams, they met during the finals, and over there the competition was so intense. But we'll talk about that some other time, ladies and gentlemen. Podcast session is done right now. The game is live. The trajectory of the plane is going to reveal itself, starting from the Ferry Pier area, going all the way towards Severny.
Yeah, and the planned flight path is all the way from the left side, as you did mention. So there's a big chance we might witness some potential early game skirmishes. Only time would tell if that's going to be a case or not. But so far, I don't think so that's going to be... I mean, so far, again, I don't think so that's going to be the case. Maybe A1 Esports and a couple of teams, because we know there are two teams that like to go towards Milta Power and Milta. One of those is VENOM Legends that like to go all the way on the right side. There's a big chance we might see an early collision between VENOM Legends and some other team, potentially A1 Esports, because they will need a drop in that pathway to get towards Milta Power. And because of the planned fly path, maybe that's going to be the case. But so far, we're not seeing anything that critical just yet because, of course, it's just the starting phase of the game. And as I mentioned, Johnny mentioned he wants to see a military-based circle. Before that, though, I really want to elaborate a little bit more on a team like Giant Mara. Giant Mara now, again, week one, I would say a decent outing, but not really something we all expected from their side. It's not exactly a military circle, but it is kind of tilted down south. I don't think so the odds of it shifting down completely south towards Military Island is there, but as I mentioned, early skirmishes are going to happen, and that's what exactly is happening so far. Teams are being pushed outside their comfort zone, and unfortunately, because of that reason, we might just see some early big eliminations happen. VENOM Legends seem like they're in a big world of trouble as they've found themselves between two squads, 1952 and TRZ. Would be tough to get out of this one, and how are they going to be able to? It's the players of DRS in a fight against the players of Giant Mara. They are able to find some potential openings. They've already gone one elimination point on their name. Gante with the AKM. They're on a hunt against the players of Giant Mara. Giant Mara on a run away from the players of DRS as they've already found themselves with a man deficit. But again, they're definitely looking to counter each other. Giant Mara in a big world of trouble. They cannot stop anywhere than Nova Rupnoy, and they're straight up booking for Nova Rupnoy as well. But DRS, they have no intentions of just closing on up onto them just yet. They found some suitable vehicles that they maybe will try to use. But again, this was how the players DRS found that opening. But yeah, TRS, they're pushed outside their comfort zone because the planned fly path was not really favoring their drop location. So now they're finally going to try to close on up to that drop location. The circle is definitely quite mysterious. It is creating that mysterious aura inside the game.
Yeah, it does. It does sometimes, but let's see there. We're gonna need a hard shift for this to actually make the situation a little bit more intense, but at least for the last game, teams have decided to take risk. It's gonna be quite interesting to see as to which teams the situation is gonna work out for, and for whom it will backfire. Well, DRS, they have decided to take the Novorepnoy Bridge back to Milter, so they want to start from their standard drop spot where they usually start the game from. They don't want to take as much risk as a few of the other teams, but look at this, ladies and gentlemen. We do have VENOM Legends. In fact, it is Fragboy, quite close to one of the players from the side of 1952. Now, all of this is happening in the farm split area, the pancake area. And Fragboy going for a push is going to be taken down by Dante with a UMP in his hands, and that's an instant finish. Now it doesn't matter. If Dante goes down, he has done his job, made sure that only a 3-man roster from the VENOM Legends side is going to be left standing. And in fact, he has done more. The backup has arrived. VENOM Legends, they could be in a world of hurt. What could have been their hat trick is not really even gonna be a good game for them. They are fighting to the best of their abilities. Trades are coming in as well. So the numbers from the side of 1952 have dwindled down as well. The players, the bodies lying on the floor. Suzanne is gonna step out in the open, and from the distance, Devil Boy retaliates. So VENOM Legends down to the last player. Taking a fight against Jax, not really working out. Laser needs to be careful, finds the knock. It's down to a 1v1. Needs to go for these finishes. Secures the 2 points before Devil Boy gets here. Laser needs to heal up as well. Needs a first aid or a med kit. And then he needs to continue this fight. In the meanwhile, Susan is going to crawl towards his teammate. Devil Boy in the distance going for the revive on entry. And if the revive comes in, if it happens, then this entire fight, it could be for nothing. 2v1 situation now for Laser.
Laser, as you mentioned, 2v1 situation. He's going for the res and also getting charged on by Entry. Entry might just fall apart. Both of them could have lined up. But again, Entry being all by himself, he couldn't stand a chance against the firepower of 1952. Nicely played. Well done.
Yeah.
From their side.
Should have gone for the revive first over there.
Yeah, overall, I mean, they played that pretty well. And I called it too. We're going to be seeing a lot of early game fights, and that's what exactly happened. Now, them being out the fray, as VENOM Legends, unfortunately, you went with them, and you pretty much just ended up cursing them. I called it too. I literally said it at the start because the planned fly path, VENOM Legend has to be a team that will probably be in the biggest trouble. And that will exactly happen.
They had nowhere left to go, getting caught off guard as well. Forced to take that fight, but now Dax, having revealed their cover position to the players of DE, are going to be left with no other option as well in a few short moments though. Well, in fact, both the teams have no incentive to fight. They're quite close to the center of the circle. So just holding on to their spots, holding on to whatever safe haven that they have for themselves. It should be enough. IHC moving down north from, well, moving down south, I'm sorry, from the Georgopol city, have finally made it all the way towards Gatka. And I wonder when the collision is going to happen. When will IHC collide against the players of DE? Because that is a surprise that DE will not expect. We do see the lads of IHC in the radar, ladies and gentlemen. There they are.
Speak of that, Deadeye's guys. Just firing shots up front. I'd see they've always been on the receiving end. There has to be at least once today that they're not on the receiving end and just they're on the firing side of things. So far, the early kerfuffles happened, but now the rest of the teams are pretty okay and comfortable. There's a big bunch of teams right in the smack center, and there might be a big chance they will probably start fighting against each other too. And there's a big trifecta of death as well. Dax, Deadeye's guys, and IT pretty close to each other. And so far, they're just trading bullets. Not even damage, just bullets. They're just emptying mags onto each other, hoping that maybe some sort of bullets will connect. And they will probably try to burn through enemy meds. Look at Godless. He spotted the player in the front. Prone's out in the open. Wants to go for a precise spray. Has On Top spotted Godless yet? No is going to be the answer. But On Top is just so quick on his feet. He's moving around. IT Godless is just waiting for On Top to stand still once. As soon as he does, he will probably try to mow him down. But On Top, his movement is something that is saving him so far. Just stand still once On Top. There has to be a moment where you will just be so unaware and you will try to stand still. But so far, that's not the case. Finally, On Top does! And he spots out Godless. But unfortunately, he does, man. Godless, the patience not paying off for the first time.
I think he was just practicing his tracking skills, I guess. Maybe mid-game warm-up.
I mean, you could have practiced his tracking skills if you wanted with the shots, you know? No, but that's not the case. He was just waiting for him to stand still. He was waiting for like a perfect knockout. But that was not the case. On Top was quick on his feet. And the other player was not quick on his trigger. On the other hand, a fight approaching once again. A fight happening in front of us. TRZ up against the players of 1952. One player's quite low. Just going to distance himself from Entry. Entry needs to make sure he's not giving away any sound cues. Mad Cat is aware of the fact that someone might just be inside the building. He is breaching inside with a UMP. Intentions are quite clear. They do have a little suspicion of someone might just be in the close range. No, Entry blows it away, blows his cover, gives the position away too, tosses in a Molotov, but the Molotov's a little too late. Should have been a bit quicker. Should have tossed in that Molotov on the stairs, then could have been a chance. Maybe he could have came out on top in that fight, but look at what's happening to Devil Boy out in the open. The vehicle's being blown. It's being shredded away with 30 bullets of pain, and it will be blown up soon. So Devil Boy is now all by himself, trapped in that little spot, while we see every single team from the lobby just booking it towards Primorsk.
Well, 1952, nowhere left to go. I think TRZ are going to just try and wipe them out. They know it's just one more player left. Airdrop being picked up by TRS. It's going to make the situation a whole lot more interesting. But, so there's something very interesting happening right now. We have the players of Janmara moving in from the southern edge, or moving along the southern edge of the military island. They will be blocked on the military bridge by the players of the E Warriors. Otherwise, they can try and go for a swim to cross over to the main island. But Devil Boy, nowhere left to go, does see his end approaching, in fact. As the nade is going to be lobbed indoors, and he is going to run outdoors, and now he's going to be running out in the open IRL. So 2 teams wiped out within the first 12 minutes. We're down to 14 teams, 55 players in this lobby. The blue zone is about to close in, so we will have the next shift of the circle. There's a massive cluster forming just between Ferry Pier and Gutka. A lot of teams towards the quarry area as well. And the 2 teams on the military island now. Janmara and the lads of the Warriors. There it is, no fear. Gets the MG3. Along with the suppressor for the AR. The ghillie suit is going to be something.
I
Could
love
be
this
quite
weapon.
helpful. Yeah.
I love this weapon.
The MG3?
Yeah. I would say this is my next favorite weapon other than the Groza. I mean, Groza is an AR, MG3 is an LMG, but still, I love it. It just shreds through enemies.
Yeah.
It's like an absolute meat grinder. But for now, speaking about enemies getting shredded, it's A+B+C again, once again on the receiving end, and they're getting shredded into pieces as those bullets are now going to start to hurt. Bullets of pain definitely shredding through the players of A+B+C, and now they're also running low on vehicles potentially. 2 vehicles are in the front. That means A+B+C should still have 2 more vehicles available. But unfortunately, those vehicles might not be that useful anymore. A+B+C, they're still stuck in a spot they really don't want to be in. T2K, on the other hand, found themselves on the edge of the map where there's a lot of teams who are trying to make it inside the circle. High Voltage is right there too. They almost could have caught an opening, but missed on that.
Well, Seal eSports could have been quite unlucky, with Zeke managing to stay alive. High Voltage Jiggle, as you mentioned, Necro, trained to kill. They are surrounded at this point from the rest of the opposition. At any given point, the collision could result in their demise. But over here, we have TRZ Rare. And in the distance, we do see the players from the side of DRS. So I want to see how this situation develops in the Ferry area. High Voltage finding the opening on the other fight. Twin to Kill are losing their players. Rig has been taken down, and Legend is going to be taken out as well. High Voltage just putting a lot of hurt on the players of T2K, and Sandesh is going to try and escape this, try and escape his fate. And he does succeed, in fact, in doing so.
Speaking about escaping fates, A+B+C, they haven't been able to escape their fate today. Everyone inside the lobby just waiting for the next circle. DRS on the edge, but the next circle is actually going to take a big shift up north, favoring a decent amount of teams in it, but the rest of the teams now will need to start closing on up. And majority of the good compounds are already taken, so we might just see some breach-ins. We might just see some teams breaking through someone's defense to try and get that prime spot in their hands. And currently, the only prime spot available, which is taken away by the players of DAX, and so far, their firepower hasn't been looking that great, so it should not be that difficult to take it away from them, considering today's day has been pretty rough. So mentality might not be looking that great on their side. But TDK Sandesh up against the players of Seal as they're finding opening. Skylightz Gaming 2, on the other hand, on the receiving end. A lot of fights that are now going to start to happen as the circle has already closed in. Of course, SNS teams, they're going to try to close in inside the circle. They are going to meet up against each other.
Let's see how they're going to make it through this, though. T2K getting finished off. Jane is going to be picked apart by the players of High Voltage. At least they try to make it happen, but now they have to switch targets. Seal eSports also in the close vicinity. On the other side, Dax quite close to the players of WIZZES Club with DEADEYES, guys. Just next door on the high ground. A+B+C right up front. Again, just because of how much water was involved in the early game stages, now there is not enough area for all of these teams. And the circle moving up north is going to put WIZZES Clubs and Dax in a wonderful position. But now that also means that they are the team to beat. They are the team that needs to get taken out so that someone else is going to be able to take their position. They have a massive bullseye on their back, massive target on their back, and everyone is going to go for the bullseye, but you have to be careful. A+B+C against MABETEX, first opening as Wally goes down.
Again, WIZZES Club. So far, okay. Yeah, it's fun to blow those up, not gonna lie. I do that all the time, but the only difference is I take damage.
You're not quick enough.
Yeah, man. What can I? That's why I've joined the gym.
Well, Gremlin Storm are pretty quick to get those knocks, as they do drop one player from the side of DE Warriors, and Fear does manage to get another one. Look at that, Doc extremely low. Rowdy should have kept pushing forward. He had a wonderful opportunity to finish off Doc and in fact cause a lot of trouble for Sneak. But Sneak is going to be taken down anyway as Fear comes in with a wonderful nade. Rowdy, now all he has to do is finish off Doc. Last player remaining from the side of Gremlin Storm. Nades being lobbed upon him are going to result in him just having a sliver of HP. Look at Fear. He did not have an HP bar for a few seconds. Did put up a first aid. Oh, barely missing the opposition. Dictator in a world of hurt, but that's not going to matter. The car was just a distraction. And the Warriors getting shown the exit by the hands of Gremlin Storm. But Gremlin Storm, they need to reset. They need to heal up and be ready for the next fight, because Spear has been taken down. Janmara, they are here. The third party already underway.
Exactly. No Fear. Pretty close to the opposition right here. Gremlin Storm still holding on strong. 3 players up in live. SnapYT slowly and steadily closing up. He is the man who is the snake so far. Just waiting for that right opportunity to strike. Giant Mara as well now. Again, they're just trying to engulf him like an amoeba. Gremlin Storm are so unaware of the fact that the opposition is slowly and steadily approaching him, and they might just be trapped from all the different directions. So far, it does look like they've got him in a deadlock, and Gunner wants to move in from the back. Smoke grenades tossed in the front just to get some sort of visual cover available from the enemy team. But, oh, SnapYT try to turn on the enemy, but that's not going to be the case. Giant Mara, they're going to catch one man slipping away. The Circle is just playing so many evil games, and a lot of teams are getting caught off guard with that one. And this fight is definitely looking quite scrappy. Gremlin Storm, it's finally going to be a full stop to their fairy tale inside this game, as Giant Mara, they look to close on up inside the Circle. They found a vehicle available, and they're going to close on up. But again, the problem going to be is, how are they going to try to make it inside the Circle? Yeah. The edge lines are so unsafe. Teams are going to have all sort of eyes on you when you'll try to make it in. The cover fire is going to be so essential in these moments. And DRS, they've closed on up right next to the players of Giant Mara. Gunner's taking a lot of fire on his vehicle. TRZ, they're up against the players of DRS, and so far they're doing a phenomenal job. DRS is being suppressed down. They're on their knees. It's all down to just that one last man alive, and Gunner will put a full stop. Almost does, but unfortunately misses those shots, and instantly the retaliation will be there from the side of DRS. Another man approaching, MG3 in the hand. The LMG might just be so damaging, but no, that's not going to be the case. Giant Mara, they missed those crucial shots, and they will have to pay the price for that.
Well, as you mentioned, crucial shots not connecting in DRS. They make them pay. But not for nothing though. They had to pay a price for themselves. 2 players down, 1 knocked out. Just the last player left standing. But IHC0, a nade being lobbed upon them is going to drop him down. Godless was extremely low, but he has managed to heal up from the distance. Alex is going to try and see if the flank is going to be enough to take down the players of High Voltage. And in fact, yes, High Voltage, they're down to the last player left standing. And the revives are coming in for the entirety of the team, but so are the players from the side of DEADEYES. Guys, as they are done and dusted with their previous fight, are going to see if the third party should help them secure a few extra points for themselves. In the meanwhile, Malik and his teammates, they're going to have to heal up.
The next circle's going to center on up. A lot of elimination are definitely there on the elimination feed. Vehicle's going to blow up. TRZ, unfortunately, now in a big man deficit. DRS, somehow they're able to stay alive. That clutch from the side of rules is what's something that has kept this team alive. MABETEX from the back is now going to close up, and Wally's going to be the cleanup man on that side. Cleans up the final man. MABETEX looking a strong team. All 4 players alive in these final moments, and that's going to help them quite a lot. IC with 3 players. IC's been taken down. DPS in the close range has been really devastating today. We've seen some incredible inhuman moments with this gun. And Turulov is looking to keep the pedal to the metal with that gun. IC, they realize there's a man outside that compound. They want to close in, but no from the back lines as the players of DEADEYES Skies was not going to let that happen. IC are being trapped inside that little barn. not allowed to step outside. Deadeye's guys with some nice cover fire. They're able to stay alive over here. They have a nice spread within themselves. These two players within the back are the two main pillar, and Turulov in the front is doing a great job of distraction. Alex closes up on the compound wall, but he's no clue that Turulov has a DBS available, but it's not going to matter. Alex is going to shred through with the UMP no matter what, but he falls down eventually. The cover fire is really good. It's strong from the side of Deadeye's guys, and Deadeye's guys, they're not going to give up just yet. 3 players still up. They're looking to flip the odds against the players of IHC. IHC, even though they had the compound, it's on the verge of getting stolen away.
Yeah, it is going to get taken away from them, but who will it go to? That's the question. Godless and Zero left standing. Alex, he's going to struggle for a revive, but Godless with the nade of his own can take care of the players of high voltage. Alex is going to be back on his feet, and now IHC, they are abandoning ship, but they run towards the players of DE, and because of that, Zero is going to be down on his knees again. Deadeye's guys just blockading the way of IHC's exit. Alex running forward. The UMP is going to try and take one man down, but that does not happen. Both of them get eliminated. IHC, they are out. DE, they reign supreme.
Oh, it's an utter chaos. And speak of supreme, these two teams are definitely here to fight for the supremacy. Probeen has found the entry. The opening's there, wants to capitalize, wants to keep the pressure on. But high voltage, the position, the cover is something they cannot outstand. And that's why they're being forced back inside the compound wall. That is the only solid cover they have available. Deadeye's guys in the outskirts. It's only Joker Sir alive. He will try to keep his position anonymous. WIZZES club on top of that mountain, on top of that hill, getting mowed down by the players of MABETEX eSports as Leo is not going to stop mowing it down anytime soon. Baron finds the opening. Kuwait goes down. WIZZES club down to a 3-man squad. It is a 4-on-4 situation, but now it's being mowed down to a 3-on-4.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a win for MABETEX. This game, all they have to do is make sure their rear is clear. But it's going to be quite tricky since I don't think they know that there's going to be rules right behind them. And rules can definitely be a game changer. But Wally out in the open is going to be spotted out. WIZZES club pushing him back into the cover. The vehicle is going to blow up. Wally is down to around 50 HP. Will have to use the first aid to bring his HP back up. Does see Dax in the distance, but only after they have been finished off. Baron along with Leo. They're trying to see if they can be a safe distance away from WIZZES club. Not really aware of high voltage towards their left. Hershey is going to be taken care of by Octopus from the side of WIZZES club. So the numbers between the teams are being kept quite equal. But WIZZES club doing a phenomenal job of gatekeeping the entirety of competition. They aren't letting high voltage in. They are not letting MABETEX in. But Domain, he's going to run out in the open, and Leo is going to make him pay for that. Wally was knocked out, but the trade does come in. It's going to be quite difficult to get a revive on Wally, but high voltage capitalizing on the opportunity. Do make a push for it. They do get a few knocks as well, but now Assassin was taken out. Probeen and Malik are all that remain, but no! MABETEX, they are losing players left and right, and now just down to 2.
Yeah, it's just the circle playing cruel games.
Yeah.
MABETEX on the receiving end once again. Baron goes down. That's a big casualty. Cannot afford to lose out on Baron, but he's already lost. MABETEX eSports from being one of the strongest teams inside the lobby, inside this final moment, now being one of the weakest. Having a solo man surviving. WIZZES club, somehow they're able to stay alive. Somehow they're able to beat the death itself. As Octopus is knocked out, is crawling back to safety. As long as WIZZES club, they have the smoke grenades available, they are going to have a glimmer of life available too for themselves. Leo knows there's a threat close to him, wants to find the opening on that threat. Nades are tossed in just to find a little bit of tag, and as soon as he does, he would know where the player exactly is available too. Rules will put a full stop to that. One last man alive of MABETEX. MABETEX out the game. Now we're left with top 3 teams alive with 6 players in total. WIZZES club having the most amount of players available. High voltage with 2. And DRS with only that solo survivor. And we know solos are always so important in these final moments.
Well, let's see how this one is going to go. It's down to a 3v2 situation. High voltage was this WIZZES clubs, and WIZZES Club, even with the advantage, Malek and Praveen, they have a nice split. A brush to cover himself up. Malek making the mistake of firing the shots on the flank, and both of them going down instantly. WIZZES Club walking away with what looks like an easy win for them. 10 eliminations, 25 points. Finally, the recovery that they wanted is there.
On 8th spot.
Yep.
Yeah, a big leap, a big jump taken from these players. 10 elimination points with only 1580 damage dealt. Definitely quite interesting. WIZZES Club, even though it seemed like for a moment they were about to go down, but no, somehow they just kept the grip inside the game. They somehow managed to keep things together, not panicking in those moments, keeping themselves calm, cool, collected is what has helped them to win that previous game. Perfectly played from the side of WIZZES Club, but on the other hand, MABETEX eSports, I wouldn't say MABETEX eSports did any sort of mistakes in that fight or in that game.
I think they did.
Just
I
because
think they did.
I personally think it's just because the circle as well. Not a lot of cover to play with. It's kind of like you being forced outside of your comfort zone for no reason.
Yeah, I mean, they had the perfect opportunity to close this game out. I mean, they had the players from the sort of WIZZES Club lined up. They had 2 players in the back that they could have finished off quite easily. So that wasn't really something that I could not deal with. Even they picked off, I believe, Dax, it was the lad that they picked off. It was just the fact, not really aware of how to deal with high voltage. And also lack of utility. A few smokes could have made their job a whole lot easier. But for now, we will go on a very short break. You guys stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Fall Season of 2022, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. This is Super Johnny, John Man Necro alongside with me, and now all 5 games of the day are done. The last one, the last Erangel, going into the hands of WIZZES Club, who walked away with quite an interesting win, even though MABETEX eSports were doing so well for themselves. High voltage as well. Quite a phenomenal fight against the players of IHC and IHC. I mean, it was quite unfortunate that they had to deal with so much pressure, because then 2 teams did, in fact, try to push that factory position, and IHC sort of dealt with both of them. It was high voltage on the outside, on the other side of the broken wall, that they could not deal with, in fact. But again, our discussion was who did it better, WIZZES Club or MABETEX? I would say, yeah, WIZZES Club, because they won the game, and we do have the MVP of the game, although going to the player from MABETEX, as Wally is going to be there with 5 eliminations, 514 damage, 24 minutes of survival time.
I mean, MABETEX eSports, yeah, they were definitely dominating that game without a doubt, but unfortunately, in the end moments, right, things kind of fell off for them. They were not able to adapt to the situation they were thrown into, and that's why MABETEX eSports got wiped out slowly and steadily. They just got picked off one after the other. They were so out of sync, I would say, and that's why is the main reason why I feel like MABETEX eSports could not really come out on top in that one. But let me tell you what, Johnny, today a team that has been most consistent is High Voltage. This team has been so consistent today. It's incredible. This is the team that we saw in the past. This is Vibes eSports.
Yeah. These are the lads, and in fact, this was the performance that we were expecting. But again, it took them a while to get here, but now that they're finally here in week 2, hopefully we're going to see them be this consistent. Not like the same level of consistency as we've seen them from the past, as you mentioned, like in the previous iteration, playing under the banner of Vibes. But same statements can be used for the players of MABETEX as well, because again, previous iteration of what used to be known as Seal eSports, There is a Seal eSports right now, but they are the players from Seal 9. So again, the last iteration was very good, as we have been talking about. We talked about it quite a lot during week 1. Seal eSports during late league stages always used to be number 1 in the rankings. This time, we expected that from MABETEX. Not happening. This game, they could have closed it out. Weren't really able to. I guess they got a little too over-eager to deal with WIZZES Club, and because of which they did get punished. In fact, High Voltage is taking full advantage of the situation.
Oh, yeah, exactly. I mean, again, speaking about MABETEX eSports, I've been mentioning this since day 1 of the PMPL, is that they're lacking a little bit in their firepower, without a doubt. Considering if you're going to compare them to the previous Seal, how they used to play, without a doubt, they're definitely not as confident as we saw last time with their fights. And it's mainly because Demo is not in the squad, and that has cut off a big chunk of firepower that these players have. Don't get me wrong, these players are incredible and they are capable of pulling off some shenanigans themselves, but it's just about how you're accustomed to playing over the years. It's about how you yourself have shaped yourself as a player inside the lobby, and then instantly one of those players getting taken off from your squad, and now you have to reshape yourself. That affects you quite a bit.
Yeah, it does. It does. It makes you question everything right in front of you. But that's what separates the best from the rest, right? The ability to reset, the ability to just stick to what you know and to adapt to the new things, based on the information that is being presented to you. But ladies and gentlemen, the match rankings right here: WIZZES Club 25 points secured from this game based on the 10 eliminations that they have, and also the chicken dinner that they got. High Voltage finishing second with 21 point total tally. MABETEX, they're going to be third with 17 to their name, and DRS on the fourth with 15 points coming in from this particular match. Quite unfortunate exit for VENOM Legends. I definitely expected them to do quite a lot, but based on how the trajectory of the plane was and where the circle was, it was an early fight against the players of 1952 that VENOM Legends weren't really able to survive. And even 1952 got third-partied immediately after that. So a lot of chaos in the early stages. It was, I have to say, a very interesting game of Erangel.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, interesting game. But again, if you do speak of things being interesting, WIZZES Club has definitely made it even more. They have just leveled it up even more. DEADEYES Warriors, though, I mean, something I expected. I thought this final game might just be a good one for them, but that was not the case. This final game, things kind of fell off, but it's completely fine. DEADEYES Warriors, they've had a phenomenal day today, and if I'm not wrong, they're somewhere in the top 10 too before this game, so that is an affordable position to be in after a day 1. It's just day 1 of week 2. You still have tomorrow to come, and then you still have 3 more days in the future. So a lot of games inside this week as well. So ample amount of time to adjust yourself and even get used to the lobby.
Yeah. And I mean, I don't think so. All right. So I think it has already been 1 week. I think everyone would have gotten used to the lobby, gotten used to each other by now. And week 2, because of which during the second week of the tournament, we do expect everyone to be very comfortable against each other. And this is where you see the max peak of the competition, right? Apart from outside the finals, this is where the peak is going to be. Because week 3, everyone is in immense pressure to qualify and make it to the next stage, to the grand finals, because of which they're going to be taking things extremely slow. And in the final few moments, as you saw right there, MABETEX had an incredible opportunity to just mow down the players of WIZZES Club, but forgot to check their left, forgot to even prioritize where the players of High Voltage were, because of which they did get punished. But again, damage histogram in front of us, all the early exits that were there, everyone got an opportunity to fight, everyone did in fact dish out the damage. But what happened to Dax? 927 damage dished out, not a single elimination secured.
Yeah, I mean, Dax again, unfortunate stuff inside this week too. Dax not able to step up to the occasion as the other teams have. And at this point, all we can do is hope that maybe in the upcoming games they're able to put up to the performance, a performance up, because 927 damage is that's
quite a lot.
Numbers. Yeah. 927 damage. I would expect at least the team having 5 elimination points within that much damage, but the main problem I would say is because Dax probably were getting shot at a lot of times onto themselves, and
Yeah.
they were taking a lot of long range fights. So they were not really able to convert any sort of eliminations.
Yeah, Sealy Esports is also in a similar boat wherein they have 800 damage, almost 900 damage dished out, but they got 1 elimination point off of that. But ladies and gentlemen, finally the moment has arrived that we were all waiting for. The overall rankings at the end of day 2 in front of us. High Voltage sitting on the first position for a change. 65 points from the 4 matches that they played today. VENOM Legends on the second with 51 points to their name. And then there's A1 Esports. Were dead last the previous week. This week, they're starting off in the top 3.
Yeah. Interesting stuff. I mean, A1 Esports, oh boy, talk about a step up, talk about a comeback story, just like I did against Johnny when it comes to the predictions. Oh boy. I love it, you know? I'm up for it. I'm always up for a comeback story. They're one of the most interesting. But again, talk about it or speak of a threat approaching. It's godlike stalwart on the 4th spot, even though today's day we spoke about them having a rough day. Even though if that's them in a rough day, then yeah, you better pray for the other teams.
Oh boy, that's gonna be fun. Like, if that's their worst performance, imagine what their best is gonna be like. But that also is gonna mean that we haven't really seen them at the best, right?
Yeah. No, we have in week 1. I think so, because they had a big lead.
I think they had like 30-point advantage against the rest of the competition, and it is godlike stalwart. So 30 points, they are not enough for me. I need more. I need like at least like 100-point beyond the rest of the competition.
I think so. For them, it's definitely possible. But for now, let's focus on the latter half of the board. 1952 this week, definitely a rough start considering what sort of a start they had in the first week. They had a phenomenal start, but inside the week 2, they're not really able to replicate the similar sort of stats they did, and it's completely fine. A lot of teams are not able to replicate the similar sort of performance they did in week 1. On the other hand, Skylightz Gaming, a team that you were going to look out for, Johnny, is all the way down to 15 spots. That's a big blunder. But today's day, ladies and gentlemen, was dominated by VENOM Legends, the team that is least expected to dominate a day. But again, this just proves something, and that is that you should never underestimate anyone.
Yeah, but I mean, VENOM Legends, the day was dominated by them. 2 chicken dinners secured back to back, and 51 points to their name. But I have to say this. We have to give props to High Voltage as well. They're sitting on the first position with 65 points and no chicken dinners, Necro. Their best finish was finishing top 2 with 9 eliminations, but they have been consistent. Their worst game, High Voltage's worst game in the entire day, was finishing 7th with 11 eliminations. VENOM Legends also looking very good. 2 chicken dinners, as I mentioned, back to back. This last Erangel was their worst game of the day, where they finished 16th with just 2 eliminations. But apart from that, the first game of the day also they made it into the top 6. So they had a good start. They played very well during the middle of the day, but they couldn't end on a high note. That was the only downfall of theirs. If they come back again tomorrow and play just like they did today, I think week 2 is going to look very, very solid for this team.
Oh, without a doubt. Week 2 should be looking pretty solid. But for now, I mean, week 1, or at least day 1, is looking pretty fantastic. And as we like to say, if you're going to kick things off on a great note, there's a big chance you will also have a great weekend at the end of the day. Because, again, if you're going to have a good mindset right off the bat, then it should continue and carry on forward. With that being said, elimination leaders in front of you guys, and it's going to be Assassin. At top, they have tied up, but Assassin has more damage and more average survival. It's just a couple of seconds and a couple of numbers ahead, but top is closing up.
He has 1,200 more damage. 1,200 more damage dished out than the person right behind him, and 900 more damage than Doc. Again, Doc and Nirzad, I guess, 2 of the newest talents that we have seen in this PMPL South Asia Fall 2023, and I'm really impressed. We have been talking about how these couple of rookies from the side of DE Warriors are definitely making their presence felt in their debut season, and it is going to be quite interesting. I'm very excited to see where they are headed, where they are going to finish off in the finals as well, because I'm pretty sure they are going to make it to the finals. But, ladies and gentlemen, day summary on our screens. First game going into the hands of DE Warriors. Second game being won by the players of T2K. Not a lot of eliminations in that Miramar game that happened, but then we had 2 matches back-to-back where VENOM Legends just dominated the rest of the competition, and this last match went to WIZZES Club.
And again, I mean, yeah, as you mentioned, back-to-back, we were hoping for a back-to-back third one too, but then VENOM Legends just got eliminated right off the bat. And it's usually that curse, right? If a team wins a chicken dinner and then instantly, as soon as they move on the other game, most of the times they just get eliminated right off the bat. It's like a curse. The chicken dinner curse these teams get onto themselves. But Deadeye's Warriors,
hat-trick curse.
Yeah, Deadeye's Warriors too having a solid day today. T2K, an okayish day, but VENOM Legends, a phenomenal entry inside the scene. But keep this in mind, ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned, High Voltage are still with 0 chicken dinners on their name, and they're doing phenomenal on the overall rankings because the consistency.
Yeah, exactly. They were very consistent, and that is the reason they're sitting on the first position. And there's a little bit of a difference between them and VENOM Legends as well, who are on the second. And again, it is going to be very interesting to see how the matches are going to go tomorrow, because that should decide what the teams are thinking for the entirety of the weekend. But to find that out, we will have to wait till tomorrow as well, because our day does come to an end today. And it was an exciting day, though. We got to see a lot of interesting plays. We saw a lot of big giants fall. We saw the one-game top 4 comeback from Godlike Stalwart. They were outside the top 10, and in one match, they pushed themselves within the top 5. Weren't really able to go beyond that because they weren't part of the last match of the day, but still. Necro, your expectations for tomorrow. You have to predict now. What is going to happen tomorrow?
I think so. ITC are going to make a comeback. That's for sure. ITC needs to make a comeback, actually. And I would say some of the teams that are in top 3, we will see their downfall. I don't want to be the cursor here, but some of those teams are not going to be able to maintain that spot.
All right. If you guys want to know which team Necro is going to talk about, do make sure to tune in tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, because as I said, we are done with our matches today. Thank you so much for tuning in. Until next time, take care. Bye-bye.